this. Watch this. See like that? I just slipped like that. See how I just slipped? Concrete. I just slipped. Concrete only. Imagine the room. Imagine the tree. Let me use this. Middle.
Be careful, don't touch it.
Good job. Well,
Let
Yes.
Slip and slide. Good morning, beautiful. Like your outfit, looks nice, looks good. Holly, it's me, Holly. Good morning.
Jason, can you hear me? Hey, Maria.
Hey, I'm hoping today. I'm hopeful.
Okay.
I'm hopeful.
Okay, like that.
Because I think they don't want to come back for the 4th of July.
Yeah.
That's pushing it, Kurt. That's pushing it. I'm hopeful though. So, all right, you're okay, Keely?
Good. Yeah. I don't really feel like have a role right now unless someone needs me, so I'm just here to need when I can, to work when I can. So, did you get your cake off?
No,
Oh, we gave it to Brendan because we thought he would pass it off to you.
he did not hand it to me.
Oh, well, we got you one, and it was handed to Brendan. So
I did see him, but he went to the bathroom quickly. So I will, when I go back upstairs, I'll ask.
Okay.
I'm okay. I'm gonna go back because I just wanted to see if you guys were okay. Yeah.
Let's move, and I'll like clear a path for you to walk back this way. So you're not gonna get him.
Good morning.
No.
Hardick.
I think. Yeah.
Trying. 80% of the way there.
Maybe after. You never know. Probably not, but maybe.
You're right. You're right. It's my girl.
I'm just being positive
My
today.
positive girl. You never know. You never know.
Where's Kenny?
Yeah.
Nick?
Find that your sounds like higher pitched. Like when you take a video, you're like, good morning. I swear when I take a video, it's like, good morning. I'm about to be like, good morning. So that it stops for a second.
I'm not even gonna lie. I want to go crazy after that car.
It looks like it.
Who is this?
No, we're just walking around here. We're from Staten Island.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I love Staten
Staten
Island.
Island.
You got to do Tommy Tavern?
Huh?
Tommy Tavern?
Nah.
You on Richmond?
Oh, I'm moving the mall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I think I found it. I think I found it on TikTok.
I think something like that.
about myself.
Yeah, facts.
Jay, they forget he didn't realize he had an ankle monitor. He didn't realize that Jay had an ankle monitor. And you know they tracked that during
What?
that year. So during the time when quote unquote he was a girl, around that time, Jay was up stabbing club stabbing. Maybe it could be a New York, West Coast New York thing. That could be it too. They don't like New York like that. I think he does. I don't know if they're going to let him though. The fact that you got to understand, they threw away his bond. He didn't get no bond. They're looking at a bunch of other stuff. Me personally, I think this is about this. Like none of that stuff was supposed to come out.
I agree. I don't think so either. I've been rock my for a long time.
This is Mark Agnew.
Good morning, Mark.
Have a nice day. Day of the rain. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Sir, how you doing today?
Bozo. How about that?
Well, we do know that. My guess, based on the count one that hasn't been reached, is that they're on the fence. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We have a little problem out here. Family just arrived.
Who the fuck you think you are? Who the fuck you think you are?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Fuck you. Fuck you and your mother. Fuck
No,
you.
it's okay. It's okay. Yes.
Suck a dick. Next time you want to get rude with somebody,
Well, you don't
watch
want to see
yourself.
what I see right now.
Fuck you, fuck you, motherfucker. I'll go to jail over your stupid
36. Way too early for this stuff.
I had no idea this was like all like people want to kill each other just to get footage. Like it's insane.
I don't care. My phone's my pocket. I'm
Even the media is.
Probably one of my guys.
No, it's like I have a cell phone and a selfies thing. He was yelling at a still guy, one of them, press.
You hear it over there too?
Guys, no, it's just scrubs. It's like they can't hang. And he was yelling at a guy with I know. Yeah.
Well, that could be a
One of them was saying, look at all the harassers. Harassers? What are you? You're doing the same thing you claim we're doing.
They're gonna start calling us MSP or something soon. Mainstream press.
But yeah, so I mean, like
This
DC
guy
guy. This is ridiculous. They're not.
Where they? I know.
Rico's not a Rico.
I have Jamil's number. I wonder if I should call him and ask if they're bringing anybody down here.
It's needed. I mean, I don't know why not.
It's done. It's probably a good thing. Get freaked out. I mean, even when it was just I said, do I gotta turn this like this? I said, this is really hard work. Just kidding. Oh, vertical video? She's already vertical video. Oh, really? Yeah, good. Yeah. We used to have to shoot like everything in one frame. We had vertical. That's the same one. Property. I didn't go in the same I said, you guys are just going to knock yourselves out. I said, just shoot really wide.
Trying to get these guys down.
We're doing Chris. That's what they said.
Oh, we're going Chris.
Call the big wigs.
That's big say.
No, I went right to Lisa and I texted her. She's calling.
I guess this is somebody.
Thank you guys.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not stand up.
Yeah.
No, this is my lab. Has anyone shown up? Thank you, Al.
That's in your bill.
It's on there.
I can try because it's
Oh, yeah, no, whatever.
I'll try.
did great. I heard you.
I would say it's
It's okay. Can I go leave?
You're perfect.
Are you ready to get back to Atlanta? Not yet. One more for going, Mr. Gold. One more. Just one more for me. Thank you. Thank you. I keep talking. Come on, guys. I keep talking. Listen. I'll tell you what. 6 months will everyone. It's freezing. Best I can.
I like that. That's good.
Miss Cheney, doing a great job, Miss Cheney.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? Stand your eyes. Yeah.
But I think he didn't see her. I think she just
walked in.
the long hair with the skinny, right?
You just saw her. Yeah.
I think she just.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you know. Oh, no. She's getting out of the truck. Yeah, she's getting out of the truck. At least it's no, because that was the first try. Yeah, they made a documentary. This one,
Like, I guess the title they've been doing it for years, but somebody will throw them a push.
The people, however, can you go a little push back? You guys are blocking me. Thank you.
I got it. Yeah, you know, that I was saying.
Now all of a sudden, they're not putting the gates up.
Yo, Trey.
Paul Brian Steele's here.
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah. Come here, Annie. There we go.
You know, let them come now.
O-T-A-O-N-G-O, Udo, go on you. O-T-A-O-N-G-O, Udo, go.
I look forward to seeing you back in Atlanta. It's been, wonderful just covering you for so many years.
Good seeing you. God bless you. Have a great day, everybody.
No, you can sit back.
Yeah. He came over to me and said thank you. Yeah.
I've been covering for years.
I'm just hanging with him the whole time because he's getting the looks.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a co-star, I won't get like it. Yeah, I'm gonna check on all of it. Well, who's got
where's the guy who was having a conversation with me earlier?
Well, we rotate, so we're
Well,
probably on
there's
another
people
post.
in here without press passes now.
Yeah. So, you know, it's
Well, you know,
now.
you guys come and you tell me, and you're not gonna go and tell everybody else.
I'm on meal, so my food.
Oh, all right, you're on meal.
You can handle this.
I'm just saying, and don't fucking say nothing to me. If you're not gonna come and do it to everybody else, don't come and do it to me no more. And keep the same fucking energy.
No idea what he said.
Nigga, no, shut the doors at night, niggas just get out like this. Keep walking, you know what I'm saying? When you see trucks popping,
Cecilia, I've already set up. That's my raincoat. Second camera from there. Behind the guy with the green shirt.
Well,
Cecilia.
probably.
Yeah. I'm just standing.
I'm gonna hold it to my house right now.
My back.
Oh yeah, no, it's like and I guess the later ones they make bigger. Yeah. More money.
I'm pulling him, getting ready.
That's why I'm decided here.
Good. All right, people.
Yes, sir. I'm across the street.
Salute. You doing this good.
That's okay. Speak.
My back hurts, but that's
You're fine. You're fine. I got it.
and I was more. I'm doing this.
You and I.
The O.
We support. Yes. We're not fighting.
It's Uli. Only I take Diddy's dance. Not only did I take Diddy's song, I have taken Diddy's mom. She is my mother. Take my hand, Jesus. Man don't understand. Hey guys. Hey, I feel. Hey, wait to see Aaron.
There you go.
Aaron.
That's why he's looking. Dennis is like, wait, what?
I was like, don't eat Ford's gonna hit the water. You're welcome. I was like, no! The time that you need for Ford, now I'm not the time.
Blow you alive. The greatest, Dirk. Blow you alive. The greatest. You know that. And the flyers. And the flyers. Chloe is the flyers. And I'm right next to her. Right next to her.
Make it pop.
I'm about to sing something. Ding, 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 ding. I'm about to play ukulele. Ding, 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 ding. What y'all want, the ukulele, or y'all want to take y'all back in the day? I just showed y'all what just happened now. The phone says she loves you. What she does. Brian Steele's my man. 100 grand. Marky Mark, Agna Philo. Me and him is soul brothers. Chloe Malak, my homie. Seen Aaron, my dog. But I'll stop when you want me to. If it's exclusive, I'll stop when you're ready. Are you ready? My little cousin is on the way. My little sister, Sarah. You shot me that.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Bob up for that catch train. Bob in, Bob don't smoke, don't drag Bob with the catch train. My man from American Remo.
Yeah, that's a gift.
Yes. Yeah. We actually just got one of those. It's like SAC or something. That's not her brand. We have it called SAC Company or something like that.
Very.
I've seen that.
Them pink woman, you know they was beautiful. Look, you know you beautiful. Look, you know that. You gotta congratulate a queen, you hear me? I just put the crown on you.
I see the big cars coming. Heads up, guys.
Do that with me. You know I'm the last one.
Justin.
OOTAONTO. Who the hell go? Follow me now. Make sure your stalker don't see. I'm about to be here. I ain't going though. All right, baby. All right, baby. Star, baby. You know that. You know Star when she see one. She ain't got to go to the movies. Right there on the ground. OOTAONTO on everything. On Jesus and God too.
Yeah, not all my children.
Oh my God.
Not all my children. Of course, I got what I need right here. Everybody else got what I got.
My mom's gone. That's a dog. You're talking right now. You moving? You think they running over there? They might pull a tricky. They might pull a tricky. I don't think they'll do it. I don't think that other van over there might let them out there.
No, they're moving us.
I got out nice. The other one's gonna go in the back. We're missing somebody. Nobody we gonna miss. Nobody.
No, they took great out.
And and that one over there.
Get that? All right, bring your arm in.
I get the lights up, lights up, lights up, lights up, super chat, all that, who the one goes, chat, all that. All that. Let me get my sister right here. Lights up, y'all. Exclusivity. Lights up. This is my little sisters. My little sisters. Let's get it. OOTAONGO. Who don't go on YouTube? Whole world subscribe. AKA Who the Cone. Who the Cone. Top of the morning, y'all. What up, y'all? Top of the morning. Top of the morning. How you guys feeling? What you talking about, yo? I mean, I just talked to you. I just asked you something, man. You want to see the another side of me, man? I will knock you in that fucking. Right there. Same guy. Same guy. Hell, you think this is Russia? Fuck you up, son. Yeah, right.
That's because you're having a bad hair day. Don't take it out on everybody else.
What do you think he is? Bon Jovi? Cook this nigga right here on the line. This nigga right here. You said something. Bon Jovi. You said something that you know.
Same guy, 5 in the morning.
What this nigga look like? Y'all cook this nigga in the chat, please. Who he look like?
I think the good fella shirt is getting to his head. I told him he needs a brush. Look, he's gonna flick his hair again. Yeah, help himself. Bro, you just need a brush. You'll be much happier. See, it's getting all in your way. That's why you're so frustrated. Very professional. Very professional.
felt bad too.
So, thanks. Coming in, I mean, it's not like you guys were on the staff, so really I feel
We do say good morning to you from the newsroom here at Fox 5 Studios on the Upper East Side of Manhattan for a very special news block that we're doing for you right now as we anticipate the jury coming back with a decision perhaps in the Sean Diddy Combs case. Now, for those of you that are joining us on the Fox local app as well as on our YouTube page and however you may be finding us, we just want to say thank you for being with us. We checked right before we went on the air. There are about 400 or so of you that are joining us. We hope to grow that number for the time that we are doing that. Before we get into the meat and the potatoes of the morning, this is our newsroom that you see behind us. You know, it's still a little early, so the reporters that are not out in the field, the producers that aren't in the editorial meeting right now, our assignment desk is back in the back. That's like Information Central, if you will. But for right now, what you have are me, and you might not be able to see Michael, my producer right there on the back there. He's waving. I meant to move the camera at some point just so you can see him. But that's what's going on there. Let's move it that way. Anyway, so you'll see Michael back there. He's fact checking us, making sure I find Mike. Lean back now and wave. Let's see. There he is. There's Michael. Mike's in the way there too. So anyway, let me bring that back and just try to recap for you what happened yesterday. So in case you're just following us, one second. Let me move it back over this way. There we go. So in case you're just joining in and didn't hear what happened yesterday, the jury deliberated for about 12 hours total, having received the instructions from the judge on Monday and coming back with a verdict on 4 of the 5 charges. Let's break those down for you. Now, Sean Combs is charged with 5 counts, including racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, here's a further breakdown of that. The transportation for prostitution applies to the former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, whom we'll break down in a little bit. She was the girlfriend, of course, that was in that infamous hotel video. And then there is the other charge for Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, who is being referred to in court documents to protect her identity as Jane. So that's the breakdown there. Why they are deadlocked concerns the toughest of the charges to prove, which is, of course, racketeering conspiracy, otherwise known also as the RICO charge. And when that charge was created by federal officials in 1970 to address basically organized crime families and that institution and that environment. And what you have to show is an organization. There's a promise of a service in exchange. There's a lot of layers to racketeering conspiracy. And that's where the jury sent a note to the court saying that they were deadlocked on and that they had strong opinions on both sides of that. If you're wondering, so what does this mean for the other 4? We don't know, because that's something that we're waiting to find out, how those goes. So they could have found uniformity on, not guilty for the other 4 or on guilty for the other 4. But the toughest one is the RICO, the racketeering conspiracy charge. And the judge told them to go home when they said that they were exhausted mentally. If you've been on a jury, that can absolutely be the case. So they went home yesterday and to resume 9 o'clock this morning once everybody got there. It's 9:35 now, so we'd like to assume that they've already started the case there. Before we go any further, anyone with a question about this matter, please use our comment section. However you're engaging with us, to ask that question. Michael is over there to the side with me as well, and we're going to be doing that. So this trial lasted 7 weeks. There were a total of at least 5 notes as we're counting. We're thinking right now 5, Mike. It sounds about right. 5, maybe 6, but at least 5 notes from the jury. And Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to these charges. He's 55 years old. He's a New York native. From there, the jury makeup is 8 men and 4 women. So those are the ones that are deciding this case. It is certainly one of the more sensational cases that we have had in at least the last 5 years. Harvey Weinstein's trial, you may recall, wrapped up about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. And that was actually taking place about a block away from where the Combs trial is in fact underway. So we were covering both of those at the same time. And once again, let me just throw my glasses on so I can look, just as I'm keeping my eye on that same courtroom, the entrance to the courthouse there at 500 Pearl. Yep, jury in the Diddy verdict reached 4 and 5. Yep, remain undecided on that. The thing about it also is, how tense it can be in a jury room when you're deliberating, especially when you're talking about someone's life and livelihood, and you're trying to find, uniformity, a unanimous opinion amongst 12 individuals, presumably, and should not have any knowledge or connection to the defendant, so there's a lot going on in that matter, in that regard, when trying to do that. So again, he's pleaded, Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to that. The charges, again, racketeering, conspiracy. You asked about penalties yesterday. I did get a couple of questions about that. And in regards to that, the maximum penalty for the conspiracy charge, which is the heaviest of the 5, is max penalty life in prison. It is that. In regards to sex trafficking, here's what's interesting about that. The breakdown of that means sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That's what the jurors have to decide, and apparently they did reach an agreement on that. 15 years to life, that's the penalty in regards to that. And then the other charge, of course, transportation to engage in prostitution, has a maximum of 10 years in prison. So Sean Combs is looking, if he's found guilty on these counts, he's looking at least a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of life in prison. And that's the hard truth there. No matter how you've been watching this, no matter what your strong opinion may be, on this, but that is the hard truth. He is facing a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of life in prison in regards to these charges. 7 weeks, some 34 witnesses coming forward to talk about. There was a lot of strong opinions, a lot of discussion about, of course, the video, that hotel video from March of 2016, which showed the hotel hallway assault of Cassie Ventura that Sean Combs admitted was he. He came out 2 days after it was made public. I believe it was in March of 2023. Wait, let me do it. 2024 of March. Federal agents searched his homes. Yeah, it was in May. Yeah, so it was in May of 2024 that video surfaced. And about 2 days after it came out, he went to social media to acknowledge that it was he. His words were that he was, quote, disgusted by that, but he also had to address the public outrage that was associated with the shock as well, about seeing that horrific video. Yes, I said it. It was horrific and very tough to watch still like that. Once again, I want to direct you to our comment section. If you have anything, let me just touch base with Michael. Anything yet? Nothing yet. Okay. All right. You may still be sleepy. That's fine. Or not in a position to engage should you have a question about that. One that I was asked yesterday in the field is that moment when you hear, there's a note from the jury when you're covering a court matter, how that impacts the reporter, when you are there. It's like you just stop breathing. You lose your breath. Like, wait, what does that mean? There's a lot that's going on because the note could be something like calling for a transcript, a testimony to be re-explained. They want the transcript of something that one of the witnesses may have said. It could be something that, we have an issue with one of the jurors, which was certainly one of the notes. That may have been the first note that came back, concerns about a juror. And then, I don't know how closely you were following the Weinstein trial, but that was a contentious jury by all accounts. That was a very contentious jury there. So these things do happen. And if you've ever seen any film, about jurors, whether it was 12 Angry Men, back from, I think the late 50s, early 60s was when that one came out, or even one with The Firm, like just that, or other things that's going on there. I want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing on your screen right now. This is very likely the family of Sean Combs who've been arriving in the same vehicle along the lines. Generally, it's been his children, his sons and daughters, as well as his mother, Janice Combs, have been getting out there. So as you're looking at the monitor there, at some point, that's likely who's going to be coming out. They have been very, they haven't really said much, as far as, to the reporters, to the journalists that are standing there. They just generally walk in. They've been holding hands a lot as they walk in, you know, showing a unified front. I'm going to throw my glasses on because we have, let's see, why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom? Very good question. Generally, in federal court, they're just not allowed. Other courts outside federal, at your state and local levels, is entirely up to the judge's discretion. But in federal court, no electronic devices are allowed in. Sketch artists are. That's why you see the sketch artists and the sketches and all like that. But yeah, generally. And just a further share with you, and thank you for that question. A further share with you, when we go to 500 Pearl, what has to happen is my cell phone isn't with me, it's at my desk. But after we go through the screening process, the scanner, and you take everything out, they count the number of devices that are electronic that you have, whether it's earbuds, headphones, you know, a laptop, you know, iPad, and a phone. And you have to surrender the phone to the court officers. You know, you get a chip, if you will, because it's like, think of your mailbox, 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, you know, your chip corresponds with that. And that's where your phone is kept throughout the entire proceeding. You can use your laptop there to take notes, to file your stories, to update your newsrooms, your television stations, your newspaper, whomever you are there representing. But no, there are no phones allowed in. Electronic devices are frowned upon, you know, but courtroom sketch artists are what's there. So as we're looking at the front, I know we changed shots for a moment. I don't believe we saw anybody get out of the van just yet. But yeah, no, that was a very good question. Thank you for that. And again, if anyone has a question, feel free to ask in regards to this, because we certainly want to use this forum to engage with you outside of our, you know, traditional newscast, which is still on the air. You know, Good Day is still on the air until 10, and then the Sherry Show takes over there. So we use this as a way to establish immediacy, to connect, you know, with our viewers who have an interest and who sometimes may not be able to have a monitor or a television screen there, you know, or may not be in a position where their laptop or at work, it's feasible to have a screen open showing something like that. If you're curious about this case, if you're curious about the weather, you know, if there's something going on there, or any of the other national stories that we're covering, like the president's big beautiful bill, you know, and what's going on, you know, on Capitol Hill with that. So this forum allows us to do that. It allows us also to connect in a more immediate fashion, you know, like yesterday when the notes came back that, you know, there were verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges. You know, we can hop here and we can engage with you. We can let, you know, our followers know, hey, this is what's going on, you know, and you can get that information in real time. And then, you know, for your further interest, you know, and developments there, we'll direct you to our next newscast, you know, and stay with you here as long as we can. So again, this is the door to 500 Pearl. That's the main entrance there. Off to the side, if you're facing it, to the right of that door, is where we go in and where we get screened. And when other visitors are coming in there, that's where all of the screening is going in. Lawyers, courtroom officers, you know, those types can go straight through because they have their special badges and passes, and there's a different type of screening process for those as opposed to us who are non-court employees or non-courthouse personnel, you know, who have business are not there. So again, just recanting for you. We're just joining with you now just to talk to you a little bit about, you know, what we consider to be the most newsworthy story going on in New York City right now. You know, this, of course, the verdict watch, as we are, you know, casually calling it here, you know, verdict watch, you know, as we wait to find out what the jury will determine as they begin to work on this 5th charge, having reached verdicts yesterday on 4 of the 5 counts. A lot of questions coming up in discussions, even listening on talk radio and our coverage yesterday. Our reporter, Lisa Evers, who's been covering this since day one, Lisa addressed this. Okay, if they've only deliberated, you know, up to that point, 12 hours, I believe it was, saying that they reached a verdict, having just gotten the case, you know, on Monday, what does that mean? You know, there's a lot of discussion. You can't take into account what you see, you know, on great television shows like Special Victims Unit and, the Mothership, Law and Order, like that, because that's, of course, fictionalized. And certainly 60 minutes isn't enough time to render that. But there's a lot of discussion like, well, if it comes back quickly, then it's not guilty. Or if it comes back this quickly, then that means they found uniformity on guilty. It's legal pundits can look at it either way. Ultimately, it's how the 12 people, the 8 men and 4 women in that room decide about that. So what you're looking at now is just video, and those are the children. I'll get to the question. And 1 second, that's a really good one too. So yeah, that's just been how they've been coming in, the family, and leaving, for the day. The question up on the screen in our live chat: if no verdict today, will the court be opened Thursday or wait till Monday? It's a really good question. The court is closed on Friday for the holiday. So if there's no verdict today, the judge could ask them to go back and try it one more time. There is something called an Allen charge, which is one that courts try to avoid having to use. It's certainly not the first thing in situations like this, but that's why the judge spoke to communicated with the jury and asked them if they felt that they could, resume deliberations today. So that's what's going on now. Again, the messaging coming out of that jury room was that they were they had serious opinions on both sides in regards to the conspiracy to commit the conspiracy for racketeering charge. So that's what happened. Thank you for that question. It was a very good question. Likely, barring the judge instructing an Allen pathway to try to resolve it, then he may just ask them to resume deliberations on Monday because the court is closed on Friday for the federal holiday. So that's what's going on there. Again, anyone else with a question, we certainly ask you, just put it in our live comment section there. Michael behind me, my producer, he's going to be keeping his eye on that, and we'll be engaging there. If you are just coming in, want to let you know just a little bit about a timeline about how all of this began. And basically, it was a lawsuit. Cassie Ventura actually sued Sean Combs, alleging years of abuse. She said, she used rape. This goes back to November of 23. When she sued him, they're not together at the time. That's when she sued him, like that. Soon after that suit came forward, then other suits started involving men and women, as well, against Sean Combs, and, alleging sexual abuse and other things. He denied all of those charges. In March of 2024, you may recall that the FBI raided his homes in Miami and in Los Angeles. And it was at that point that probably one of the more salacious details to come out of this 7 weeks trial, the baby oil, that was used there, because the raid determined and collected more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant, which was then later determined to be part of these drug-infueled, this is according to court testimony, sex marathons called freak-offs. So that's what was going on there. And all of that happened. And then that's when the video eventually came out, of what happened at the Intercontinental Hotel, when Cassie showed Sean Combs attacking, assaulting, pulling hair, kicking, Cassie Ventura in video. There is no need for the word allegation or alleged, because clearly it was him. And then 2 days later, he came out and admitted, it was him. So that's why you did not hear me use the word in that context there. And then in September, last September, is when the feds outlined their indictment against Sean Combs and unveiled, the multi-layered, multi-page document that was going on against him there. And then, of course, the trial got underway with jury selection on May 5th, and then it began. Opening statements were delivered about a week or so later. We also want to point out again, Sean Combs has denied all of the charges that are there, and the jurors are deadlocked on the racketeering conspiracy charge, which, as we talked about at the top of this, our engagement here, that charge carries the most weight. It's also the most difficult to prove because, again, the men and women, 8 and 4 is the breakdown. They have to find agreement on there. And in regards to a RICO charge, there has to be, the layers include payment of services, a promise of services, the delivery of such services. A lot goes into trying to determine conspiracy to commit racketeering conspiracy, RICO, and that's why it's tough to prove. It carries the most weight. We're talking a maximum penalty of life in prison there, and that is where the jurors are deadlocked on, having sent a note again to the court that they had reached decisions in 4 out of the 5 charges that are there. In case you were wondering about the breakdown of those, let me just pull my notes off to the side. There are 5 charges that Sean Combs is facing. And again, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Racketeering conspiracy has a maximum of life in prison. Sex trafficking, here's what's interesting about that, because sex trafficking in this matter means sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. So you have to go back over testimony, meaning the jurors, and they have to then determine, if the actions, if the testimony, if the allegations, rise to that level, force, fraud, or coercion, and that's what they have to check, when deciding yes or no, how they feel, in regards to that. And if you're wondering why there are 5, it's because two of the charges involve the alleged victims in this matter. We're talking about Cassie Ventura as well as Jane. She was identified as Jane to protect her identity, and Jane is a former girlfriend of Sean Combs, and that is who the other charge for trafficking is connected to. Just putting my glasses on so I can see, keeping our eye on that door as we do there. I also want to remind you, if you have a question, to please submit it off to our comment section there. And I do want to let you know that ahead of our noon newscast today, I'll be back here at 11:30, and we're going to do a longer version of this type of engagement, where we're going to be also bringing my colleague out in the field, and to talk about, a little bit about the field that's out there in the outside of the front of the courthouse there, and just a lot about, what's going on as far as covering it. So Arthur Chien is there, and he'll be joining us. And Lisa Evers, of course, is our in-house reporter. So she, is inside in the courtroom right now, dealing with that. And I mentioned earlier that I was asked, about, those moments, what it's like when you get that note from the jury, and your heart starts racing. If you're a journalist, you just want to make sure that you have, all of your notes, you're prepared. Everybody is trying to get their information, to their news outfits as quickly as they can, so there is certainly, that sort of energy that goes in there, and it's an interesting process to cover, particularly if you've never been on a jury, or involved in a court situation like that. It's interesting to see it from that perspective, And earlier, if you're just tuning in, one of our questions was about why there were no cameras in the courtroom. And again, in federal court, no, absolutely not. You surrender your device, your cell phone, or whatever that may be. You can take your laptop, and to take notes, to keep, an eye as you're, just making mental notes there. A lot of us are old school, I myself, I'm still with the pen and the piece of paper, it's just, I'm just old school. A number of people, of my generation of broadcasting, of journalism, that we still just rely, on the notepad, and stuff. So it takes a minute, to like, okay, wait, I gotta do, you're gonna pull this up and And yeah, it could be a lot. So if I can avoid that, then I'm pretty good about, just tracking and following it, for that. And then of course you're the only one that can read your own handwriting anyway. So when you're making those notes quickly, or if you're going to do it that way, and that's how that happens. Excuse me, one sec. Sorry about that, but I promise you, I got tea right here to get us through. Let's say we have about 4 minutes or so that we want to make sure that we're talking to everyone. I was telling you a little bit that again at 11:30, if you are able, please join us here, whether on the app or on our Facebook page, where we will be doing similarly this, just this type of engagement, just because of all of the attention, it's getting. Like I mentioned earlier, this is certainly the biggest news story that we have here in New York, at the time. Of course, the other national headline is the House taking up, the president's big, beautiful bill, right there, his domestic legislation piece that, passed the Senate narrowly, yesterday. So now the House is going on that. So those are the two things, but all eyes, a lot of eyes right now on New York City. And of course, as we wait to find out what the jurors will do in regards to that fifth charge, racketeering conspiracy, and then collectively what the decisions on the other four, have been. Because as we've been telling and reporting, that the jurors have reached verdicts on 4 of the charges. And it's just the racketeering conspiracy one, which carries the most weight. That's the toughest one for them to do. There were 34 witnesses in this case. Sean Combs did not take the stand, 55 years old, did not take the stand. Some discussion, about that, but he met with his attorneys and they felt that this was the best course to do for him to not take the stand, so he did not. 34 witnesses, 7 weeks. This trial began on May 12th, and here we are to, as we await, the final actions on it. A question not too very long ago, what happens if they don't reach a verdict by today? The judge may ask them to try it again. There will be no court on Friday. So if the judge does not invoke the Allen charge here, if for some reason they are hung, it's determined on that, then the court will then decide how best to move forward, particularly as decisions were reached in the other 4 charges that were there. One of the other interesting things about this, in regards to just, talk about it, because of the celebrity nature involved in this, there were a number of people wondering, where were all of the, friends, where were the celebs and things like that. And I believe at one point, we know that Kid Cudi, was a witness, who was called to testify. He called to take the stand. And at one point, Kanye West showed up, and didn't stay very long, and, just doing that. So in a situation like this, certainly we understand, strong opinions, whether you are a fan or, or not, of the defendant, but yeah, that was one of the other things that came up, just given, the sensationalized, details, in regards to that. It's 10 o'clock straight up. We're going to be winding down here. And again, if you are able, please join us at 11:30. I will be right back here. Michael will be here. If not Michael, one of our other producers will be here as we again try to extend our coverage to you, trying to keep you informed through our streaming and our social media platforms. Is that Alex? Hello, good morning. We have a note? 1 second. So Alex, our other producer, is just coming over to let us know that we have a note. Like that. Let's see what the note says. 1 second. You'll print it out. So we have a note coming back. So stay with us for a second. I'll put my glasses on so I can make sure. And one of my papers dropped. Give me a minute. Chris, can you pass me that one? Is that all right? That's Chris. He's our weekend producer. He's working on our 3 o'clock news block behind me also. And let me see. So again, racketeering conspiracy is the charge that the jurors appear to be hung up on. You know, the other 4, sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, sex trafficking for Jane, who's another ex-girlfriend, and transportation for prostitution, you know, are the other charges that the jurors have reached decisions on. So we're just waiting for an update to find out what that note was from there. Nothing yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting. I don't mind if you got the time, I got the time. We'll just engage. We'll talk a little bit more. So just to recant, jurors deliberated for about 12 hours yesterday, you know, sending that note back that they had reached decisions in 4 of the 5 charges, which I just laid out for you. And we've been talking about how the racketeering conspiracy, more, you know, commonly known as the RICO charge, it's the hardest to prove because you have to show that there was money was exchanged, there was a promise of something, a delivery on said promise, and there are a lot of layers to prove. This law was created in 1970, you know, by the feds to address organized crime, you know, the crime families and things like that. So that's where the racketeering, you know, comes in. A lot of discussion on whether or not the allegations against Sean Combs actually rises, you know, to that. That is where the jurors are deadlocked on. That note coming in yesterday saying that they had strong opinions on both sides of this, strong opinions on to whether there was innocence or guilt in regards to that. But you have to find 12 unified voices, you know, and there is why the judge sent them back to do. Nothing on the note just yet? Okay. We know that there is a note. We don't have any details about that, but like I was sharing with you earlier that I was asked, so what happens when you're a journalist and you get that note? Yeah, you just start going like, okay, all right, what is this? What's going on? You know, everybody looks around, you know, then you start asking, do you think it's that? You know, there's a lot, you know, of that. And generally it's just, you know, that tension, just waiting to find out what it is. You know, sometimes you may catch a break like, we want potato chips for lunch, you know, something, you know, as simple as the jurors wanting to know, can they work through lunch or something like that, you know, or of course that a decision may have been reached. It can run the gamut, you know. So yeah, the note, you know, could mean that. It could mean a read back, you know. What was that?
Verdict.
We have a verdict. Stay with us right now. That's what we're hearing. So hang on one second. Looks like we have a verdict, so stay with us 1 minute. All right. Okay.
That we get, but all we know is that there's a verdict.
All we know is that there is a verdict. Okay. Hang on one second. So what's that, 10 o'clock? So they were at it figuring like maybe about an hour or so, like that. All right. Hold on one second. Here's what's going on now. I'm going to give you a live look at a newsroom in action, baby. So what you're seeing now is all of the energy is coming in. We know that there is a verdict. And our newsroom right now is going into, I'm going to come down. Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Hang on. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hang on one second. Okay. We go up. And so what you're seeing now is our newsroom in action, and my boss is about to walk by just now in blue, and all of this right now, everyone's moving around because now that we have a decision coming in, we have a verdict coming in. This means now, hang on, let's move the camera back, moves that now we are all in that particular mode. So Alex is there with me, and hang on one second, let me go over this.
We're making sure we're getting up on the clock so we'll right now.
Okay. Do I need to put, because Arthur's going to come in at some point, right? So I should.
Yeah. Let's.
Let me do that. Connected. So hang on one second.
This is newsroom live.
Oh my God! All right, so
here we go.
Need this. I'll swap you out for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here to hold.
All right. Have to take that one. and give you that one back.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'll move this out the way. Okay, if you're wondering what we're doing, this is my IFB, internal foldback. It allows me to hear what's going on in the field, and that way I can communicate with whomever we're talking to. So hold on one second. Let's see.
Let me fix that for you.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
You got that one there?
I'm gonna text him.
All right. So if you are just joining us, it appears that the jurors have sent a note saying that they have reached a verdict on that fifth charge, which is, of course, the racketeering conspiracy charge. And that one carries the most weight. In regards to this, there were 5 counts that the jurors had to deliberate over: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The racketeering conspiracy carries a max of life in prison, sex trafficking, 15 years to life, and then the other charge, transportation to engage, a minimum of 10 is the charge there on the low end. So Sean Combs is facing, depending upon how the decisions go, if it's convicted on all charges, a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of life in prison in regards to that. Hang on one second. Just keeping my eye on in the newsroom here. So we do not know what that note entails, except for that it is in fact a decision that we have there. 7 weeks of this trial. It began on jury selection was May 5th. Opening statements a week later, happening on May 12th. There were 34 witnesses that were there, and let me keep my eye on. Are they able to see that? So let me tell you who you're looking at. The guy jumping over right there with the camera, that's our guy. That's Dan Foley. So Dan is down there. Dan's one of our photogs. And the silver-haired gentleman that was just there is Roy. Roy is our other crew that's there. So that's Roy coming into the camera right now. So what they are doing, eventually they are getting ready because Arthur Chien is going to get into play. There's Arthur right there. So there's Arthur right there.
I'm gonna go to another shot.
Okay.
Live view 2 right
Go to
here,
live
which
view
is a
2.
podium shot.
That's the podium shot.
If anyone comes out, we'll see them.
So what's going to happen there is that statements generally by the defense, if the prosecutors, if the whoever the lead attorney was in this matter comes up to speak, this is where they will go there. The shot we just switched from was our crew getting ready to get into place. And, so that was just a note to us. So our banner just switched. Can we see the other shot, Alex? Is that right?
Yeah, let's see.
So hold on one second. We're just going to give you the other one.
Good one right now.
So we have the courthouse there. And what about our guys as they were getting set up?
Yeah,
Alex, which one is it?
I'm just going to let them get set
So,
up.
okay, because I can narrate over what's going on there.
Yeah.
So what they were doing, we're getting into place, and eventually Arthur is going to join us in a second. So let me recount for you what we're looking at. Again, about 10 minutes ago, we received information that the jurors had sent a note to the court that they had in fact reached a decision in this matter, and a decision on that last count they were trying to deliberate, which is the racketeering conspiracy that's going on there. A quick timeline, if you will, about all of this. Again, it was in November of 2023 when Cassie Ventura sued Sean Combs, alleging domestic abuse, alleging sexual abuse, including rape. And if you ask, well, when did all of this kind of get rolling? That's what if you want to say the start of all of this, this was certainly the origins of where that led up. That then led to the raids on his house. Federal agents went in, with the search warrant. And it was at that point that the baby oil and the lubricant came out, and then information started to surface, eventually that we would find out through court testimony at these drug-fueled, this is again according to court documents, drug-fueled sexual marathons called freak-offs, you know, and that all of this was going on there, and that they involved, you know, paid escorts, you know, to engage in sexual activity, you know, while, you know, the defendant is accused of having, you know, filmed all of it. So there was a lot going on to this. It's certainly one of the more sensational trials in our recent memory, you know, to happen and to take place. So a lot of attention is on this as we await what's going to be happening and what the decision has decided. So hang on one second. I understand that my colleague is in place there. And let me see, Arthur, can you hear me?
This for now until you tell. When you tell me to change, I'll change.
Hang on. So Arthur eventually will be getting into place, and as he's doing that, just again to describe what's going on. So Arthur is outside of the courthouse. Our Lisa Evers is in. Arthur's going to just give us a feel for what's going on right now. Once he can, in fact, hear us, and we're going to be checking to see he can. Arthur, thumbs up. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Arthur, good morning. Just Arthur, take it away. Just describe to us the feel. We know that a note came in about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, well.
What's up, Mike?
All right, let's talk about the context first, right? Last night we knew that the jury had notified the court through the judge that they had reached an agreement on 4 out of the 5 counts. That's the majority of the case, counts 2 through 5. But they said that they could not agree on because of a difference of opinions, and it was plural, worth noting, was how to decide on count 1, which is the racketeering charge as a single count, but it is the most serious one in terms of the amount of prison time that it can bring. So that was the context yesterday. Both lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs and the prosecutor say, we would like the jurors to stay at it, and that's what the judge was going to do. Important to point out, yesterday was the first full day of deliberation. So while some people were using the term deadlock, it seemed a little bit over dramatic. This was a case that spanned 2 months, that saw at least 36 witnesses. To think that they were going to get through it in a day and a half, was that a deadlock, or was that the jury process? The judge seemed to think it was a jury process, as we're going to tell them, tomorrow you will resume, you will come down here. They start really around 9 o'clock, so really within an hour, they reached an agreement on it. Now, you asked us to describe what's going on out here. It has been nothing short of like packed out here every single day. But in the last 10 minutes since that note went out, there's been a flurry of activity. You see everybody getting set over there. There's a podium over there. This is what we call a pen. They're penned in there. There are cameras floating around, getting ready to talk to maybe prosecutors who sometimes do not talk after a verdict right in front of the courthouse. Sometimes they speak at the U.S. Attorney's Office, which would be 26 Federal Plaza. And it seems like everybody's positioning themselves for that. And then there's an added element, and you've been aware of this, Antoine, of a sort of social media factor involved here. There are a lot of people who have been live streaming on social media. That presence been in the dozens, and even in the hot weather and the rainy weather yesterday, they were here. But certainly the fact that the weather is more cooperative now, that crowd is at least double in size. What we can say from the court, we saw the family of Sean Diddy Combs arrive this morning, and a short time later they left because they figured the jury was in deliberation. So we're expecting at this point for them to come back at some point. One of the things they use is a Sprinter van to bring a lot of the family members here together at the same time. We haven't seen them come back. Certainly for the verdict to be read, there are certain people who have to be in the courtroom. Mr. Combs has to be in the courtroom. All his legal representation, which is not 1 or 2 lawyers. Everybody from his legal team ostensibly will have to be back in the courtroom for the reading of the verdict, as well as the prosecutors in this case. And you would think that even their bosses in this case might want to be in the room to see how this goes down. Antoine?
Arthur, thank you. Stay with us, Arthur. I want to put you on the spot for 1 second, because I was asked this, and I want to ask you. Once that note comes in, you know, as a reporter, just describe the impact of having done that. I was asked that, you know, just you're a journalist covering this trial, you're in there, and you find out that a note has come back from the jury. Just walk us through how you handle that and what that does for the reporter covering such a matter as like these.
Well, Antoine, you and I both know the feeling very well, right? In just the past, what time frame? We've had Trump's trial here, we've had Daniel Penny's trial here, we've had Harvey Weinstein's trial here. There are all these proceedings regarding Luigi Mangione. So we're pretty used to it. I think we kick it into a higher gear and just get ready, right? We now know that the jury has reached a decision. What that decision remains to be seen, but we expect that it will not take long. In these types of cases, the lawyers know to stick close. Mr. Combs was not free to leave at his own will, so he's, we would imagine, in the building. He can be back in that courtroom in a flash. This is a question of who else needs to be there, and we've seen it take, on the short end, like 15, 20 minutes for everybody to be collected into that courtroom. But on the long end, what do you think? Maybe like 45 minutes, an hour? But of a case of this magnitude, nobody was going out to the Hamptons early. You know, they needed to stay here. There was at least one more full day of deliberation, and possibly tomorrow too. The judge had said, even though this courthouse was supposed to be closed on Thursday in anticipation of the 4th of July on Friday, he had indicated, and he didn't want the jurors to start thinking about Thursday, but he had said, if they need to come in on Thursday, we're going to make that happen.
Then they will have to.
Now, maybe the jurors, not knowing that, said, well, today is Wednesday. Maybe that made a consensus a little bit easier. Yeah.
Arthur, we have to step away. Stay there. I know you've got a lot going on. I will check back in with you shortly,
yeah,
and also thank the crew
right now,
as well. Okay.
Yeah, the jury's entering the courtroom right now, so let's see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Arthur. I know you're busy. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Now we have Arthur.
Okay. Okay. All right, so Arthur has to get ready to do his job. Bless his heart, you know, but yeah, no, Arthur absolutely was correct in his describing, you know, that whether it was either the Trump trial, Mangione, Harvey Weinstein, which I covered Weinstein 1 when it was in the criminal court building around the corner from where Arthur is. Okay, so right now we're going to say goodbyes to you, and we will be back at 11:30. Yeah. Yep. So we're going to take a quick break, you know, to do that. I promise you, we'll be back, and stay on top of our Fox Local app. You know, if you're watching our programming, you know, if you're on our YouTube page, please definitely stay there, because we're going to keep you updated, and you should see me again in about an hour. Just to do this type of coverage and keeping you up to speed. And be safe today. We'll see you soon.
Were guilty, the other 3 charges not guilty.
Now, yesterday they deadlocked over the RICO count, and everybody was trying to surmise what was going on in that jury room. We knew that they wanted to finish quickly because the July 4th holiday was just, looming in the background. But apparently they came back from having a night off, and they came back with the verdict. They let the judge know just moments after they got to the courthouse.
Yeah, less than an hour after meeting again today. And the question is going to be now, what will the sentencing be? Now that we know the verdicts, we will hear officially in just a second. We've got those from the New York Times once again. 2 guilty charges. Arthur Chien is ready right now outside the courtroom. Arthur, before we get to the sentencing, which will happen in a bit, tell us what you've learned today about this jury decision.
Well, Kurt, Rosanna, for one, sentencing might not happen right away, right? Both sides are going to file their arguments. Traditionally, they're going to file their arguments with the judge. The defense will say, well, you know, make it minimize the guilty counts on this. The prosecutors will say that's still very serious, and we should show no favoritism. He broke the law. He should get the maximum. So that negotiation has yet to take place, but that process will begin pretty much instantly. We'll also now look out for, you see the scene out here when Mr. Combs' representation comes out, when his lawyers come out, how they talk is going to be important. The client of this type of deep pockets, an appeal is going to be probably something that they're going to discuss, and a lot of times launching that effort begins with the moment they step out of the courtroom in front of cameras. So we got a lot to do here. What we do know is that coming back into today, the judge had been notified, and the court was notified through the judge, that the jurors said they were in agreement on 4 out of 5 counts. That was significant that they had agreement. Now, some people were, well, all the attention was then focused, rightly so, on the 1 count of racketeering, which would carry the heaviest prison time, and the fact that they could not agree. Now, some people characterize it with the word deadlocked. It seems a little bit over dramatic. There was the first day of full deliberations yesterday in a case that spanned 2 months, had more than 36 witnesses, was very difficult to navigate. So while some were saying they're deadlocked, it was like maybe they just haven't had the time to agree yet. And it seemed like the judge agreed with that perspective and said, you guys go back in on Wednesday and see if you can work it out. The fact that it took them less than an hour to work it out this morning is very interesting. We're going to try to talk to jurors as they come out if they're willing to talk to us. We'll see what was in their mind frame, but certainly everybody knows this Friday is 4th of July and nobody wanted to go there. In a federal courthouse such as this one, they were going to have Thursday off. The judge had said, I don't want the jurors to think about Thursday yet, but if they need to continue deliberations, I'm going to let them come in on Thursday and let that happen. Now, the jurors didn't know that, so maybe they thought Wednesday is a good time. Maybe, right? We'll see. That's one of the things we're going to ask the jurors when they come out here, guys, but certainly quite a momentous moment, but not a surprise. Legal analysts had said there was evidence in there of transportation of sex workers across state lines. There were credit card purchases. There were flights that people got on. So many people said if there are 2 charges, if there are 2 counts that Mr. Combs was most likely to be found guilty of, it was that transportation charge, and that's what he's been found guilty of here. But the sex trafficking and the racketeering, the fact that he was found not guilty on those are significant. It means the jurors of 8 men and 4 women felt like even with the very intense testimony of people like Cassie Ventura, that maybe they felt these were adults, they had a chance to walk away, but they didn't, much like what was the argument with the Harvey Weinstein case, right? And then finally on the racketeering charge, the jury had to be unanimous in finding 2 of the elements that satisfy a racketeering charge. They include kidnapping, witness tampering, drug distribution. They couldn't just say, well, I think there were these 2, and then the other jurors say, well, I saw those 2, and then say, okay, there was racketeering. They had to agree on which 2, and apparently they were not going to do that, and thus the decision. Guys?
You know what's kind of interesting? The prosecution must be very disappointed. The RICO count obviously would have been putting away Sean Diddy Combs for the rest of his life. Very important count. And then the other 2 that he was found not guilty on, sex trafficking of Jane, sex trafficking of Cassie, those probably would have carried bigger sentences as well for prison. This guilty on transporting people for prostitution, 2 counts. I think the maximum is 10 years.
Yeah.
Now, according to the New York Times, when Diddy heard that, he turned around to his family, gave them like a sign that he was praying, and then pumped his fist.
Well, obviously, one would assume that he's relieved that he's found not guilty on the sentence or charges that would give him a longer sentence. If this holds up, he's still going to prison for a while. You can say the maximum sentence is 10 years. He's already served about 1 because they arrested him in September of last year. So it'll be interesting to see, do they run them concurrently, which means at the same time, or do they make them consecutive because they can do that with 2 charges and you can give him, I don't know, 8, 10 years. Now you're talking 16 to 20 if you put them together. So that's going to be something to look forward to look to in the future. But the big news is that the more serious charges, particularly the RICO charge, which would have put him away for life, he was found not guilty of.
They must have been close to a decision last night because they told the judge they were hung up on that. The judge said, I want you to continue deliberating, but take the night off, go home, come back. It seemed like 1, 2, 3, they came back and they said to the judge they had a decision on the...
It was less than an hour of deliberation today, after 12 hours of deliberation previously. And I think Arthur made a very good point there in that, yeah, people will say, okay, they were deadlocked. This is kind of maybe what goes on with jurors, is they get in the room and after all, they're like, man, it's the end of the day. I can't change your mind about this. So this is not going to happen. They write the judge a note and he goes, everybody go home, take a deep breath, sleep on it. And the next day, the other juror, if there was 1 or 2, you sleep on it, you come back and maybe you think it a little bit differently. And obviously, whoever or however many that were the holdup, they were holding it up from becoming a not guilty because obviously the majority was on that side, and that's the way it swung this morning.
So interestingly, we had Peter Frankel on, former prosecutor, current defense attorney, in fact represented one of the personal assistants to Diddy in the trial. He was on our show earlier today, and he said the federal prosecutor in this case has like a 98%
well, the Southern
guilty.
District of New York has 95% conviction rate.
Conviction rate. And so this is obviously a mixed bag, and they have to be disappointed. They didn't get the RICO count. They didn't get the sex trafficking count. They got basically transporting sex traffickers.
But not to minimize it, they're still serious charges.
Right.
They're the lesser of the charges, but they're still, I mean, if you're facing potentially 10 years in prison, then you're probably not thinking it's too light, but it's much, much better than it would have been, because the other two charges, the sex trafficking, 15 years is the minimum for that. Right. So now you're convicted of something where 10 years is the maximum. Right. So you've totally flipped the script, if you will, and you've got to be relieved if you're Sean Diddy Combs. And apparently his reaction in the courtroom and that of his family was one of relief.
Yeah, let me see if there's any more reaction that people are reporting on right now. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' lead lawyer, has asked that his client be released ahead of sentencing now that he is no longer facing sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges, much more serious charges than the ones he was convicted on. Sean Combs put his hands together. He thanked the jurors as they filed out. He then put his hands over his face briefly and exhaled.
Relieved. I mean, that symbolizes he is relieved. Again,
we're gonna
still
find
serious
out.
charges, but still relieved.
We're going to find out if the judge is going to let him out.
Right.
It could happen today.
Well, that will be determined, well, most likely today. Sometimes they go, okay, let's come back tomorrow and talk about it. But it will be determined soon whether or not he is free while he awaits sentencing or an appeal.
Right. I think there was some concern, if you remember over a year ago when Diddy was arrested, he knew he came to New York, he was going to surrender. But I think at that time there were many reports that prosecutors were concerned that he was doing a lot of drugs, that he may hurt himself or that he may hurt somebody else. And so they picked him up without him voluntarily surrendering. We're looking right now at
the podium where they've set up for either the prosecutors or the defense attorneys, someone from the trial, to step up and speak, which we will carry live with you as soon as we get it. But right now, it is just about 10:28 here on this Wednesday morning, and we are finding out that 3 of the 5 charges that Sean Diddy Combs was charged with by the federal prosecutors, he was found not guilty by the jury. The 2 charges were each on Cassie Ventura and Jane Doe. He was found guilty of transportation for prostitution, which is the lesser of the 5 charges. Each one carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. The others, there were a minimum of 15 and potentially life in prison.
Right. And right now, his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is arguing with the judge to let Sean Combs walk out right this second. It's going to be interesting on what's going on. Arthur Sheehan is outside the courthouse. First of all, I imagine like every press outlet in the world is near where you are, Arthur. They want to see if Sean Diddy Combs is going to walk out in the next hour or so.
Yeah, they're not only here, but they're here in duplicate or triplicate, just like we are, right? Lisa Evers is here. She's inside covering the proceedings that you just described. I'm out here. Everybody has a lot of resources out here. You're looking across the street. This is the Worth Street side of the Southern District Federal Courthouse. This is in Lower Manhattan, right? And there are pens, as you can tell. There are people on ladders. That shot that you were just showing of the podium is on the other side of that. We have that obviously covered, as you saw from that camera shot there. And then there are hundreds of people out here. There is a tremendous element of public interest. So there are a lot of people. We rarely see this intensity of it. Even during Trump's trial here in New York, we didn't see this many regular citizens out here trying to get a look, trying to be involved, and they've lined the streets over there. This is going to be a very interesting security issue for the U.S. Marshals who are in charge of security over here. You talk about the podium. Certainly, you would think no matter what happens now, Mr. Combs' lawyers are going to come out and speak. Right? They're going to set the scene for whether he should be released, why they should win on appeal. That's going to happen. I don't think, I would be surprised, we'll be ready for it, but I'd be surprised if the prosecutors are going to speak here. They lost in 3 out of the 5 counts, and as you've been pointing out, those were the heavier counts in this. Now, traditionally, what has happened is the U.S. attorney would speak, and that would not happen here, and certainly not in this environment. They prefer controlled environments. They could do it at 26 Federal Plaza, which is about a 5-minute walk from where we stand right now. So this day is going to unfold in different places, is what we imagine. But right now, you hear there's one gentleman. He's been screaming the whole time. We've been impressed by how he keeps going. But there are a lot of people who are going to have a reaction to this. Certainly, if Sean Diddy comes out of this building, it's going to get really interesting out here. But right now, everybody here is on standby and paying attention to what's happening in the courtroom upstairs.
And that's what his defense is arguing, Arthur, right now inside the courtroom, that he should be released today. They said they're willing to pay $1 million in bond, but that he should be allowed to leave the courthouse today and not wait later on in the sentencing. The prosecution, the federal prosecutors, are arguing the opposite, saying that they're downplaying the seriousness of the charges that he was convicted of. Just because they're the 2 charges that are the lesser doesn't mean they're still not serious, and that he could still be a flight risk. But his side obviously is arguing just the opposite, saying he has no passport.
Right.
Everybody knows where he is, what he's doing. He was convicted of the lesser charges, and he'll give you $1 million to let him out.
There have been reports that some of the people who testified against him really didn't want to testify against him, and now are concerned if he's let out of jail.
So a lot to play out here, and especially with what we've heard over the last couple of weeks. I mean, this trial, this was going into week number 8. And we've heard so many different people testify about so many things, but the jury heard it and they saw what was going on in that courtroom. And it's really interesting to see that they seem to be in sync. Obviously, the jury agreed on everything, but when it came to trafficking, he did it with both.
Right.
When it came to, when he came to trafficking, he did not do it with both. When it came to transporting, he did it with both. So whatever the issue was, they agreed that he did it in both cases with both the Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura. And when they think he didn't do it, it wasn't like, well, he did it with her, but not her. They agreed in unison on both counts.
So just so you know, the prosecutor is still making a case in front of the judge right now about why Diddy should not be out on bail. The prosecutor said, quote, "There is a real risk that he will flagrantly disregard orders from the court," and he cited the drugs found in Sean Combs' hotel room before he was arrested last September. We just talked about that.
Right, and the judge is saying now that he needs time to think about it.
Oh, so you think
he needs, this is once again, according to the New York Times, which we're reading right now, the judge said he needs time to consider the law here before making a decision as to whether or not Combs can walk out of the courthouse today.
Right. And Sean Diddy Combs has been incarcerated since September of 2024. When he came to New York City, he knew that he was going to surrender at some point, but the police came in and swooped him up before he had surrendered because they were concerned about the drugs and other things that might be going on. They were concerned about his safety. And so they arrested him before he had a chance to surrender. And he's been in prison, I believe, held in the Brooklyn Detention Center.
Right. And the prosecution is still arguing right now that he should not be let go today because he's facing up to 10 years on each count, which means a combined up to potentially 20 years. And so why let him out now? They want him to stay in custody. And again, obviously his defense is doing what they should do. They're saying, we'll pay bond, let him out. He's served time. And until the sentencing or the retrial, or excuse me, the appeal happens, then he should be set free in the meantime as a citizen with no passport. But the prosecution is obviously arguing the opposite, and the judge is saying, give me time.
So, as you know, the prosecutor had dozens of witnesses on the stand in the last 7 or 8 weeks. I think like 32, 35 witnesses. And then when it came to Sean Diddy's turn, the defense's turn, called not a single witness because they felt that the prosecutors did not really prove RICO or some of the serious charges, and they were right. You know, when we had Peter Frankel on, he said that the defense attorney felt that there was some kind of connection between some of the jurors. I guess they saw their expression during summations or during some of the cross-examinations, which led them to believe they had jurors that were siding with what they were saying.
I think throughout the trial, too, we kept hearing about, you know, him nodding or smiling at the jurors, or, you know, just acknowledging them during the trial. And maybe that was part of the signal that his defense team picked up on. But as you said, they decided not to call him or anybody up to the witness stand because obviously they felt that they were going to get not guilty verdicts. They were right in 3 of the 5 cases.
They were. Okay, Antoine Lewis has been covering this case from the very beginning. Antoine's here with us now. So what are you thinking? I mean, kind of shocking, right?
Did not expect it to go in this direction. A lot of discussion being made about just how quickly the deliberations went, having just been charged on Monday. But let me break down the timeline for everyone here. That the jurors got the case Monday. And so the deliberation times now maybe between 12 to 13 hours. And we've been having discussions in the newsroom. Arthur Chien actually said, well, can you say that they were deadlocked? Because how is that the case? You know,
right, that they came back so quickly.
You know, so there isn't, we've been trying not to use the term deadlocked, you know, in regards to this matter, but we're talking about 7 weeks of testimony, 34 witnesses to come forward. Sean Combs pleaded not guilty the entire time. He did not take the stand, you know, in this case. The origins of this certainly go back to November of 2023 when Cassie Ventura sued him initially. When we talk about how did all of this get into motion, that's what took over there. Then remember there was the raid of his homes in LA and Los Angeles. That's when the 1,000 bottles of Baby
Miami too.
And
Miami.
Yes,
yeah.
you know, was going on there. That happened. And then in November, in the fall of last year, is when the feds unveiled this damning indictment, you know, and that's where we are now. Opening statements took place on May 12th. 7 weeks later, here's where we are. This is how quickly it turned around. And Rosanna, Kurt, you also know that when you get those notes from the jury, you know, literally everything just freezes right there because you're trying to figure out how is this going to go? What does this mean? You know, it could be something as simple as are we allowed to work through lunch, or yes, in fact, we have in fact reached a decision, which is the case there. So as we're talking about the 2 guilty decisions that came in regards to this matter, you're certainly looking at that's the breakdown right there. Certainly the what's happening now, as you pointed out, they're trying to make a case as to whether he should be released or should, you know, he remain behind bars as it plays out.
Now it seems like there were reports that the judge wants some time. What connotes his time? Is it the weekend? Do you take July 4th, let him stay in Brooklyn detention, right, for the weekend? Is that right when he's been basically acquitted of the most serious crimes?
But he has still been convicted of 2 crimes.
Of 2 crimes,
yeah.
You know.
So it's not like he's scot-free. There's a big difference.
We've been taking questions also, you know, on Fox Local, like, well, what's the maximum here, you know, in regards to these 2? And then we're talking about a minimum, you know, transportation carried a maximum of 10, you know, like there are 2, you know, charges of that, you know. So if to look at how that's going to be going, concurrent or consecutive certainly plays into some of the conversations with as far as the judge's decision in that matter. But yeah, a lot of that, while you were up here, we were just moving around in the newsroom just trying to get all of our parts, you know, together, because we didn't know until 10 o'clock or so, you know, that a decision, the jurors had sent a note.
We never thought it was going to, we were kind of taking friendly guesses earlier, and I thought it would be before noon.
Yeah.
And you thought before the end of the day.
I thought before the end of the day, but I didn't think an hour after they started meeting. And it's one of these things that, you know, I'm trying to follow it here on the phone, as so many people are.
We're both looking to see what information we
can get. Mine was in my pocket. Is it okay to pull it out?
Well, one of the things that I'm seeing here, again, the defense is arguing he should be let go. The prosecution is saying he's been convicted of 2 serious charges that carry 10-year maximum sentence.
Exactly.
So he should be held. The judge said, give me some time to try to figure this out. One of the things the judge apparently said, though, was that I'm sure that Mr. Combs does not want to go back to the Brooklyn Detention Center.
Right.
And they laughed. You know, a little levity. Obviously, part of it is the release of tension.
Right.
But if the judge brings that up, it makes you go, maybe he's thinking on the spot. He says, give me some time to think. That may not mean go home and think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
The Mann Act is a very serious act, you know, which, again, you know, so to Kurt's point, it could very well just mean, you know, let's just let it breathe, knowing all of the tension is in there. And you all know this is probably one of the more sensational trials that we've covered in recent memory, you know, between, you know, Weinstein situation before, you know, like that, and what was even Weinstein 1, you know, back in 2020. So a lot of the eyes that were on this, and then this matter coming down 7 weeks later to this point, to this degree, you know, and then just as Kurt was saying, Ro, about, you know, how people were thinking it was going to go. I was with Kurt. I said, well, I didn't think it was going to go till, you know, the next day. I thought it would be by the end of the day today.
All right, one note here. The court is adjourning now for a few hours while the judge will consider the arguments from both sides about whether or not she be released. So they're going to adjourn. The judge is going to take his time, consider it, and it sounds like, again, this is us trying to read the tea leaves, that he's going to come back with an answer today if he's saying, give me a few hours. Now, he may come back and go, I need another night, but that's what the plan is right now. Adjourn the court for a few hours, and it's not specific as to how many hours those are, but to give him time to consider.
Didn't Arthur say the family had gone to get something to eat, or they weren't even at the courthouse?
They weren't. Usually they wait for the family to come back.
So,
The family didn't come.
Well, they're back in the court. They are now, because the reports are that they're hugging Mark Agnifilo, his defense attorney, and clapping and celebrating while, you know, because once they said court's going to be adjourned, then everybody's free to kind of do the thing. So the family is there celebrating.
Okay, so we have via Zoom a criminal defense attorney, Jeremy Salon. Nice to have you with us, Jeremy. What do you think about this verdict?
I think it's an absolute win for Mark Agnifilo and Sean Combs. I mean, make no mistake about it. There's no other way to describe it. This was an overreach, and many people, including myself, saw this case as something that should have been prosecuted on a state level, not a federal RICO case. This is, you know, an example of the term bigfooting, not exactly by the Southern District, really stepping into some place they shouldn't have, not to minimize what occurred in the allegation, but sort of like Mangione. This is the state case, not a federal case. You know, no one should be shocked if in the end Sean Combs sees the inside of a prison cell beyond where he's been there now, or something akin to 2 years, 3 years on a prostitution, you know, transportation charge, as opposed to what he was looking at potentially for up to 10 years, plus obviously life in prison with the RICO and 15 years plus on the sex trafficking. But they did a terrific job and really hammered and said, this is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Where was the conspiracy? Where were the indicted co-conspirators? This is a legitimate enterprise, not a criminal one.
What would have been different if it had been a state charge?
Well, and the point being that there shouldn't have been a federal RICO charge. Look at Harvey Weinstein, for example. Harvey Weinstein committed various crimes in different states. Granted, there was no transportation of people across state lines, but allegations of pretty ugly, nasty, terrible things of domestic, well, that wasn't domestic violence, but of rape and sexual assaults. And we had a case in California. We had a case in New York. Similarly, here, you have incidents of domestic violence, or allegations of potentially of arson. You have allegations of potentially kidnapping, though obviously this jury did not go with that theory. But that could have been pursued and prosecuted in those respective states, as opposed to this overarching, I'm going to throw everything out the whole kitchen sink out there, hoping something's going to stick. And I understand why they did it, because the prosecution knew they could bring in all sorts of other evidence that might not otherwise have been able to come into a case.
Right.
But that's not why you do things. You do things because it warrants it. And this clearly did not warrant.
So, Jeremy, I think you're right on the money. The New York Times is reporting that Sean Combs' supporters and family started clapping in court, whistling for the legal team. They were embracing one another. Apparently, Mr. Combs' lawyers are absolutely ecstatic. This was the best outcome for him outside of a total acquittal.
100%, 100%. We're hearing up to 10 years in prison, and people are shuddering, and rightfully so. That is not happening. And I believe the judge, you know, I caught the big part of your conversation moments ago as I was coming on, the judge should be releasing Sean Combs. He's done a lot of time. He's not looking at life-altering sentence where he's going to flee and is a danger to other people. He hasn't been convicted of any of these brutalizing underlying acts that establish a RICO. He has not been convicted of force, fraud, or coercion for sex trafficking. Let him out. Let him out.
All right, we appreciate your insight. We want to get right back down to the federal courthouse where Lisa Evers has joined Arthur Chien. Lisa has been inside the courtroom all throughout the trial on a daily basis. Lisa, first of all, thanks for joining us here. What can you tell us about what was going on inside that courtroom during the verdict?
They're asking you what's been going on during the verdict today.
Okay, well, first of all, when the verdict was read, of course, the biggest concern was what was that one charge, that RICO charge that Sean Diddy Combs was facing. This has been the concern throughout this trial because that is the one that carries the heaviest potential sentence. Now, let's just give you an idea of what's happening at the latest. The latest right now is that the prosecutors have asked for a couple of hours to try to figure out whether or not Combs can get bail. So he was convicted on two counts of the transportation for prostitution. And the fact of the matter is that's the least of all the charges. It's still a very serious charge. So he remains in custody. And even though the family got good news, they were cheering, they were clapping, they were applauding in the courtroom. They've been praying throughout, and a big showing of family members, including even Baby Love's mother, Dana Tran, here in court we've seen this week, along with Combs' mother, the sons, the daughters, and other family members and very, very close friends. But what's happening now is he can't just walk right out that door here. And there's a huge crowd of hundreds of people outside the courthouse right now ready to express themselves in whatever way they are in support or in dismay at this particular verdict. So I think one of the things is that now the Combs, now Combs has got to figure out what's going to happen next. He won't know for a couple of hours. He won't be, if he's granted bail, there's a whole procedure in federal court that they have to go through in order to grant bail to anybody. And there has to be, I'm sure they have done they have previous information from before, but it'll be like, if he's out on bail, where is he going to live? Will he be living in New York? Usually when they grant bail in a case like this in the Southern District, they require the person who is given bail to reside within the Southern District. That means he would have to have a residence here in New York City or in the 5 counties that encompass the Southern District, some of the suburban counties. And so that's still the big question mark. Since this was the lesser charge, obviously Mark Agnifilo, his lead attorney, Combs' lead defense attorney throughout this whole case, who has maintained he is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. He absolutely wanted Combs to just be able to walk out of here with his family. And in fact, sources close to the family have told me that they had a plan for a party, a dinner party, if he was to be completely released. But of course, we don't know what that is right now. And we'll see. That's a couple of hours away. The prosecutors asked for a couple of hours. What they will do is they'll present their motion, and then the judge will decide on that. So in the meantime, he was in a holding cell in the federal courthouse right here, and so we'll be finding out, in a couple of hours, maybe a little bit sooner, about what this whole bail situation is, the bail request is. And let me bring in my colleague right now, Arthur Chien. And Arthur, this is quite a shock for a lot of people, although there have been attorneys that have been saying this the whole time, that this was the one count that they thought that the RICO charge from the very beginning was a stretch, because it was a very aggressive charge, as many lawyers in the legal community felt, but that this transportation for prostitution was going to be the toughest one, and 2 counts of this is what he was found guilty of. Everything else cleared, so that's a pretty big victory for Combs.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things to cover. One of them is that maybe the judge is not going to ask for motions from either the prosecutors or defense. Maybe he feels like they've said enough in the court right now to make that decision, because a lot of times, especially federal judges, will give days before rendering their decision. The fact that he says he's going to be back in a few hours, he might not even want those motions. He thinks he might have enough to make that decision here now. And in court, he asks Sean Diddy Combs, I take it you don't want to go back to MDC, right? And Combs apparently shook his head in a very exaggerated motion and put his hands together in a praying motion, indicating he does not want to go back. He's made no secret. He doesn't like it there. He's offered up money before, all kinds of things.
Well, Arthur, also, as you know, MDC, we've done stories on this here on Fox Fox 5 News. NBC is one of the most notorious federal detention centers. It's called a detention center and jail because there are people like Combs who were in there not convicted of any crime yet. They were awaiting their trial. They've had all kinds of problems in there between violence, between the actual physical conditions, and even being in the special ward that he was in. It still was, he was denied his freedom. And for somebody like Combs that had homes all over the place, had his own jet, he could fly off to the islands if he wanted to for the weekend, and it had to be a huge psychological hit as well.
Right, and one would have to imagine that the judge right now is trying to decide whether or not favoritism is something that he would show if he let Mr. Combs out. But just out of curiosity, and just to throw this into the mix, we were looking at what happened. This sort of triggered a memory with the former New York Governor Eliot Spitzer, who was also former Attorney General in the state of New York. And if you remember, during his prostitution scandal, it involved transporting an individual across state lines, and that's what he was in legal hot water for. But with we have to verify this, but what our information shows so far is that he was not formally charged with illegal transportation across state lines. And there were 3 reasons that were given. For one, it was insufficient evidence or public interest. Right?
You're talking about Spitzer right
policy,
now.
Eliot Spitzer right now. DOJ policy, it was a decision that to not prosecute, it was a decision that aligned with the Department of Justice policy on prostitution offenses, which generally limits prosecution to individuals engaged in commercial prostitution activities unless minors are involved. There were no minors.
Well, I think that's the other thing too, is that there was so much talk on social media. I've been calling it the Supreme Court of social media. There were so many sensationalist stories. I don't think we've ever seen a major case like this where there has been just such a tsunami of social media theories and myths and just outright lies that were out there. And this narrative about him with underage children and underage kids as part of any of these kind of allegations with the freak-offs or any of this kind of behavior was something that acquired quite a bit of momentum. And we want to point out that during the nearly 2 months of the testimony in this trial, the evidence, the grand jury hearing, all of this, there was never an allegation of any kind of sex with a minor. There wasn't, and that's a fact. So I think for the Combs family, that's a reason, that they're going to look to it to keep their head held high. And there was also, there were 2 schools of thought too, Arthur, in the hip hop community about this. There were people that were saying, there was a T-shirt that was given out in Harlem about 2 weeks ago by supporters of him, Charlucci Finney and some of the other supporters, longtime friends of his. The T-shirt said, when it's sex, drugs, and rock and roll, it's the American way. When it's sex, drugs, and hip hop, it's a RICO. So there was a strong sentiment about that those charges did not fit the alleged crimes that he was, accused of. So we'll see. And he's lost so much already as a result of this, and we'll see what happens today in terms of the bail.
Right, and maybe his lawyers might argue, well, when Eliot Spitzer faced the same issue, he wasn't even prosecuted, right? This could come up in part of their argument with the judge and say, Eliot Spitzer never even had to come in here. Why is it that we're still holding on to Sean Diddy Combs?
Well, no, I think so too, but also, and that whole Spitzer, you're talking about the Spitzer case, that whole thing started because according to law enforcement sources that were very close, investigators that worked on that case, they found out about Eliot Spitzer because of a wiretap that they had a warrant to put on this one of the Manhattan escort services, and then his name came up, and then that's what started that whole that whole prosecution, and also him leaving leaving office.
Right. Now, we don't want to start problems, but it's worth noting.
Right, exactly.
this angle,
so right now, just to let everybody know, in case you're just joining us, Sean Diddy Combs found guilty of the 2 most minor counts in this actual case, the transportation for prostitution, the RICO, which was the biggie that the jury said they were undecided about yesterday. That one was not guilty. The sex trafficking, the 2 counts of sex trafficking, not guilty. So in terms of Combs, from what he was looking at, this is a very good picture, but he remains behind bars. I'm not behind bars, I should say in custody at this point. He's in custody as they figure out what the bail situation is going to be, because he was found guilty on these 2 charges. There's going to be various legal motions, which we're going to find out in just a short time, what those options are for the defense, what are the next steps for the defense. But this is not over, because there's other indications too that as a result of this trial, as a result of the many and very, very lengthy and very exhaustive FBI and Homeland Security investigations that were underway, that there may be other charges brought against other people. Who knows that? But right now, the fact of the matter is,
the family is coming out right now. We saw his mother, his two children, his son.
And you could hear some cheers outside the courthouse as lots of people we've been talking about have been there watching. But they're the first people that we know that were in the courtroom that have come out since the verdict was announced, and we talked about it. And they've talked about what the possible sentencing may be.
Now, here's what's interesting. They're coming out. Having been one of those reporters in the pit, trust me, we're yelling questions right now. Mrs. Combs, Janice Combs, anything that you can say? What can you tell us? Because they haven't said anything in all of the times that we've been seeing them come through. They just walked straight in. They've been holding hands.
It looks like they're not going to do it now because they passed the podium with all the microphones.
Right, exactly. All right, you see a fourth person here on the set, Seth Zuckerman. He's a former prosecutor, current defense attorney, and a guy with some insight as to what the timeline is going to be here for the rest of the day. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Of course, Kirk.
All right, explain to us what we can look forward to.
Sure. So the defense made a bail application at the conclusion of the jury's reading of the charges. So as everybody knows, and just to catch everyone up to speed, Combs was found not guilty of the first count, which was the RICO racketeering count, and found not guilty of both of the sex trafficking counts. He was only found guilty of the transportation for prostitution count, which is under the Mann Act. Those are the two most minor counts. He faces up to 10 years on each of those counts for a maximum of 20 years, but it's unlikely he's going to do that much time. So upon the jury exiting the courtroom, the defense made a motion for Combs to be released, to be on bail, and their bail application was $1 million bond with travel to New York, Florida, and LA. And then he would live at his home on Star Island. And the judge said, well, I'm not going to decide it at this very moment. I need papers, and asked both sides to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Hey, Seth, while you're explaining that, I just want to tell our audience what you're looking at. There was a big bus outside the courthouse. That is the bus the family just got on. And as you can see, there are lots of people, supporters, well-wishers, people who are just curious on the street, and a gaggle of press that are looking for some kind of, interview with.
We're yelling questions.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying. We're shouting them out from that pit right there, because that's where they keep us, off to the side. So we're nowhere near the podium. We're there as they walk by us, and we have the mics out there asking anything you want to say, anything you want to say.
Okay, and that's the door again. But get back to 1 o'clock today.
Yeah. So 1 o'clock today, the judge asked for letters, and then they're going to reconvene. He didn't say a certain time. He wants each party to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon, and then I assume sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock, the parties will reconvene in court, and the judge will make his determination as to bail. And it's at that point that I would expect the family and the lawyers to speak.
Seth, what is the probability of letting him out? You say that these are minor charges. Other people say these are still major charges to be,
They're not minor, they're the lesser of the five.
Right. Yes, they still face up to 10 years on each of them.
In most other cases, what would a judge do?
In most other cases where it's just a Mann Act transportation for prostitution, someone would be out on bail. It's very unlikely without the other charges that someone would be held in custody. Now, Combs is unique in that he's a flight risk. He's got his own plane. He's got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. So it's a unique situation that the judge has to consider. The judge did ask the prosecutor to submit any cases. I assume the prosecutors will be looking for that and submitting that by the 1 p.m. deadline today. But I do think bail would be appropriate at this point, now that he has only been convicted of the two most minor charges, and bail is usually set in these types of cases, obviously understanding that this is a unique person and he wants to live in Florida. There's some school of thought that maybe they should have proposed that he stay in New York. That may appease the judge a little bit more, find a place for him to stay in New York. But we'll see what happens by the time they
usually when you're out on bail with that kind of thing, you're not allowed to socialize with the people that you have socialized with in the past.
Before you answer that question, I just have to say we're going to continue coverage on My 9. So if you want to stay there at 11 o'clock, just switch it over there if you're watching us on Fox 5.
All right, so we're going to go to My 9 right now? Do we have to
at
run over there?
No, we don't have to do anything. We will just continue, but I want to let everybody know right now because we're going to go back to regular programming.
We don't have to do anything. We're going to just continue talking.
We'll keep talking to Seth.
We can keep going.
You just get the remote and just put us on My 9.
There we go.
So easy. Okay, getting back. Are they going to limit who he's allowed to, if he's allowed out on bail? Limit who he's allowed to hang out with?
So every bail condition is unique, right? And so the judge has to make a determination as to what he's going to permit him to do if he sets him out on bail. Obviously, if he's living in Florida, he'd be with family. If he's traveling to California, he'd be allowed to socialize with certain individuals in California. So it really just depends on the bail situation.
So he can't have like a blowout party tonight, right?
I mean, he could go to a restaurant in New York City. If he gets released, he could go to a restaurant in New York City with his family and friends and celebrate. There would probably be nothing about the bail conditions. He may have a curfew that that may be imposed, but there'd be nothing necessarily about the bail conditions that would stop him from going to celebrate with friends and family.
Let me ask you this. Would he have to wear any sort of home monitoring device or ankle bracelet? Where does that come into play here?
That's another thing that the judge can set as a condition of the bond. You know, they've proposed $1 million bond. Sometimes pretrial services, as a condition of release, asks that you wear an ankle bracelet.
Right.
And that's certainly possible. That may be what the judge is thinking when he comes back this afternoon in terms of setting bail. He may ask for an ankle monitor in this case, and I think it would be reasonable.
And so, look, obviously the judge, I won't say can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants within the law. Are the possibilities, okay, you're asking for California, Florida, and New York. I'm going to let you out, but you can't leave the state of New York. Or you got to go to Florida and stay there, whatever. That he can limit him to one location.
Absolutely, and that happens all the time. That's why I said the judge may be only comfortable with letting him be in New York, and sometimes defense attorneys only propose that because they feel like that will appease the judge. Obviously, that's not the proposal that they put forth here, but the judge can make his own determination and say, look, I'm going to release you, but you have to stay in the confines of New York City and allow him to be in Manhattan only. So that's something that the judge can make when he makes his determination.
Well, Seth, we want to ask you this. You covered this. You were with Lisa Evers last night, and thank you for that, for helping supplant our coverage. Were you surprised at how this went? What was your own take on how this went? Share that with us.
So I'm not surprised. The RICO charge was always the most aggressive charge in this case, right? I think a lot of legal commentators, when that charge was first brought, were a little shocked that they brought that charge against him with this evidence. So I'm not surprised that the RICO charge was hung yesterday and then not guilty today. But what was telling yesterday is the fact that they had a verdict on those 4 charges and they didn't have a verdict on the RICO charge, which led me to believe, well, there must be a not guilty verdict in one of those charges, because otherwise, if you took those 2 charges together, they would have had 2 of the predicate acts that they needed for the RICO racketeering. So I'm not surprised that they reached a verdict on those counts quicker, because those are simpler counts to understand. I'm not surprised that they had it at the same time, and I'm not surprised that it was split. The problem with the sex trafficking count was always that consent is a defense. And Cassie and Jane both testified that they consented to this.
And it also said by fraud, coercion, or force, correct?
Correct. And all of that did not occur here, right? What you had here were women who later, after the fact, didn't like what they had participated in, but they had done so willingly and voluntarily and were in a relationship with him for numerous years. And so I always thought the sex trafficking charge, based on the consent defense, was also an uphill battle for the prosecution. So when I heard yesterday they were hung on the RICO racketeering and they had a verdict on these 4 counts, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was split because of the defense to the sex trafficking.
All right, we're getting a little bit more information from the courtroom, and it's going back to the beginning of the day, before the verdict was read. According to the Times, they said that Sean Combs walked out into the courtroom and said to his family, "We got this." He's then reading a printout of Psalm 11. When the first not guilty racketeering count was read, a family member gasped. As the not guilty verdicts for the sex trafficking counts came in, members of the family and his legal team began to cry. Even the legal team began to cry. When the full verdict had been read, Mr. Combs turned to his family and mouthed, "I'm going home."
We'll find out. The judge will determine that later on. Sounds like today. They have to be back in court at 1 o'clock. Let's check in with Lisa Evers again. She's been inside the courtroom on a daily basis, and I understand she's joined by Peter Frankel, who was with us a little bit earlier to kind of break it down from a legal standpoint. Lisa.
That's right, Curtin Rowe. We're here with criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel just to understand kind of the magnitude of what happened here in this particular case, because he's not in the clear yet. He's not going to be walking out the door in the next 10 minutes or even 15 minutes, but we have to find out what the rest of the process is and also what this verdict means for Combs as well. Joining me now is top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, thank you for being with us and helping us understand this.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So just to go over the counts for people that are just joining us and checking this out right now, is that he was found not guilty of the RICO, that's the racketeering conspiracy, the big one, not guilty of 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty of 2 counts of the transportation for prostitution. As a defense attorney, would you consider that a win?
Oh, it's absolutely a win. It's a huge win. When you factor in that the RICO charge was carrying a mandatory life sentence, the sex trafficking charges, both of them carrying a minimum of 15 years, he's now looking at a charge that has a maximum of 10 years, but the fact that he was acquitted of the other 2 counts, the much more serious ones, is a huge factor in what the judge is going to do here.
So this was basically because with the RICO, he was looking at the possibility of decades, if not life, behind bars, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
So what happens now? So they had there was a very dramatic scene in the courtroom when the verdict was read. He's had strong family support, friends from way back when that really didn't feel comfortable, I don't think, going public too much with their support were in the courtroom as well. Extended family members were there, and for a defense team, I mean, they went through the whole night, you know, since yesterday when late yesterday afternoon when the jury said we have a partial verdict, knowing there was a verdict but not knowing what they would be facing. Now he's there. The prosecutors have asked for a couple of hours. So what happens next? Since he's cleared of the heavy charges, but he still has, this is still a serious thing, the prostitution one.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think most people expected that he was going to be acquitted of the sex trafficking charges. I think most people thought he was going to be convicted of everything but the RICO charge. That being said, now that he was acquitted of those more serious charges, the first thing that the defense has to do is try to get him out on bail. And I would remind you that when he was first arrested, the defense team offered a package of some $50 million in property through a bondsman that the judge repeatedly denied.
3 times.
But at this point, with the charges being now, you know, what they've been reduced to and the convictions being what they are, I can't imagine that the court is going to refuse to grant him a bail of that magnitude or even less.
Right. So in terms of right now, he's probably in a holding cell there while they're figuring all of this out. They probably cleared the courtroom, and I mean, because we've been out here, so at this particular point, so will he be staying in there? And then do they have to present a bail package again now, a new bail package to the judge? In other words, what's the defense doing right now?
So yes, he's in a holding pen right off the side of the courtroom. In a perfect world, what should happen is that the defense and the government should agree on a bail package so that all the judge has to do is rubber stamp it. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes the government will refuse to agree with the defense package, and it's at that point that the defense will have to go directly to the court and say, we've proposed X, the government won't go along with it, will Your Honor set these bail conditions? And
I just want to say, and Rowan Kurt, when we were on Monday inside the courtroom, they had him in that holding cell or holding pen, very close to the courtroom. When the jury would go to deliberate, he would be back there. They'd clear the courtroom, except for the family mostly and the attorneys, and then they bring people back in if there was a note or there was something that they had to all deal with. And Combs, at one point on Monday, he held up 2 books. He turned around. There were a few of us left in the courtroom in the back there, and he turned around. He's holding up 2 books and his pale sweater. One of them was the Power of Positive Thinking, and the other one was the Happiness Advantage. And it was just him. And we talk about him too. We've become so accustomed to seeing him as a defendant these last 9 months, but he's also was known from the very beginning of his career, his entertainment career, as a great showman, reading the room and understanding that. What role do you think that played in this defense? Because he really, even though he got admonished by the judge a couple times for gesturing too much and being too emphatic with his physical, his nonverbal cues, shall we say, that he was pretty restrained for Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. He was admonished, and I think his behavior was excellent throughout the trial. I think that's definitely a factor. That's definitely something that a judge will notice, sometimes comment on. If a defendant is not acting appropriately, he told him once, and that was the end of it. So, I think notwithstanding his big personality, he handled the role of defendant during this trial very well.
And then, Peter, in terms of the bail situation right now, just so we understand, so right now, Sean Diddy Combs, from the best that we can determine, is in a holding cell close to the courtroom here in the federal court building in Lower Manhattan. The defense is preparing a bail presentation to the court, right? It has to require a residence during this time within the Southern District, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then what else do they need to give him? What else does Diddy's defense team need to give the judge in order to convince them to give him bail? Because, as you mentioned, he was denied bail 3 times in some pretty hefty bail packages.
Well, and I remember those bail packages, and they included him living in Manhattan with an ankle monitor, with private security, with no visitors able to come in other than family members, no internet access. So they offered a very, very strong bail package originally, which was rejected repeatedly. They could likely offer that again. I don't think they have to go to that point, but certainly it will require him to stay within the Southern District, and I'm sure there'll be some of the other restrictions that they had previously offered.
And then what about in terms of an appeal? Since he got the not guilty on the racketeering and also on the sex trafficking, does the defense start thinking, okay, let's get him out first, and also let's think about, would they be filing any kind of motion today or this afternoon?
Well, there may be motions that are coming in advance of an appeal. You know, what comes to mind for me is the dismissal of, I believe, one of the jurors who the defense strenuously objected to having him dismissed. So items like that could, in fact, be motions that are upcoming. But for the defense, I'm sure the first thing that's on their mind is to get him out with any restrictions that are necessary, and then to move on to whatever motions they may want to make with respect to setting aside the verdict or going forward any appeal that they want to make.
Okay, so how long do you think the whole process will be before we find out today if he's, like, will we find out today if he's granted bail? They're not going to keep him overnight.
It's very possible. It's very possible that we could find out today that there could be an agreement with respect to a bail package. Remember, court's closed tomorrow and Friday, so that puts him into next week. Maybe an issue, may not, but I'm sure the defense is focused on it right now, and they're trying to get it done.
It's just trying to work out whatever they have to do, because there is paperwork that has to be done, I'm sure, procedurally.
It's not an easy, Lisa, it's not an easy process to get done when there are so many conditions to the bail. So they don't have a lot of time to get it done, but they can fall back on what they tried to offer in the past and get those pieces in place to see if they can make it happen this afternoon.
All right, let's check in with Ro and Kurt. So, Ro and Kurt, we're on standby now to see if Diddy is able to get bail and if the judge decides to grant him bail. But any questions for Peter?
Well, no, we've got Seth Zuckerman in here right now, and I know you've had trouble hearing us, but Seth is saying earlier that this motion, that both sides have until 1 o'clock before they file the paperwork, and then after that the judge will decide. So we're not going to have an answer until 3 or 4 o'clock, most likely this afternoon at the very earliest, right, Seth?
That's what I'm hearing.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah, the judge has now asked for each side to submit papers by 1 p.m. As to the bail application that the defense has made. And I assume that the judge, after reading the applications, will ask the parties to reconvene at some point this afternoon. So I imagine that would be 3, 4 o'clock while Combs sits in custody at the courthouse. The parties right now are probably diligently working on their letters that they're going to submit to the judge by 1 p.m. And then the judge will bring the parties back later this afternoon.
You think there will be an answer today from the judge, one way or the other?
I think there has to be. I think the judge said to the parties, we were anticipating being here all day. So I'm happy to be here all day to come to this determination. But there has to be an answer because he's got to set a sentencing date to the conviction on the prostitution counts. And he has to decide, is he going to hold Combs in custody until that date, or is he going to release him on the bail conditions that we've discussed and have him come back to court on the sentencing date?
And don't forget, court is closed tomorrow for the holiday.
Right.
So it's closed Thursday and Friday. He told the jury they could come back tomorrow, but listen, let's face it, it's an expense. You got to ask now the the court officers to come in. There's a whole rigmarole that goes along with opening up something that's supposed to be closed.
Right, that's why it's going to be decided today. The jury's already obviously been discharged. The jury's home. They have nothing to do further with the case. And now it's up to the court to decide the defense's motion on bail, and I assume we'll hear something at least some point this afternoon or early evening.
And set to the point that Curtin Rule made earlier in regards to the time, he's facing a maximum of 20 because the Mann Act carries 10 and 10. So the judge can go, as Kurt pointed out, either way here, right?
Correct. So there's a maximum of 20 years that he's facing, 10 years on each count, which he could run consecutive to each other.
Right.
But he could obviously sentence him to something much less. And that's why the bail application has been made, because a general sentence when you're only convicted of a Mann Act violation. Now remember, Combs has no prior convictions.
Right.
He's got no record. And usually a first conviction Mann Act violation is something a lot less than the 10 years that you face. You know, in the 3, 4, 5 year range potentially.
And if that's the case, he already served a year.
Correct.
Almost, yes, since September. And they could run them concurrently, or they could do consecutively and add them back to back.
Correct.
So there's still a lot, but we won't know that till down the road. The first question is whether or not he will be released today. Arthur Chien is live outside the courthouse right now with more reaction as we see people, looks like a mini celebration.
Yeah.
Arthur Idala, excuse me, different Arthur.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Arthur Idala.
Criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor as well. Arthur, what's going on? We see a lot of people chanting. We see police trying to break it up. Can you describe what's going on out there?
This looks tense.
Well, which Arthur are we going with, Idala or Chen? I don't know, the lawyer or the reporter?
We're going with
because Idala is not at the courthouse, apparently.
I'm not right. I'm not at the courthouse, but I'm going to tell you what's going on behind the scenes. First of all, it gives you guys some insight into how ridiculous the federal court is sometimes. The judge doesn't need papers from both sides to determine whether there should be bail here or not. He has heard so many bail arguments throughout the course of all these proceedings. They just do this in federal court to make it seem like it's more important and it's definitely more majesty around it. He knows what the bail conditions are. He knows what they've asked for. He has all the paperwork, but he's a new judge. He's a very new judge. And the way new judges often react is they take a timeout, as they should, and they go in the back and they talk to maybe Judge Lewis Kaplan, who did the Trump trial, or Judge Stanley Stein, who did the Menendez trial just now. They were both appointed by President Clinton. They've been on the bench for 35 years. He's going to go and talk to them. What do you think? What are your ideas? My guess is they're going to say to him, well, what's your instinct right now? Do you think you're going to send him to jail for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years? Because if you are, then keep him where he is. He's already serving time. He's getting credit for it. Why are you going to let him out just to put him back in? But if you're seriously considering giving him a non-jail disposition and just giving him straight probation, well, then you probably, in the interest of justice, should let him out. I don't see a scenario where this judge, with this case, with this notoriety, giving him no additional jail time. But this charge, the Mann Act, is such a BS charge that almost never gets charged in federal court. So he's in a little bit of a quandary, the judge here. My guess is he's probably going to keep him in for at least the time being, and maybe say, I'll consider this a little bit more down the road. That's a guess.
We're looking at, I have to say, outside the courthouse, where family and friends are
animated,
and maybe some people who just want to be a part of this moment that are outside. It looked like it got a little heated at one point, but it looks like everything calmed down, and that looks like it could be a family member or a friend going back into the courthouse. So Arthur, are you feeling like when the judge comes back at 1 o'clock with the defense attorney and the prosecutor, that he could already have an answer, and like we may not have to wait till 3, 4 o'clock today for his decision?
Yes, he definitely could. He not only could he should. In other words, come on, Judge. Like, this is what you get paid for. Like, this is why you went through the United States Senate to get confirmed. Like, make a decision. Judges are there to make decisions. And he should already know in his mind what he's going to do. Look, the bottom line is this is a huge win for the defense attorneys. Whether it's a huge win for Sean Combs or not totally remains to be seen. The judge has the ability to say, I heard all of the facts in this case. And even though Mr. Combs was acquitted of the racketeering and the other counts, I am allowed to take that into consideration. And therefore, in an insane scenario, I am sentencing you to the maximum of 10 years on both counts to run consecutively for a sentence of 20 years. And do I think that's going to happen? I don't think so, but it's absolutely legal. He wouldn't win an appeal on that case. So the last chapter of this book, which has so far been very much in the defense, at this point, very much in the defense's favor, it still has to be written on the sentencing. And you will see vigorous sentencing submissions from everyone on both sides about how, it needs to be shown from the prosecutor, he needs to be punished for this as a deterrent to Mr. Combs himself, a general deterrent to society. Everybody's watching this case. It needs to be known that you can't solicit a prostitute or act this way. And the defense are going to be saying, you got a guy in his 50s who's never been in trouble in his life. And even though what came out of trial wasn't very pleasant, the jury found it wasn't criminal, and therefore he should be sentenced on the Mann Act. And if they look at statistics, people getting sentenced on the Mann Act are very, very low. They're not very, very high.
Arthur, it's Antoine. Just a question for you. If you were representing Combs and you had to face this judge to make a case for him to be released, how would you approach this?
I would approach it similarly to the way it has been approached for Mr. Combs in the past. You put up an enormous amount of money, it's ridiculous the amount of money that they talked about. In fact, it was $50 million, and that's being held by the government, right? So the government literally gets to hold that money if the judge requires like cash money, and is making interest on that $50 million where they're holding it for bail. Number one. Number two, it's the electronic devices that start all of these problems. So the judge would insist he has a hardcore landline phone, right, that just has like push button dials, and he cannot communicate with the outside via email, via text messaging, or anything else. There's an ankle monitor. Mr. Combs would have to pay for his own security outside his apartment, and basically create a jail in an apartment somewhere in the Southern District of New York where he can't leave without permission of the judge himself.
You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about Cassie Ventura, who 9 months pregnant, about to give birth any day, went through exhausting testifying on that stand for the prosecution and then cross-examination by the defense. I don't know whether she wanted to go through something like this because she had settled a civil suit with Sean Diddy Combs already.
The one person we have heard from, real quick, Arthur, I don't know if you know this, the one person we have heard from is her attorney, whose name escapes me just now, but he has spoken and he said
Doug Wigdor,
thank you.
Yes.
Right. That at least Sean Combs has been held accountable for something, that these are the first charges that he's obviously been accused of, but that he's been convicted of it. So that's the first statement we've had from anybody who's been involved in this.
You know, she just gave birth. I mean, literally, she was on the stand, and like I think 2 or 3 days later, she gave birth to her baby. And, you know, as someone who went through that process, the hormones get a little crazy. And so I can only imagine what she's feeling right now after she put her heart and soul and really her life out there, that basically her children will be able to read about it one day in explicit details about what she did with Sean Diddy Combs. I mean, she's got to be devastated right now.
But he was convicted of one of the charges against her. So it's not totally scot-free.
And she also got, I believe, in excess of $30 million, which, you know, it maybe eases the pain a little bit. Mr. Wigdor, I'm sure, got a nice hunk of that for his legal fee. But yes, absolutely. And you know who's really got to be devastated is the lead prosecutor, Comey. You know, she is the FBI director, Comey's daughter. By all accounts, she's a very able lawyer in the courtroom. But just so you guys understand, they are never supposed to lose, defendants in the Southern District of New York. They have an over 90% conviction rate of anyone who goes to trial, and they lost on the 2 major counts, the mandatory jail time counts and then the racketeering count, which carried life in prison. Although the sentencing still hangs in the balance, for them internally, this is it's a tremendous defeat to their ego. And to Damian Williams, who was the U.S. attorney who brought these charges for his own notoriety to enhance his own career, it's also a tremendous blow to him and to that whole office.
Arthur, do you have any idea how much this cost? I mean, because like this is what at least a year just gathering evidence and a year preparing for the trial. You know, these things are not cheap. What did this cost the United States, us, taxpayers?
Well, the only saving grace there is, believe it or not, U.S. attorneys do not get paid a lot of money for lawyers of their stature. Right? Most of these people have gone to Ivy League colleges, Ivy League law schools, where if they were in the private sector, they would be making millions of dollars. Here, I believe they make $150,000 a year. I think that's their salary. Maybe it's $160,000 now. So even though you're going to have 10 of them working on it, I mean, it's millions of dollars, whether it's $4 million or $5 million. Plus, you have to the cost of housing Mr. Combs in the federal facility. They probably have, I don't know, 30 FBI agents working on this, 10 prosecutors working on this, 5 paralegals working on this. You know, you have the best and the brightest in the office in any prosecutor's office, but the Southern District is the mother court, the creme de la creme. So it costs us millions and millions of dollars to do this. And this is where they determine their resources are best spent to go after Sean Combs, not to go after organized crime, not to go after financial crimes, etc. But that's when you're the prosecutor, you're entitled to make those decisions. And that was the decision that was made here.
And to be clear, once again, he was found guilty on 2 of the charges, 3 found not guilty. I want to bring Seth back in, Seth Zuckerman. And, you know, you were listening here, you had a chance to hear what Arthur was saying. And you know, the big thing that he brings up about the sentencing was the potential for an ankle bracelet, no texting, no communication with other people, a huge bail, maybe like $50 million, something like that, to try and keep him here. Do you think it's going to take that in order to do it? Or might he be like the judge, might the judge be, like he said, already made up his mind?
Well, that's not what the defense has proposed here, Kurt, right? So the defense has proposed a $1 million bond with travel to 3 states. And that could be very concerning to the judge here. The judge clearly was not ready to make up his mind on the spot. He said, I'm not ready to decide this in the moment. And that, to me, is not a good sign for Combs, right? Because he should have been released, as Arthur said, right? He should be out on bond immediately based on a conviction of only these charges. And so the fact that the judge wanted papers and wanted to hear from the government, do you have case law that shows on cases of a Mann Act violation, on a prostitution violation, that you can keep people in custody without bond? So that's concerning. The fact that the judge wanted a couple hours to think about it is concerning. But I'm with Arthur in the sense that there should be bail. He should be released today. Obviously, you know, $50 million is not what the defense has proposed here. They proposed only a $1 million bond. I don't know what that says about Mr. Combs' finances or something else. But the fact that they want him to live out of state is probably going to give the judge the most pause, that they want him to reside on Star Island and travel to New York and LA and Florida.
One other thing that Arthur said was that he believes most likely the judge is probably consulting with other judges who've gone through this. Take us behind the scenes. I mean, might that be happening right now? Does that happen?
Absolutely. This judge has only been on the bench for a couple of years. He was appointed by Biden, and he's not a very experienced criminal judge. And so I think a lot of the decisions in this case were based on his lack of experience on the federal bench, and even before he was not a criminal attorney. So he doesn't have experience in the criminal realm. So I think he definitely is consulting with other more senior judges, and I think a more senior judge, as Arthur pointed out, would have made the decision on the spot and would have determined one way or another, because it's not a very hard decision based on the facts. If you've seen lots of other federal criminal cases, it's not a very complicated decision.
So Seth, can the prosecutor appeal the not guilty verdicts? I mean, or is it over with, totally over with? You can't.
Those cases are over with.
They're done.
Correct. There can be a defense appeal based on the conviction on the 2 transportation for prostitution counts, and I expect that there will be. There will also be post-trial motions before they even get to appeal, motions to this judge to overturn the verdict based on the lack of evidence. Those are very hard to win. I've won some of them before, but it's an uphill battle, and it's very, very hard to win those motions. But I expect that there will be a round of motions by the defense on the transportation for prostitution counts, and I expect if he does get sentenced, when he does get sentenced on those counts, there will be an appeal.
Might one of those attempts to overturn it be the fact that the juror had to be dismissed in the middle of the trial?
There are many things that I think can be appealed. It could be the juror who was initially living in the Bronx, who then was living in New Jersey, who was dismissed. There's the juror who apparently didn't understand the instructions the other day and may not have spoke English very well. There obviously were other issues that happened during the trial, some evidentiary issues. One of the main things and why the government went so aggressive with the RICO racketeering charge is it allowed them to get in other evidence that they otherwise would not have gotten into evidence. And so there may be appeals based on the evidentiary decisions that the judge allowed. There was a lot of very damaging, very prejudicial evidence that came in against Combs that the judge allowed in because of the racketeering charge. Now, you can't look back in hindsight and say, well, he was found not guilty of the racketeering charge. That evidence should not have come in. But I do think that there will be an evaluation of the evidence that was permitted in, and there will be some appellate issues based on that.
So a little bit more about the judge. Arun Subramanian, born in 1979. He was appointed in April of 2023 by then President Joe Biden. And it's not uncommon, given his experience to this point, to reach out to another judge, right? Does this happen all the time?
Yeah, I mean, there's always behind-door conversations between judges and chambers, right? They have colleagues, they've got more senior mentors on the bench. So it would not be surprising. We'll never know. And that's the thing, is that will never become public. But it would not be surprising to me if he's consulting with his more senior colleagues to find out, what should I do here? He's also consulting with his law clerks. He's also looking at the law on cases that involve convictions of this.
Precedents, like you said, of the Mann Act before.
Correct. He specifically asked the prosecutors to submit in their submission by 1 p.m. precedent to hold people in custody when they're solely convicted of Mann Act violations. And I think that'll be telling to see what their letter is that they submit.
I know that we talked a little bit about how much it costs U.S. taxpayers for this trial, but Mark Agnifilo, how much does he get an hour? How much did this cost Diddy?
It cost Diddy millions, multiple millions, probably 8 figures. Diddy hired a great team. He's got very experienced defense attorneys, and he's got a large team from many different firms, and he definitely spent tens of millions of dollars on his defense.
So he had different firms working together?
Oh, absolutely. I think he had at least 6 or 7 different firms working on this case, multiple attorneys from multiple firms. He definitely spent a lot of money in the defense of this case, and it worked, right?
If it kept you from getting a life sentence, you probably are thinking it's money well spent on your side of the case. One thing I just thought about, you don't know for sure because you're not there, but I wonder, where's Diddy right now? Like, physically, where is he? And where are the jurors? What has happened to them?
So the jurors have been discharged. The judge had said to them, go back to the jury room. I have to deal with some legal issues with the lawyers, and then I'm going to come back and speak to you. And he actually told them, you don't have to speak to the press. I actually advise you not to speak to the press.
I don't like when they say that, actually.
I agree.
In this day and age, I'm telling you, I would be on their side.
I know,
people, it's hard to stay anonymous, and people are crazy.
I know, but don't you want to know what happened in that
I don't think we have to know.
room?
I think, again, in this day and age, people are too nuts to have you stand at a podium, put your name out there. People will dox you and find out your address and where your kids work, that kind of thing.
It's not that glamorous. We are literally running behind them as they are leaving because we don't, unless you're in the courtroom every day, you don't know who they are, so you have to make mental notes, blue tie, blue jacket, and you have to chase these people. And that's what we do when they happen.
But I want to know is different than I need to know. Sure. And I think that people's personal safety is too important.
Oh, absolutely.
In the world that we live in, I would not suggest that. But it's up to them, obviously.
Of course. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of days you hear certain leaks from certain jurors learning about the deliberations. That happens in most of these high-profile cases these days, is you learn after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised also if the judge's deputies got the jurors out of a back entrance so that they escorted them out through an entrance so that the press wasn't bothering them today. This judge was very careful to make sure that the press was not finding out the identity of these jurors, and I wouldn't be surprised if they escorted them out a back entrance and that those jurors are already on their way home.
So this is what I'm going to say. Anybody who's watching, who's friends or family with any of the jurors, we will put them on in silhouette, change their voices.
You can advocate for that. I am not supportive of
we would
that.
put their story out there without putting their identity. It's happened in the past. We've done it for tens of years.
Go ahead. I'm staying out of this one.
I know, but I just think that, don't you want to know how?
Because you want to know something doesn't mean you need to know. The jury, what they told you is what you need to know. That's just my opinion. I just don't believe in that.
Now, sometimes they do talk. You know, there have
some
been
of them write
instances.
books
You know,
and
they do. They will talk to us. You know, even with the presence of an escort, who then just steps off. It's like, well, it's in your hands now. So we do get that. You know, sometimes.
Real quick, where's Diddy?
So Diddy right now is in a holding cell at the courthouse, waiting to be brought back into court at whatever time the court reconvenes.
All right, Arthur Idell is standing by as well. Arthur, I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you, regarding the topic you're talking about, jurors, I never learn more about my craft than when I speak to jurors after a trial, whether that was when I was a prosecutor and things that they focused on, and when I was a prosecutor about, you know, oh, I believed your witness when he identified the defendant sitting at the chair, because he didn't just say the guy sitting at the chair. He said the guy sitting at the chair with the pink shirt and the button-down collars and a little bit of a stain on his shoulder. And he's like, once we heard that he was so detail-oriented, that's when we knew he was telling the truth. Like, I would have never thought of that in a million years. And as a defense attorney, it's the same thing. You get to ask them, like, what worked? What didn't work? What resonated with you? What didn't resonate with you? Whether I got the verdict on the case that I wanted or I didn't want, it's almost like you guys, you know, Kurt and Rosanna, like speaking to your audience. Like, what'd you like about that segment? What didn't you like about that segment? Was this good? Was that, should we change this? So I love, as a lawyer, to speak to the jurors. I understand what both of you are saying regarding whether they should speak or not, but it is fascinating to hear what happens when you put 12 strangers in a room together for 2 months and you say, don't talk about what we're working on. Don't talk about this project for 2 months until a couple of days ago when they allowed you to talk about it. And then 12 strangers have to agree on judging another human being's life and lifestyle, etc. I mean, it is a very, from a human perspective, it is fascinating. And I will tell you this, Kurt, your viewers, I agree. I hear what you're saying in terms of protecting the jurors themselves as individuals. I got you. But from viewers' perspectives, from a human perspective, it is fascinating to hear what happened when they went into the jury room and how things played out.
I understand I'm in the minority on this set, in this newsroom. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm just not in favor of it. But hey, one man's opinion.
Okay,
That's it.
Apparently Arthur Chan is tweeting that a Sprinter van pulled to the closed garage on the Pearl Street side, and that's where the jurors, it's speculated the jurors left from that entrance, and I guess they dismissed them. They probably got them to another place that's safe from the prying eyes of the press.
You also pointed out, Rosanna, that the New York Times was saying that Psalm 11 is what Sean Combs read. I looked it up. It's a declaration of trust in God's adversity and a reminder of his justice against enemies, so of his children. So.
Well, it basically says, I put my trust in you, which is, if anybody is going through hardship, you know that you need help from a divine individual to help you get through that, and you have to trust that God's going to take care of you. And that's what Diddy was reading as the verdict came in.
I think some people will have a hard time looking at video and thinking that God sided with Diddy.
Kurt, I was going to ask you this, you know, because the
I'm just saying, that's the honest truth.
But no, that and just the other allegations that came out. I mean, this man's reputation, you know, has taken a serious hit in the court of public opinion. Seth is nodding his head. You know, the term freak-offs is now something that all of us cannot.
And listen, I'm never going to look at baby oil again. All right.
You're nodding in agreement about the reputation.
I agree that the reputational harm, he can never get his reputation back. And I agree with everything that Arthur said, right? Speaking to the jurors is an invaluable part of our craft. And you learn things that happened in the jury deliberation room that the lawyers weren't even focused on. I've spoken to jurors, and I hear that they were focused on these issues, and I'm like, I didn't even think that that was an issue in this case. and the jurors focus on things that it's a great study of human psychology, as Arthur was talking about. You learn so much from speaking to the jurors, and obviously the judge, by escorting the jurors out, has prohibited the parties from speaking to it. Obviously, the parties are very busy right now with preparing their letters to file with the judge by 1 p.m. today, so they probably are preoccupied anyway, and they may try to reach out to the jurors at a later point. But it's always harder to speak to them at a later date. It's easiest when it's fresh, when they're leaving the courthouse, when you could speak to them. That's when they most want to be spoken to. When they move on with their lives, it's less likely that they want to be spoken to about a case like this. But like I said, I would expect in the next couple of days we'll hear some leaks, we'll hear some reports of some of the jurors, and some of the jurors may go on TV, like Rosanna asked. They may be public. They may want to discuss what the deliberation room looked like.
And we can hide their identity and voice. We've done that before in the past. But I think people are curious about how the deliberations went. Was there fighting over the RICO count? Because yesterday we thought we had a hung jury on the RICO count.
Yeah, and it was a fairly quick verdict for a 2-month trial, right? We had basically a day plus of deliberations, right? Yesterday was the only full day. This morning they deliberated for maybe an hour, and on Monday they deliberated for a very short amount of time. So it was a fairly quick deliberation for a 2-month trial, and so it would be curious to hear what was happening in that jury room. As Rosanna pointed out, yesterday they did indicate that there were jurors dug in on both sides of the aisle on the RICO racketeering count. So clearly they were persuaded by the judge's instructions, and clearly they were persuaded by their fellow jurors to go back and deliberate honestly and fairly, and they were convinced that he was not guilty of that count.
Well, even Adala's case with Weinstein too. Remember the jury? They were basically fighting. You know, we were like, we can't deal with this. You know, that would have been really interesting just to get the temperature, take a barometer of what that was.
Arthur, are you there? Did you ever talk to?
I'm here, and you know what Seth was saying. What we also have to factor in there is they went home last night, and when people go home, right? You don't know what happens. I mean, first of all, I know they're not supposed to read or hear anything about the case, but a case of this magnitude, it's almost impossible. You get into the cab, all of a sudden, oh, you hear this screen in the cab. You go on Facebook and there's something about the case. So you don't know their family members, or they just have a good night's sleep and they clear their head and they say, all right, let me rethink this. So anytime you go out overnight, you can see jurors change their minds. And in fact, in the Weinstein case, when they said they were hung, and one juror said, look, I'm done. I'm not going back in there. The judge broke for the day at 3 p.m, said, everyone go home, let's cool off, and we'll come back tomorrow and see what happens. And when he came back tomorrow, the juror was like, I'm done. I have my verdict. They're trying to change my mind. I'm not going to allow them to change my mind. I heard the evidence, and that was it. The judge had to declare a mistrial. So, but, you know, again, Weinstein's case, Puffy's case, we considered a win that we got Weinstein. There were 3 women. We found guilty only of one. The other 2, there was no decision on. Well, one, he was not guilty. One, there's no decision. And the same with Puffy, right? He beat most of the counts. But it all really comes down to the sentencing. If the judge in Weinstein sentences him to 10, 15 years, a 73-year-old man with cancer, diabetes, heart disease, then, you know, it was a win for the lawyers because we beat the charges. I won the appeal. But it's not really a win for the individual. If this judge goes off the wall for whatever reason, he wants to make a name for himself, and he says, I'm sentencing you to 10 years, 12 years, 5 years on each count to run consecutively. I don't think Puff Daddy is going to say, oh, I won the case. Yeah, he's not facing a 15-year mandatory minimum where he'd have to do at least 12 and a half maybe, or maybe a little less to get in the halfway house. You know, all of these get-out-of-jail-free cards do not apply to sex crimes cases. So the First Step Act, all things that allow people to go to a camp, to be in a more luxurious camp fed, they don't apply when you're for sex crimes cases. So he beat the top counts. Fantastic job by the defense. If the judge is the one who gets to write the last chapter here. The judge says, I'm sentencing you to time served and 5 years probation. It's an enormous victory for the defense, an enormous blow for the prosecution. If the judge says, I'm sentencing you to 15 years, 10 on one and 5 on the other to run consecutively, because I heard all of the evidence. And the judge is allowed to take into consideration the evidence that he heard that he was, even though he was acquitted on,
The judge is allowed to look at the totality of the circumstances surrounding this individual and his potential to be a danger to society, to recommit these kinds of crimes. So he can take all of that into account. So we shall see. If the judge lets him out today, it's a good indication he's not going to bang him out. If the judge doesn't let him out today, it remains to be seen.
All right, well, we should have some answers to that in a couple of hours. They have to file their paperwork by 1 o'clock, and then the judge will make a decision. Arthur, stay on hold for just a second. I want to check in with Lisa Evers outside the courtroom again. Lisa.
Your correspondent, right? Hey, Curtin Rowe, we're here. Curtin Rowe, we're here at outside federal court where we've been all morning. I'm joined right now by extra senior correspondent Mona Kosar Abdi, and she's been following this case every single day, and we're going to get some reaction about the entertainment community. Mona, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Is there a certain prevailing trend among the entertainment community that you're hearing in response to this verdict?
I think it's too early right now to hear the responses, but what we do know is immediately once it was clear that Diddy was under investigation, I think actually before then, when we saw Cassie Ventura's lawsuit and read some of the disturbing allegations that she made against Diddy, and then there was that hotel attack video that we saw that was really disturbing, a lot of people started distancing themselves from the mogul. And this was somebody who, you know, through some of the most lavish A-list Hollywood parties where anyone from Donald Trump to Leonardo DiCaprio to the who's who of Hollywood used to attend, but nobody seemed to come to his defense. The only person towards the end was Kanye West, who actually made an appearance and tried to get into the courtroom during one day of the trial, but it seemed like a lot of people were just silent and, if anything, distancing themselves from Diddy.
And he's somebody, he was a celebrity. There's many famous movie stars, but you don't see them out at clubs or famous restaurants or out at these big events, these big award shows and that type of event. Were you surprised by how quickly he was shunned by the A-listers?
I was, because this is someone who has made a big impact. He made careers as well. His name is attached to the Notorious B.I.G., to 112, to Mary J. Blige. He also made hits with like Mariah Carey. So he was someone who was a hit maker, who was associated to a lot of celebrities and was buddies with Jay-Z. He was at the Rock Nation brunches with Jay-Z regularly. And so to see immediately that nobody was willing to come to his defense. But I think there were rumors for a long time that he was an eccentric figure and that people did not want to excuse his behavior, but he was somebody to know at the time.
And did you get a sense that some of the people in the entertainment, some of the A-listers, B-listers, or even C-listers or whatever, maybe were looking at their own behavior, taking a second look after these charges, going, wait a minute, if they can go after somebody of that stature, I mean, a billionaire, one of the most famous men in the world, they can go after anybody.
Yeah, so a lot of, I mean, it was the defense's angle definitely to say that the prosecution was overstepping. The government was putting crime scene tape in his bedroom. They also mentioned that there was another rapper who the woman who was going by the pseudonym Jane was familiar with. They said he's another big rapper who was into that lifestyle. And that's how the defense was categorizing, that this is a lifestyle. He was into the swingers lifestyle and he had non-conventional sex. But that shouldn't mean that the government should go into his bedroom and put crime scene tape, and they kept saying that he was overstepping. And so I do think that if he was convicted of the sex trafficking charge, that it might put a lot of people on alert about, well, what if I was flying in someone or having threesomes? But I think there was a lot more to it, and a lot more that the prosecution was using to support their case. But like you said, it did definitely ring bells in Hollywood.
And then a lot of people, too, once that video was released and the world saw that Cassie beating video, even though those weren't specific charges to this case, it was a very important building block for the prosecution. But was there a sense people were just like, okay, that does it. All the stuff I've been hearing is true.
Yeah, which is why I think that even though now he has been acquitted of 3 of the serious charges, and he's still convicted, he's still looking at some serious prison time, I don't think that Hollywood is going to be welcoming him with open arms, because that video was so disturbing and so brutal, and the defense didn't really have a defense for him. They said, listen, we know he's not a good person sometimes, that he was violent towards Cassie, that he was abusive. Their argument was that that doesn't mean that he's guilty of RICO and sex trafficking, but he still has to answer to that. And we all saw that video, and his apology video that he made after the video was released fell flat. And so that's why I think that regardless of the outcome or when he is released, I don't think Hollywood is waiting with open arms for him.
And then what about you're a journalist, but there were so many stories, so much on, I call it the social media tsunami beforehand of all these rumors with minors and all of these other things that were going on. Does that concern you about how that might influence people, you know, in a big case like this, where these things they're right in your face? You know, you pick up your phone and it's the first thing that pops up on your screen, whether you're following that person or subscribing or not.
Yeah, Lisa, you make a good point, because there's the court of law and then there's the court of public opinion. And in the court of public opinion, to a lot of people, he is still guilty. And there were a lot of allegations made in the civil lawsuits that he still also has to answer to, some involving minors, some involving just different things and abuse allegations, for example. And he still has to answer to that. But right now, the big hurdle that he was trying to overcome was not spending the rest of his life in prison. And so today, the judge is weighing if he will be able to walk out of these doors out on bail, but he's still looking up to 20 years in prison. So he still has a long road ahead.
10 years maximum on each count of the transportation for prostitution. Exactly. But what about the family effect? Because that was something that I tried to include in my stories. And then the first time in the courtroom, I saw, you know, the daughters are there, the sons are there, not the little baby, but and the family, the show of support. They were obviously very, you know, well coached in terms of, like, just people are going to be yelling at you and just don't even pay any attention to it. Just keep walking straight, keep your dignity, which they did. But just that, what effect do you think that had on the jurors? Just, and his mother, even some of the days when no one else was there, his mother, Mrs. Janice Combs, was there, even on the 105-degree day last week. But what effect do you think that kind of show of a family around him, even despite these sensational allegations, had on the jury?
I think it had a huge effect. At one point during his closing argument, Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo, pointed to the family. And he was trying to show that Diddy is not who the prosecution is painting him out to be. He is a man who helps people, that he helped people of color that worked in his businesses, was giving them opportunities, he said, before DEI was even a thing. And he said that is why his family, for example, and pointed right at them while they were sitting in the gallery, are here today supporting him because he takes care of people. And I think that really resonated with the jury. Another thing, too, is the mother of his twins and Christian Combs was brought up numerous times, his late girlfriend, Kim Porter. And the prosecution was concerned that if the defense kept bringing her up, that the jury, in the back of their mind, would contemplate, well, the girls already lost, and mind you, they're 18 years old, they already lost their mother, and now they may potentially lose their father if he spends the rest of his life in prison. So I think that was a factor.
And that it played into that as well. And then what about in terms of women, like women looking at their own behavior, and you know, this whole culture of, like, you pay me for this or pay me for that, and we're dating, but you're paying me. What about that? And that's not just limited to hip hop or to entertainment. That cuts across a lot of different cultures and a lot of different economic and demographics.
Yeah, there was a lot of social conversations that were going on, and this is why this case was so polarizing, right? So, for example, the defense did not hold back when it came to Jane, and they even said verbatim, Jane is a very different person than Cassie is. Mark Agnifilo said, Jane likes to do it for the gram. He said she wanted what she could get out of this relationship. He connected her to numerous famous rappers, for example. And he kept bringing up the fact that she was jealous of women who were getting bigger Chanel bags than her.
Like Young Miami.
Young Miami, exactly. And that she always was would get upset with him, and most of their arguments would start from him taking another woman on a trip, for example. And so they highlighted that to show that she was a willing participant in all of this, and it was just a transactional relationship, for example.
Exactly. Well, Mona, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. Mona Kosar Abdi, I got it right, okay, senior correspondent for Extra. Thank you so much for sharing your insight and your experience with us on this. We really appreciate it. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Lisa, for that insight. And as we get ready to readjust, keep in mind that we will keep you covered right here. As to the latest happenings, the judges asked for both parties to give him paperwork by 1 o'clock, which is just over an hour from now, and then he will make a decision as to whether or not Diddy will be released on bail today or be held on still in prison or in the detention center.
The Brooklyn Detention Center,
right, until this case is decided as far as sentencing goes. We'll have more on that. The noon comes your way in just a few minutes right now. Kurt Menefee, Rosanna Scotto. Seth Zuckerman still with us here. Seth, anything you want to wrap up here with as we get to the top of the hour?
I just think this is a huge win for Diddy, right? He was convicted of only the 2 prostitution counts and was found not guilty of both the RICO racketeering and the sex trafficking counts. That's a huge win. There's no mandatory minimum prison sentence at this point.
So the judge could give him a few months.
The judge could give him a few months.
Or no time at all, right?
Correct. There'll
Time served.
I would find that hard to believe, but it's absolutely possible. The sentencing guidelines will call for a few years, and there's a maximum of 10 on each count, which can be done consecutively, which is why he faces up to 20 years. But this is a huge win.
I think the women's groups are going to be so angry right now over what Cassie Ventura endured. We saw the videotape in the hallway. That was just a sampling of what went on behind closed doors. And
we heard more and more stories about it.
Right.
Not just with her. And, you know, we asked earlier today, we had Peter Feldman on.
Peter Frankel.
Frankel, I know. I just drew a blank here.
It's okay.
All the names are running together all of a sudden. I apologize.
It's a long morning.
So one of the questions I asked him was, how big a factor do you think the video played? Because, you know, he was found guilty on the prostitution charge across state lines. You wonder if at some point the jury saw that video and the public saw that video, and they said, there's no way he's going to be found not guilty on everything. We've got to figure out something.
Well, I think the prosecution may have overplayed their hand here, Kurt. They showed that video again and again and again.
At the beginning and the end.
And to the point that the jurors actually could become numb to it. The first time you saw that video, we were all shocked and appalled, right? But when you see that video 5, 6, 10, 20 times, you kind of become numb to it a little bit. And I think the prosecution may have made a misstep by showing it so many times in this case that I don't think the video played as large of a role as everyone thought that it would play, that it played. Now, there's also a school of thought that the video should not have been allowed into evidence to begin with. It was a very prejudicial video, and it didn't go directly to the counts that he was charged with. Obviously, the judge made an evidentiary determination to allow it in based on the racketeering charge, and the jury saw it. But I think the government made a misstep by showing it so many times that I think the jury may have become numb to it by the end.
All right, Seth, thank you so much for, summarizing and giving us an idea of what might be going on behind closed doors right now as we speak. We're going to continue our coverage. Bianca Peters is here. We're on the Fox Local app. If you don't have it, get it now. It's free. And we will be continuing coverage.
And Bianca's going to have more on the noon. Of course, 5, 6, 10 o'clock tonight. We will cover this from beginning to end.
Yeah.
There's no end yet.
Should we get a check on the weather from Audrey?
Let's check in with Audrey real quick.
Good morning to both of you. We'll give a little wrap up of what's going on weather-wise across the tri-state area while we transition into our next hour of coverage here. So we have a few morning showers rolling through the tri-state area. It is quite warm and humid, but it won't be as hot as we saw across the region over the last couple of days. We are expecting good weather as we go into the July 4th holiday, so make your outdoor plans because we're expecting beach weather all across the region, and heat will return to the tri-state area. It will be uncomfortably warm as we go into this latter part of the upcoming weekend. Right now we have plenty of sunshine in Central Park. The temperature is at 78 degrees, but we're finding more clouds along our coastal sections. That includes LaGuardia, which is reporting overcast skies and a temperature of 77. More clouds also being found towards Atlantic City. We had a few showers there earlier. That's continuing to be the report there with a temperature of 73 degrees. Taking a look at some of the showers, you can see they're just hugging the coastline here. We had a cold front that's kind of lingering across the region, and that's helping to ignite a lot of the shower activity for the morning hours here. But things are slowly drifting off to the east. We still have some wet roadways here along the south shore of Long Island, right around Long Beach Island, heading out towards the Hamptons too. It'll be heading eastward too, so right around Sag Harbor we're starting to see a little bit of shower activity head your way, and it will move further east into places like East Hampton all the way out towards Montauk Point. The Hudson Valley is dry right now, as well as most of New Jersey. The exception is the southeastern part of the state here from about, let's say, I think about Seaside Heights all the way down to Cape May. We still have some lingering showers, and you might see some flashes of lightning well offshore here. That's with a thunderstorm that's rolling out of Delaware right now, and it is heading to the east. You can see we do have drier weather coming in from the west, and that will be our setup for the rest of the afternoon. Let's talk temperatures here. Pretty muggy out there, but not too hot. We have temperatures in the 70s across much of the region, with 74 in East Hampton, same number in Islip. It's 77 right now in Bridgeport, same number in Poughkeepsie. 78 currently in Central Park. We're now at 80 degrees at Newark, and our high number is probably probably will be mostly in the middle 80s across the region. Now, the current temperatures are slightly lower than they were at this time yesterday. And again, our high temperatures will also take a drop from the numbers we saw on Tuesday. Dew points are reflecting that mugginess that we're feeling all across the region, and it will continue to feel humid as we move along through the afternoon. So the heat index values are making it feel like the upper 70s across parts of the region, feeling like 81 degrees right now in Central Park. No relief really with any ocean breezes coming in here. The winds are relatively light. They'll stay that way for the rest of the afternoon. And across much of the Northeast, we're seeing 80s up towards New England. Same temperature ranges of the tri-state running through the entire state of New York, including the Capital District and even to our south, where Philly's at 76, and we have 73 degrees right now down towards Atlantic City. So here's the cold front that I mentioned. It's kind of draped just to the east of the city here, right across Long Island and the southeastern portions of New Jersey, and that's exactly where we're finding the shower activity happening right now. But it's dry just off to our west. High pressure is in control in places like the Ohio Valley out towards the northern plains. That'll be pushing in here behind the front, and that will allow us to have a much drier finish to the day. So as you look at it on our futurecast, that front will kind of linger for a little bit. The showers move offshore. We're going to be left with a mix of sun and clouds as we go through the rest of your Wednesday. Because the front is still close by, I'm going to leave in the chance for an isolated shower. We can see a couple popping up here around 5 or 6 o'clock across parts of New Jersey, but it won't be a widespread rain anywhere across the region here. Now, tomorrow morning, we'll wake up with plenty of sunshine, a couple of clouds coming in from time to time, and there is a disturbance that's going to be passing off to our north, but it's going to be close enough to clip parts of the Hudson Valley with a couple of showers towards the afternoon here. So you can see we'll have a couple of kind of pop-up showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm late in the day as we go through our Thursday, and some of them will drift southward here, so we'll probably get a shower in the city right around the drive time of the evening commute. Same thing for Long Island and parts of Connecticut, but everything kind of fizzles out as we go into the evening. So if you do have plans tomorrow night to be out, you should be just fine. It's really from about, let's say, 2 o'clock to about 7 o'clock where we see the threat of a couple of pop-up showers for Thursday. Friday looks great. Get the weekend started early here because we're expecting good weather as we go into our July 4th holiday. High pressure will be coming in from the west here, and that's going to set us up with a nice weekend ahead, which will be great for all of the holiday celebrations. Today, it'll be slightly cooler than yesterday. We're looking at highs mostly in the 80s. We do have lots of clouds out there and some lingering showers, but we'll see the sun breaking through before the day's end. And tonight will be relatively quiet. We'll have a mixed sky overnight. Temperatures dropping into the 60s and 70s. Tomorrow we'll go to 88 degrees. We'll have a slight chance of a couple of pop-up showers in the afternoon. July 4th looks great. So does the rest of the weekend, too. We'll have plenty of sunshine with a couple of clouds here and there, and then it gets stormy and hotter as we go into next week. So we're going to continue our coverage, and we'll head back over to Kurt and Rosanna.
We'll take it, Audrey.
Oh, there we go. We got to switch a room. You know, they've been on the desk for quite some time, so we had to do a switch out here.
Absolutely.
Audrey, we're going to continue our coverage, though, regarding Sean Diddy Combs. That breaking news there, as we're talking about, he's been found guilty on these 2 federal charges for transporting women across state lines. This is in regards to prostitution. It was acquitted on 3 others, including the most serious charge, the RICO charge.
Well, we had discussions even yesterday going back, and just when we knew that the notes came from the jury that the RICO charge was going to be the toughest, for them to find uniformity, on, and that note when it came back that there were strong opinions on both sides. Kind of, the pundits that we spoke with, our legal experts that we'll be bringing on in a minute, all thought that this was going to be the most serious one. It was also the one that carried the heaviest weight. We're talking a maximum of life in prison.
Including that second charge was also a maximum of life in prison. Right now, we're looking at possibly 20 years, which is the maximum sentence, but we're not going to see what's happening until sentencing comes down. But it was interesting that you brought up the RICO charge, because I think a lot of people were watching this trial as it started, asking why weren't they hitting that harder initially? And then this is what happened.
It was the burden of proof was very, very heavy, to try to do. And even, a few moments ago, we heard from Arthur Idala, Jeremy, who will be joining us in a minute, also talked about the fact that that was looked at as a reach anyway, because you had to, that law, that RICO was instituted in 1970. It was mainly done to go after organized crime families and to try to prove those allegations and things like that. And they had to establish in this particular case that there was, in fact, some sort of service and exchange, a promise of this, money involved. There was a lot to it. It was very, very, very heavy, and that's why it took so long, for them to try to do that. Also, the fact that they deliberated, for 13 hours maybe, 12 up until yesterday, then an hour today, to come back with this.
And the person that has been following this all along has been Lisa Evers, who has been, who has interviewed Diddy and has had these connections with people in that music world. She's down there in front of the courthouse right now talking about this this turnaround from yesterday. We went to, again, as Antoine said, you had two people on both sides of the aisle here, multiple people in part of the jury saying that they were not going to be persuaded. The judge said, you got to go back, you got to figure this out, and we came back with an answer this morning. So, Lisa, was there anything that surprised you from the results this morning?
Well, I think what was most surprising, Bianca and Antoine, was the speed. They came back today. Yesterday, it seemed intractable. The word was unpersuadable, that they could not be persuaded on that first RICO charge. And then all of a sudden this morning, what most people in the court thought was just another note from the jury about something, mid-morning, it turned out to be, we have a verdict on this one charge, this RICO charge that we did not, that they could not decide on. So that was a pretty quick turnaround. And as one former prosecutor has said, don't underestimate the power of a looming 3-day weekend, holiday weekend ahead. So whether that was the fact or whether they had already gone through so much together, because remember, they're all sitting through nearly 2 months of this testimony and evidence, pretty hard not to have some kind of an idea just on an individual basis of which way they were going. But quite a scene this morning and quite a scene right now. Let me just show you what's happening, and then I'll bring you up to speed with where we're at with Combs, who is still in a holding pen in the building you see right behind me. So let's just show you what's happening. Oh, now the bus is here. We'll come back to that, Roy. So there's been a big crowd. There's a huge media crowd in front of the courthouse, which has been for most of the trial, especially yesterday and today. And then what is happening now is the judge had asked for basically a bail package, and also comments from the prosecutors about whether or not they should grant Diddy bail. So he was found not guilty, as you guys were talking about, the RICO charge, the racketeering, which is also called the racketeering conspiracy charge. That was the most serious. He was looking at many, many years, if not life, behind bars on that if he was found guilty of that one. They also found him not guilty on 2 counts of sex trafficking, but they did find him guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Each one of the charges, which has been mentioned, carries a maximum of 10 years, and sometimes when there's double counts on the same charge, they'll allow somebody to serve them concurrently, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that, because right now what his defense team is focused on is trying to convince this judge to make sure that they can get him bail and get him out of there from that courthouse. Now, just a short time ago, we saw jurors were ushered out in a very low profile, some might say secret side entrance of the court. They were taken out that way so they would not have to face all of the media that's out there. Mrs. Janice Combs left less than 10 minutes ago, so I think that shows some indication that they might be making progress with the bail, I would take, because she has literally been by his side and here in court every single day, supporting her son. And also, too, Janice Combs was, she's his mother, which is #1 role, but she was also a partner in some of the businesses, the legitimate businesses in the bad boy worldwide empire that were here, that were mentioned in the course of this trial. So basically what's happening now is the prosecutors asked for a couple of hours to put together their notes on bail. Remember that earlier throughout this trial, Combs was denied bail 3 separate times, $50 million worth of bail. But today a big victory for the defense. A big victory for the defense in terms of beating that main RICO charge, which a lot of people in the legal community that we've interviewed dozens and dozens over the last couple of months on this, felt that was too aggressive on the part of the prosecution, that it didn't really fit what the crimes were here, but they were going for it anyway. So that's the latest from here, guys. Back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you.
We're going to have a lot more coverage on top of this case. Stay with us as we head to break.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, a verdict has been reached.
Convicted of 2 of the prostitution.
Seth, we're talking about these critical legal steps as of now. What are we seeing in terms of sentencing? Will that come possibly before or after bond may be granted?
So the first step, Bianca, today is for the judge to determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond. So the judge has asked for papers from both sides to be submitted by 1 p.m., less than an hour from now. And I expect the court to reconvene at some point this afternoon, maybe about 3 or 4 p.m., to make a determination as to whether he's going to release Combs on bond pending sentence. It's pretty... I would expect he should be released. On a case like this, they are generally released when he's been acquitted of the RICO racketeering and been acquitted of the sex trafficking, and he's only been convicted of the Mann Act prostitution charges. He should be released on bond. The defense has asked for a bond package of $1 million with him to live at his home on Star Island in Florida and travel to Florida, LA, and New York. Now, the judge may have some hesitation about him leaving the state of New York and leaving New York City specifically. So there may be something in between. There may be an ankle monitor involved. So that's the first step, Bianca, is today the judge will determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond and have him come back for sentencing, or he's going to hold him in custody. Sentencing is not going to happen for many months down the road. It'll probably be October or November at this point. The parties still need to file motions on the convicted counts, and there will be a very hard-fought sentencing. The minimum, there's no minimum on these counts, but there is a 10-year maximum on each of these counts, and they can run consecutively up to 20 years. So he is still facing up to 20 years in incarceration, but I expect he would get much less than that.
So let me ask you this, Seth. So the maximum is 10, so he's looking at potentially 20. Does the judge have to follow the guidelines, or does the judge have any ability to just do what he wants to here?
So the maximum is not necessarily the guidelines. There will also be sentencing guidelines associated with these counts, which will be calculated by the judge and calculated by each of the parties. The judge has full discretion here. He could go down, I would expect a sentence in a couple of year range at this point based on the evidence that's been presented. Can't make any guarantee, but that's the sentence that I would expect at this point.
What about his time served, though? Wouldn't that impact his ultimate sentence?
Of course, he will get credit for all of the time that he's been in since the fall of last year, and that will absolutely impact the sentence that he'll receive when he ultimately does receive that sentence. The Bureau of Prisons calculates how much time he served when the sentence is then pronounced in determining when he will be released.
No prior record either, correct? That weighs into this.
Correct. Combs has no record, and that should weigh heavily into what sentence he should receive. Prior defendants who have no record, who are convicted of similar Mann Act violations, receive a sentence much less than the 10-year maximum.
Okay.
What that will be is up to the judge, and we won't know that for many months. Today, the battle, though, is whether or not Combs will be released from the MDC and whether he'll walk out of the courthouse with his family this afternoon, or whether he'll be going back to the MDC.
Let's go back to the charges, because I feel like this is a massive blow for the Southern District of New York, who they have incredible power to really convict people a lot of times. And this time they did not. They failed on these 2 very important charges. What does that look like in moving forward?
It's a huge blow to the SDNY. They spent millions and millions of dollars on this prosecution. This was a very public prosecution, and it's a huge blow. We always knew that the RICO racketeering count was a very aggressive count.
Right.
It was always going to be a really high burden to get him convicted on that count. So I'm not surprised to hear that. The sex trafficking count, which he was also acquitted of, I always thought was also a high burden, because the defense to that is consent. And there was plenty of evidence from both Cassie and Jane that although after the fact they didn't like what had happened, but they had consented at the time and they stayed in consensual relationships with Combs. So he's been convicted of the 2 lesser counts at this point, and we'll obviously see what the judge does this afternoon.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Stay with us. Our coverage will, of course, continue, everybody. We want to let everybody know that Bianca and I will be talking with a criminal defense attorney when we return.
go till they pull our plugs out.
My clients like that I'm on TV, but they're not.
Yeah.
Mogul has been acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering. However, he has still been convicted of 2 prostitution offenses.
And joining us right now, criminal defense attorney Randy Salon, joining us by Zoom. Randy, thank you so much for being with us. Our first question, were you surprised at any of the decisions made in this case? Share your opinions with us.
Not at all. No, I don't have a crystal ball, and no, I'm not a soothsayer. But quite frankly, I have been saying from the get-go that, in my opinion, this case was going to end up exactly as it did, with convictions on the bringing prostitutes across state lines and acquittals on the sex trafficking and the RICO.
We're talking about the sentencing right now. What's the sentencing range for the 2 counts that he's been convicted on? Essentially, when you're looking at that time served, which is 9 months, could he walk free on this?
No, I think you've got a couple of interesting dynamics when you're talking about federal criminal sentencing. One, you have the statute. We know that the statutory maximum for the counts of conviction are 10 years each, but throw those away. Everything lives and dies with what we call the federal sentencing guidelines. It's a series of mathematical computations. Your life as a defendant is reduced to an accounting. Every crime carries with it points. What you do in furtherance of the crime carries with it points. You add, you subtract, you go to a chart. There is a vertical axis, which are the number of points, a horizontal axis, which is your criminal history, and you land on a range in months. And from there, we get to a sentencing. So I think the good news for Mr. Combs is that he was acquitted of the more serious crimes, convicted of the less serious crimes, still carries statutory maximums. And when you do the guideline calculations, and here's the part that really will trip everybody up, the judge is allowed to consider the acquitted conduct in a federal criminal case, so long as he finds that the proof was by a preponderance. So don't be surprised if Mr. Combs ends up with a sentence that looks a lot closer to double digits than it does to single digits, given what the judge saw in this trial.
Randy, how do you view this? So 2 out of the 5. How do you view this? Is this a win or a loss for the Southern District? Your thoughts?
It is a win for everyone. Quite frankly, I think the Southern District went in to try this case with one arm tied behind its back because I think the Southern District knew that this was a case about violence. It was a case about domestic violence. It was a case that should have been brought by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. The RICO count was brought in as a throwaway. They needed the RICO count to be able to get in the older time-barred, statute of limitations barred conduct because RICO allows the government to go back, like to bring in the 2016 video. I think the sex trafficking was a throwaway because, again, the government knew going into it. The Cassie Ventura, there was proof of consent. So I think it is a win for the government. They got a conviction. It's a win for the defense because the defense got an acquittal. It was a win for the criminal justice system because justice was really done. The jury did the right thing. They saw pragmatically, practically, and legally where they should land, and that's exactly where they landed.
I hear what you're saying. Obviously, they had to bring these RICO cases and charges to get some evidence that they needed. However, for the Southern District of New York, it still has to be a loss to them. This was very public. This is a lot of time and money spent. You don't think that this is still considered a loss for them on missing out on those two bigger charges?
I think, quite frankly, everyone won today. I think it really is the definition of a good deal, even though there was a verdict. You're a little happy, you're a little unhappy. The defense is happy that they walked on the more serious charges, still a little unhappy. You got a conviction, and your client is looking at substantial time. The government got a win. A win is a win. They didn't necessarily get the win that they wanted, but it's the difference between winning a baseball game 2-1 or winning a game 18-1. A win is a win is a win.
All right, defense attorney Randy Zellin, we do thank you for being with us. We ask you to just stick around because we have to do a couple of other things here in-house.
Yeah, one of those other things would be the weather forecast as we're still dealing with it. Those ups and downs, a lot of that rain yesterday. So we're going to turn things over to Audrey Puente after the break. Stay with us. We'll have more on that. Some breaking news now. A verdict has been reached in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. The music mogul has been acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering. However, he has still been convicted of 2 prostitution offenses.
We want to go now to Fox 5's Lisa Evers, live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Lisa, tell us about the activity, because we know a lot of emotions are there. We've seen supporters, we've seen people just eager to watch, trying to see what's going on.
His family has been showing up nonstop, and people in terms of being a part of women's groups and wanting to see some justice happen for these women that have been involved in this case.
As we talk about that, as we, discuss everything that's going on, and we see Lisa's now in place. Lisa, just tell us about what are the things you're seeing down there.
Well, you'll see a little bit of it once this bus moves and gets through the intersection, but this street has been closed off completely by the NYPD, which is raising a lot of questions. There's a huge crowd out in front of the courthouse right now. There's a lot of media, and the big question now is bail for Diddy. That is the big issue. So the right after the verdict was announced and all of that, the judge granted the prosecution a request. They said, we need a couple of hours in order to assess the bail requirements and figure out what we want to do about that. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead attorney, said we need bail. He should be released immediately. And then and then we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. So the other thing is they have a ton of information already in their files, the prosecutors do, about Diddy and about his ability to handle a bail situation or a situation when he's out there. He proposed a $50 million bail. Imagine that, $50 million for bail in order to get out while this trial was, before the trial actually started, while he was incarcerated. So they denied that. They denied the bail request a couple of times, and several times actually. And so we'll see what's happening, but that's the next development in this. Is like most of the family has left the court. The jurors were taken out on a side entrance, a little-known side entrance. They were not brought through the front of the courthouse, which a lot of people were hoping would happen, so they could get a chance to get a few words with them. But that wasn't the case. They were brought out on a private, semi-private, or secret type entrance, and then they were brought out like that. And then, it's just a waiting game right now, guys, in terms of the bail. Let me bring in Attorney Peter Frankel right now. We'll just get a sense of what you have to do to get bail. Peter, in terms of the bail, what do they have to do for bail?
Well, the first thing that we need to understand is that this case is completely different than it was when he was first arrested. In essence, the jury rejected the government's case and found that their main witnesses, Cassie Ventura and Jane, were not credible through their testimony. So defense counsel is no doubt going to explain to the court that this case, as the court knows, is completely different, and this is not a situation where a significant bond even needs to be set at this point. The charges for which he was convicted of don't even carry mandatory minimums. They carry a maximum of 10 years.
But it could be 0 or time served,
and I'm
right?
sure that the defense team is going to argue for no jail time for him. So the first step is to recognize this case has completely changed from what it once was.
And then in terms of you say no minimum on the transportation for prostitution charges, and the fact of the matter is that means it could be, like you said, he could get time served. He's been at MDC now for like over 9 months. And could that time be applied to any potential sentence down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. Any time that he's already served will be credited to any time that he may get for a sentence. I'm quite certain, however, the government's position on sentencing and the defense's position on sentencing are going to be completely at odds with one another, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the court handles sentencing in this case, because most of the government's case was rejected.
All right, and then for people that are just joining us, it was being considered a victory for the defense. Not guilty on the RICO charge, a racketeering conspiracy #1 charge. Not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking, and guilty only on this prostitution charge.
Correct. It was a complete repudiation of the government's case, and where he was once looking at a potential life sentence, he's no longer looking at a definite jail sentence. So now the work really begins for the defense team to try to make sure that if he does get out today or whenever it may be, that he doesn't go back in.
And then in terms of filing any kind of an appeal to this conviction. What's the timeline typically for a case like this of when that would happen?
So typically, sentencing wouldn't occur in federal court for 8 weeks or longer. It's possible the defense will file motions in advance of sentencing, trying to have that guilty verdict thrown out. A regular appeal to the Second Circuit would not occur until after he were sentenced.
Oh, so they would go all the way through to that, and then
Yes.
and then they would decide whether or not they're going to have an appeal.
I'm sure there'll be an appeal regardless of what his sentence is.
And then what about the reputation for the Southern District? It's always been kind of the most vaunted and most respected, well-respected. What does this do to their reputation?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa, because we know criminal prosecutions in this district result in convictions some 95% of the time.
Right, and people know that, and that's why
So-
they said, oh, it's a federal case, he's done, and he's not done, not by a long shot.
No, exactly right. So, you know, I think the Southern District's going to take a long, hard look at the case that they brought and whether or not they want to bring similar prosecutions going forward, especially as it relates to the RICO charge, which everyone knew was going to be extremely difficult from the beginning.
Right, and then in terms of just in terms of the timeline for him to get out, is it possible he could get out this afternoon? Because we've seen kind of movement here on the block with them shutting down the block, but they brought in a lot of NYPD officers here to handle the crowds and stuff like that, giving us a sense that, okay, this is a lot more than we've seen at any other point in the trial. Do you think that's possible, just yes or no, that he could get out today?
A definite yes.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, Peter Frankel, criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank
we
you,
really
my pleasure.
appreciate it. And guys, that's the latest here from outside the federal courthouse. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be monitoring developments as they happen. And the big next development that we're waiting for is Sean Diddy Combs walking out of that courtroom after he makes bail. So I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Lisa, before you go, maybe a quick question. I know you mentioned. Okay, Lisa, we're going to chat with you in just a bit. Then we'll get back to you regarding
Lots of
certain
questions.
things.
Yep. Oh, Lisa, you're back. You hear us, right? Lisa.
No, I hear you. Yes.
Okay, Lisa, we just have a couple of questions. Describe Combs' demeanor. You were in the courtroom. Just walk us through his reaction when he heard the decision this morning.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Somebody's coming out of the. Okay, so it's just this huge crowd. There's a huge crowd here. His demeanor throughout the entire trial, for the most part, except for a few times, like last week, he said to the judge, when he had to say that he was not going to represent himself. There's an actual, it's called an allocution, where the defendant has to actually say that they are not going to take the stand in their own defense, and that was last week. So when Combs was asked that, the judge said, Mr. Combs, how are you? And he goes, I'm doing great, Judge. And Judge, you're doing a great job. And it was just like something like nobody expected, a defendant to talk to the judge that way, but that was his personality and his demeanor. But of course, since the deliberation started, his demeanor has been very subdued. He's been much more quiet, and again, you have to understand why all this is going on during the day. All of these deliberations were happening, and even during the test, especially during this week, he's in a holding cell. They take him out of the courtroom. He's in the holding cell while the court goes on, and basically he had a couple of books with him that he was allowed to bring there to read, to do something, but just basically thinking about what's going to happen, what's my life going to be like. But there were different times where he prayed. He was allowed to pray privately with his mother. The other day, just to have a couple of words with her. There was a private prayer with the kids yesterday, and it's just his demeanor. It really depends on what the circumstances are, but it's clear that this was a huge weight on him. This is a guy that basically made his name for himself with his tremendous showmanship, and also with his ability to engage a crowd. And there were a couple times during the trial when he tried to engage the jury, and the judge admonished him and told him that if it happened again, he wouldn't hesitate to remove him from the courtroom. But I'm sure there's a tremendous sense of relief. I'm sure last night was an unbearable night for everybody involved with this case, both the prosecution and the defense. And it it just, we're waiting now to see if they're going to expedite or at least follow through on getting this bail done, which I think is probably from what our experts, what Peter Frankel was just telling us, and some of the other experts were saying that they would, that they expect to happen today, guys. But that's the latest from here. We're going to keep a watch on that door, and we'll be back with you.
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that charisma, especially through the judge, starting off with, that's the charisma that allowed him to have these relationships with women that turned out pretty badly, as we saw by some of these evidence. You mentioned the big crowd behind you there. What is the sentiment from that crowd there? Are those people in support of Diddy, or are these women's groups that are very upset about what happened?
Well, it was interesting, though, because I would have expected the women's groups, honestly, to show up a little bit earlier in the trial, like while the testimony was going on, or to come out to support. And there were a couple of individual women, maybe 2 or 3 at a time at certain points when Cassie was on the stand. But most of the people that were out here, and it has thinned out a little bit, were here to support Diddy, or they were just curious to see what, to see what was going on. There's a large contingent also of podcasters and people who are doing their own, doing their own thing to get the word out like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag right here, and everybody just waiting now. You got a lot of professional media from all over the world here to cover this story, because he is one of the most famous men in the world, and this has been covered heavily everywhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we continue covering the verdict coming down on this very, very influential case.
We'll be right back.
Thanks for joining us again. Randy, can you hear us?
It's like Randy may be still trying to do that, but let's just recount for everybody what's going on. Sean Combs was facing 5 charges, in this, and he's been acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of 2, however, and that's the prostitution offenses there.
That's right. Those 2 very important ones that the Southern District of New York brought together was the RICO charge as well as the sex trafficking charge. Did not get to prove those. Those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys, some saying that this is a win all around, some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time, and it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the 2 that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking, at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they can run concurrent or consecutive. That's all something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's certainly something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us, Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see them not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error, and it will not. This is a bulletproof from my perspective. This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that, an overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have been brought locally as a domestic violence case. They went in, they got what they needed, they got their win.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
All right, Randy, we certainly appreciate you and your insight into all of this.
All right, so we're going to continue our coverage of the verdict. 5 counts Sean Combs was facing, found 2 involving the prostitution charges, transportation there. So we're going to continue our coverage and stay with us. We'll be right back.
I will be queuing you if you don't hear them. I'll be queuing you if you don't hear them.
Our own phones instead of a real ID. Don't put it in my phone. Take it off. I don't.
Christian, take that out.
Take it out. Take it out.
Live coverage on the Sean Combs being partially acquitted in the sex trafficking case, avoiding a life sentence. We're going to turn things over to Lisa Evers, who is there in front of the courthouse right now with more. Lisa. Lisa, can you hear us?
I know it's loud out there where she is as well. Lisa, you got us yet?
Excuse me.
No, I'm not.
So anyway, we just want to recap for everybody what was going on. Certainly a very, very busy day for us, but a verdict has been reached in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. The music mogul acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of the 2 prosecution charges.
The jury was looking over this evidence of this case for 7 weeks, and they made their decision after almost 2 days. It was very quick for them to turn this around.
7 weeks, 34 witnesses, took the stand, and we've been having discussions about the weightiest of the charges, the RICO charge, the racketeering, just how much of a burden of proof was on the prosecution to try to find him guilty, conviction on that one alone.
And that burden of proof was not reached by the Southern District of New York. As you can see, between the jury having to mull that over for 2 days and make that quick decision, you can see clearly that evidence was not there for the RICO charge from count 1 and count 2. But the other charges he was convicted on were the prostitution and transporting women across state lines.
For prostitution.
We're talking about 10 years on each of those, and that is the maximum sentence.
A maximum sentence, so he is potentially facing 20 years that we're talking about 55-year-old Sean Combs. However, the judge in this case, Arun Subramanian, has his discretion here. He can do this either way. And then also, what you brought up a little while ago, time served, figures into this as well. 9
months that you're looking at there. There's no minimum for the 2 charges that he was convicted on there, but it is up to the judge's discretion as he has no prior criminal background. So we're going to see how the sentencing plays out. Teams on both sides, Diddy's team, and we're talking about the prosecution as well, trying to figure out what this looks like now as they're supposed to be coming back with notes.
At 1 o'clock, so literally in 40 seconds,
And that's going to determine where Diddy goes from here on out, whether he is going to have to stay here in New York until sentencing or whether he's asking, can I go back to Florida, be in my home there on Star Island, and then maybe a couple other states. We'll see how this plays out, though. We're going to continue following all of this.
And, of course, he may have to wear an ankle bracelet. That's also part of the consideration that the judge will take in. But I believe this is going to do it for us here, wrapping up our coverage.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to stay on top of this throughout the day. You can find more information on the 5 and 6 p.m. and follow us live on the Fox Local app as we're continuing following what is happening on the Diddy trial verdict.
Thank you for being with us.
So negative. It's gonna be on the cover. You're gonna be the face of it. Damn, bro. Bro, I'm standing with the sign. Yes, this message is wholeheartedly I stand with. I stand by this message. Fuck that shit. No, this. I had space for video. So I was like, as you see, the spacing is horrible for the sign. I'm not a professional. I thought it rounded it out. But well, what did he do so far? He transported some girls. He transported some hoes.
I'm not with you on that, bro. I'm not with you.
That's what the current charges stand, I believe. Who were willing.
they doing wrong?
You know, most people complain. Laughing at the situation. I'm still having Justin.
I'm sorry.
Sarah, how's it going?
Sarah, you look great. Who's party tonight? Hold on. The daughter. Tighten up a little. How do you feel?
I'm so happy.
I love the smile. Just smiling. Yes. Yes.
Hi, girl. How you feeling?
Yes, I love it. I love it. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Very kind of you. Let me,
Probably kick him out of there.
You're up. I think it's called the other line. Keep walking through there. Keep walking. Well, that was a good call. My desk goes, hey, you got somebody to replace you. I'm like, oh, fantastic. We'll do it until 4 o'clock. We're 12 minutes away. Maybe 15 with traffic now, but you know. Yeah, push it. He's here by 2? I'd be shocked. I'm thinking 2:15, 2:30. So we'll wait. Yeah. And the guy goes, take the car and get home since you're in tomorrow anyways. I'm like, you got it, boss. And we go to the cover, they do that. Take the car. Yeah. Because it saves them like $100 per car. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a permanent, so it's like, he's like, you're in, take the car. Okay. I can do that. Anyway, it's supposed to be, you take your car home, for all times when you get home, not like that. It's great. I live in Connecticut. So what I do is I tag them on the way out, well, on the way in, I'll just show my regular time, so I charge them for it. Some people tag them on the way in as well. They don't want to be clean, they don't want to realize that they're flat, you know. Maybe, you know. That way. This one too? Overall. I'm going to be there for a while. Here he comes. Hit the button again. You want to get some of those dumplings you're eating? You have a car parked right there? Hard not shit. Quick, easy, cheap. Thank you. How hungry are you? That's your business. You don't see, you feed a family on that bar. Yeah. 2, and it's small, it's good. Yeah. It's funny, I know it used to be like $20 or $50. Good cash goods. Right, yeah. Let him see you do that.
up. He has his visitor getting stuck to his back.
We'll never use that. I know who it was. I just shoot. Figure it out later. Okay, so shoot first, ask questions later. Better off to shoot it than not. I'm up on channel 1. Courthouse. Call it family leaving court again. Family leaving court.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
I kind of then see man, and as I walk out the door, I said, Kevin, I told him, come on. He told me the whole story. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Let's get the service. I'm waiting. Let's heard about
have an XLR. Cool. You have a mic clip? I got one up there. I don't know where it's from. It might be my Zero. You have your... Okay. You got a microphone or what? Yeah. Fantastic. So, I'll swap everything out. I think I'm good. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I'm good. It'd be nice to be brother to see. I would have loved to have done even if I was yeah, up and over. No, it's just they're stiff. Very stiff. I think someone's... Pleasure to see you, brother. Okay. I still have more show today. Hey, you never know. You know what I'm thinking? Is it your personal or is it like a generic little black one that goes on the bottom here? What? Your microphone. Yeah, put on the bottom camera. Okay. What about tape? Just swap them if they're the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because we just swap out the microphone because this is like Jenga up there. Okay. Let me say one. Okay. Oh, it's a little different. All right, I got it. No problem. Yeah, right? It's like, don't make it fall when I'm moving my shit.
I'm going around. I'll end up going back this way and not hitting the camera. Like, what do you guys do?
Going over is easy.
Is that my wife?
What? Oh. Looking down, I'm like, oh shit. Like, wait. Alright.
Make some good news for work. I know, right? What worked for you?
Are you good? Yeah. It's good. I'm good, you're good. All good.
No, I just finished the I was going to get, if I did want to go back, I would get it back. Where did you see that? And what do you say? Oh my God. I could be time slides with different people, right? Oh, I'm definitely.
She was here with me.
go, grab my bags and stuff.
No, I know. Okay, it's great to see you. Take care. Yeah.
be right back. Roy, don't let anyone take either of these.
42.
Yeah, I'll be back in like
food for you. You let me out here to leaving me out here to sweat. I'm gonna drink your water. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that sounds like you.
with you.
What is this?
I don't know. Just eat it, man.
I'm allergic to it.
Look at that. Yeah, I'm across the street. What was I doing? What do you mean it's not nice? Why not?
He said no, because nobody did it this You want to bring your chair?
No, no, well, I have to go at 3, so I'm good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, see? And they're telling me I'm not nice. Yep, they all showed up, finally. Last day. I said, thanks for coming. Last day.
Brutal, right?
Hey, they told me to come back.
No, we're going to do it 3 o'clock. Yeah.
I guess they think we're a good team.
Exactly.
I can come back it's crowded in here.
It's 49. It's 2:49. I mean, that's not shade though. You can come over here. We can give you this chair, Peter. It's all right. Come on. Just relax for a couple minutes. It's going to get hot. We're doing a bail hearing at 5.
Yeah, well, I heard that the government doesn't want to give them a bail.
Yeah, me too.
So it doesn't bode well for them. They'll get something, I think, but they're arguing that you threatened witnesses.
That's what she got. That's how she killed one. That was a main factor in one of the bail requests that was worked against him. She said we have evidence he's threatening for the second one, the second bail request that was denied. She said we have evidence that he's threatening witnesses, intimidating witnesses, and all that.
Right. And they're going to ask for some ridiculous sentence.
No, yeah, you got it.
The government, they're going to ask for double-digit numbers.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Peter, have a seat. No, go ahead. I'm fine. I've been sitting. I'm waking up now. So I think that I mean, I know it feels like we talk about the same thing, which we kind of are, but Arthur's going to come back and do like a recap. He'll do like the nuts and bolts things, and I just go like, and I think we should talk about the other issue was the RICO thing. Everybody was saying it was rotten, not rotten, but I don't want to get too exaggerated, but people were saying
Arthur in this too?
Yeah, supposedly. Wait, let me ask Alexander. He said Arthur's doing nuts and bolts.
Doing it off the other camera? Are you doing it off this camera?
Wherever you guys tell me to be, best off.
I mean, if you're doing what?
Arthur's supposedly doing nuts and bolts. Did you know this?
You're doing it also for 3?
Yeah, I'm interviewing Peter Frankel.
For the 3?
Yes.
That thing is short, right? What?
Arthur.
So
we're in the home stretch here.
Who goes
I'm
first?
in a zen mode right now. I feel no heat or humidity.
You're supposed to be out of here at 1.
Where's Christian?
He just went to garbage.
Yeah, didn't Alexander text you? Arthur, quick nuts and bolts, and then both of the show will be Q&A with you and Franco.
Okay.
So I think you're doing one camera.
Yeah, separate cams. Perfect. That's what we're set up for. Right, so can I just check with you guys? The nuts and bolts is that the verdict is back.
Yes.
The judge is now hearing motions on whether or not to let Combs walk out today, and he'll be back at 5. That's the not.
Hearing will be at 5, yeah. Are you going to be on a separate IB or a joint theater?
I'll aim to be. I don't want to interfere with yours.
No, don't worry about it.
It's okay for me to be on a separate one in this case because you guys are doing your thing.
Right, exactly. I think it's better.
I'll be quick with the Q&A because shit we're not having to say.
Don't put yourself down like that.
No, it's analysis of this. Whether or not somebody walks.
He's on Thursday. Okay. Yep. Arthur, get Christian over here. Okay, Nick Roy. Arthur. What's his life thing?
Hey, can you come back to the position? We're going to do
3, 2, 3.
We're going to do
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do not move. Sorry. All right.
I gotta get these bottles
2-3.
out.
Yeah, I'll put right here.
IP3, correct?
2323, yes.
I don't know who's that.
I think it's mine. He's drinking hot coffee.
I know, I needed it too.
I'm gonna move you guys
I
up
know.
just a little bit because it is the sun is.
Sun.
So you're gonna be a little bit further up.
Okay.
You want me to move? No. You're gonna be a little bit further up and it's just a little over. You have to get back over here. Just because I'm fighting the sun on your back there. Okay. So right here. Yeah. And Lisa, you're just a tad closer right here.
Lisa, I'm tossing back to Antoine, then he's going to toss to you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Nice and
Excuse me.
Excuse me. I mean, should I check him in? ¿Está bien? ¿Está bien?
Está bien, todo está bien.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to say that. I appreciate it.
Do you know which number?
One.
Okay. Peter, let me have you come over here.
Yes.
So we're not. I'll move my bed. I know it's a little.
Thanks.
Sure, Antoine.
Already? Oh. Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
You good, Christian?
Yep. That was, what work on the assumption that we know what we're doing out here, which we do. We'll make it obvious. It's just one DL, right? I'll make it obvious. Let's show you right now what it looks like. Let's show you. How are you? Just a hair.
Here's your mic, sir. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Read you loud and clear for the time being. Till everybody comes. Peter, could you say your name, please?
Yes, Peter Frankel.
All right. So first thing we'll say, like, Combs is still there. You know, the verdict was this morning. Combs is still in there. They're trying to get bail. And then what can you tell us about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And that they make an application, and then the prosecutors are pretty hard line about it.
Oh yeah. I mean, to think that there should be no change in bail based on what transpired is kind
ridiculous.
of
Yeah, me first. No, I think she's like.
Yeah, I mean, I sat through a lot of prep sessions with Maureen Comey because I had a witness testify in this case. She's no joke.
She is no joke. Yeah. I was very impressed with her, but not with her overall strategy, but just the way, you know, she seemed very prepared.
No, she's very tough and very well
thorough.
prepared.
Yeah. Who's anchoring the threes? Is it Antoine?
Yeah, why? Because he's in my shot. Oh, yeah? Hey, once I toss back to Antoine, I'm out. I know. There's anchor between us. I'm going to walk right out. Okay. Oh, you to shout. And, of course, the margarita thing. Let's just worry him some more. Shots.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
We are following breaking news on the third day of deliberations, the jury reaching a split verdict in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. It is our top story. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Antoine Lewis. Welcome to the News Block. The big question now, will Diddy get bail? But first, let's take a look at this breakdown. Now, Combs being found not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4, the racketeering and the 2 sex trafficking charges. He has been found guilty on counts 3 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. And in a little less than 2 hours, we will find out if Combs will be released on bail. We want to get over to Arthur Chien, who's live in Lower Manhattan with the very latest on this. Arthur, good to see you.
Good to see you, Antoine. And that covers it. The very latest on this are the 2 points. One, that the jury has come back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the most serious charges that Sean Diddy Combs faced. They found him guilty of the 2 least serious charges, and that's transportation for prostitution across state lines. Let's show you what the reaction was amongst his family, just an indication of it. His mother blowing kisses to the throngs of people who are outside as they came outside, as she was going back in the courtroom. His sons have been going in and out as well. And as you pointed out, the development right now is the fact that the judge has been asked to release Mr. Combs, given the fact that he's been acquitted on the most serious charges that he had faced. And for that, they will be back in court at 5 o'clock to resume the hearing then. Everybody will be in place by at least 4:30. So this is not over yet today. Keep in mind, we got July 4th coming up. Yet tomorrow, the courts are supposed to be closed too. So the judge probably does want to get them an answer by the end of today. And certainly if Mr. Combs walks out of the Southern District Federal Courthouse in Lower Manhattan here a free man, it will be a scene that is probably played around the world. But that's the latest out here, that the jury has returned their verdict. They found him not guilty on the 3 most serious counts, but guilty on the 2 least serious counts. And right now, the decision is whether or not he should remain in federal custody as the rest of this plays out as we move towards sentencing. That's the latest from here in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you, Antoine.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for that. Our team coverage continues with Lisa Evers, who's been covering this trial since day one. She's been inside the courtroom. She's now outside of the courthouse, joined by criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel to break down things as they stand now. Lisa, hi.
Hi, Antoine. Well, right now we are, as you said, outside of the courtroom. The family left the courthouse a little while ago. They went out for lunch. They'll be back at 4:30 in anticipation of that 5 o'clock bail hearing. Let's find out more about this whole process from top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, what do you make of the fact that they just didn't do the bail hearing right after the verdict?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa. In my view, based on experience, what's happening is the defense has proposed to the government certain bond conditions, and it seems that the government is not going along with them. In fact, my understanding is that the government feels that there are safety concerns with respect to Mr. Combs' release, and that there may not be any bail condition that will satisfy them, which ultimately will put it in the judge's hands as to whether or not he grants a bond of some type.
Now, when you talk about issues with the bond, what kind of issues can come up when somebody has to post a bond?
So first and foremost is the amount of the bond. My understanding is that the defense proposed a modest bond based on the change in circumstances. But I think what's also going to be a key issue here is whether or not the court requires that Mr. Combs be surrounded by security and that his movements be monitored, and where it is that he's allowed to be it in the Southern District or somewhere else. So those are all details that I think are going to need to be worked out before Mr. Combs can be released on a bond.
And then when you talk about the district, like Southern District, New York City and the 5 surrounding counties, does the requirement, if somebody's on a bail or bond here from a case, that they have to reside in this area during the time that they're, under the court jurisdiction?
That could be a condition, together with an ankle monitor, as well as 24/7 security. They could insist that he not be allowed to have visitors. There are other conditions as well that the court can impose. So at the end of the day, it's going to be what the court feels will ensure the safety of the witnesses and make certain that Mr. Combs returns to court when he's supposed to.
All right, you're talking about the safety of the witnesses. One of the bail, I believe it was the second bail request that was denied. Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor in this case, she said that we have evidence that Mr. Combs has been making phone calls, using other people's phone privileges at NBC at the Metropolitan Detention Center, and making phone calls to witnesses, having people make phone calls on his behalf, basically intimidating them. But since he's not facing that sex trafficking or the RICO charge anymore, is that even relevant to this, this day at this time?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the worst possible thing that he could do in the court's eyes. So even though he's been acquitted on those counts, there's still a factor when it comes to his behavior and whether the court is willing to take a risk on letting him out on a bond of some amount, however high or low it may be. So, yeah, I think it's a significant factor and certainly something that the court's going to entertain.
And so when they have a bail hearing like this, like what we're expecting at 5 o'clock today, the prosecution will present their reasons, with some of which we've just been talking about, present their reasons for not wanting him to have bail. Defense will say, listen, he's only been found guilty of 2 of the 5 counts. These are lesser charges. He's not going to flee. You see his family, he's been here with him in court virtually every day. And is that how it goes? And then does the judge make his decision right on the spot? Because this judge, I've noticed throughout with the preliminary hearings, but especially when the trial got underway and it was court every single day, this particular judge had a habit of saying, I will take both under consideration overnight and give you my opinion in the morning. Like he would have them send a letter. He would have them send a letter if it was a Friday, and then we'll decide on Monday, or Tuesday we'll decide on Wednesday, that kind of thing. And it seemed to be kind of one of his patterns throughout this. Is there a chance that he may spend the night again in NBC?
There's absolutely a chance of that. And I think the fact that they're having a bail hearing at 5 p.m., the night before the court is closed for the next 4 days, I think says a lot about all the parties wanting to get a resolution to this issue. But that being said, the judge is not going to make a ruling that he doesn't feel comfortable with. And if it's his position that everybody needs to come back on Monday, then that's what he's going to rule.
Okay, and then the other thing too, I was told by law enforcement sources, tomorrow, Thursday, which is July 3rd, they had made provisions. They had extra people on standby, extra people brought in. It's an administrative closing of the courthouse, but they made a provision that if the deliberations had continued that long, they'd be able to continue to deliberate, but in an isolated area. Friday, of course, is the national federal holiday. Everything's totally shut down. Same thing with Saturday and Sunday. Courts always shut down on those days, but it's possible that there could be something tomorrow.
It is possible. That's going to be up to the judge and obviously whatever decision he ends up making. But knowing this judge's history and knowing the concerns of the government, he's going to make very certain that whatever decision he makes is a decision that he feels very comfortable with. And if that can't be done today, maybe
He'll take
tomorrow,
his time,
maybe next week.
All right. Peter Frankel, a criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us and helping us with that. Antoine, that's the latest from here at federal court. Back to you in the studio.
Lisa, a lot of information there. Thank you so much for staying on top of this for the last 7 weeks. We appreciate that. Switching gears now to a look outside where it's been rather muggy, unless, Audrey, am I wrong in saying that what we see
it's Danny. I'm at New York Court. I'm 252.
By connecting with others.
Usually through a podium.
By recognizing your value. And, Warren, thank you. So, Warren, the gentleman who just WCAM man, for those of you guys that are on it, we worked together for 4 years at Inside Mission. I honestly...
Right channel only. And the boom too? Everything's only right channel.
Warmly welcome you to the team. That's how Warren is as a person, but we all are doing
Very nice.
and that's what sets us apart. And that's what makes the world around. And he is
Check 1 2. Check. Mike check. Mike check. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything? I'm going to keep going for a little bit. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave anyone hanging. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check 1 2. Mike check. You guys good? You need another one? Mike check. Check. Mike check. All right. Thank you. Good.
Do we do audio check? Why are you standing in the
It's just finding me.
You're like a magnet.
I'm the only one here sweating.
Are we missing anyone else?
3 t-shirts. What do you mean?
Why are you rest the mixer on here?
Because I do sweat. I would just have a wet shirt to begin with.
The mixer is full of wood. Yeah, you can't see the downside.
Yeah, but then when you need something, it's like having the downside. That's why my kids have it. It's like
I wish I had a change. I'm missing time to drop it in the live Who needs a drone?
Not bad.
What did you do? Hey, Scott Keneally.
Hey, it's Warren. I'm up on channel 1. Just live.
I got it.
I have it at 5 o'clock. I have it at 6. It really won't be long. I'll just have it up. I'm at 40%. So. All right.
To see if the judge will give Sean Diddy Combs bail. He might walk out of that courthouse in Lower Manhattan today. We have a team of reporters. Linda Schmidt is inside the courtroom. Lisa Evers and Arthur Chien are outside the courtroom. We also have legal experts and lawyers on standby to let us know everything that's going on. Of course, a verdict handed down by the jury today. And just moments from now, it's 4:53. We're expecting actually that bail hearing to start at 5 o'clock in Lower Manhattan. Let's take a live look, a full screen of the picture of the courthouse here. It's been quite an interesting day. There's a lot of people outside the courtroom, as we can see. Alex, my producer, is helping her out here. Can you turn the volume just a little down there? Yeah, that's better. Okay, great. Listen, we are waiting any moment, as I said, in just about 6 minutes from now. Let me bring you up to speed. This all started, of course, this morning. After almost 2 months in a Manhattan federal courtroom, a jury delivered a split decision to the former rap superstar Sean Diddy Combs. They spent 14 hours deliberating. Then they convicted Combs on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but they acquitted him of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. And those were really important because he was acquitted on those, and those are charges that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Combs' 55-year-old man was overwhelmed as the court hearing the verdicts. He wiped his face, he kneeled, he bowed in prayer, he turned to his family and said, "I'll be home soon." His relatives have been in the court, his children and his mother, most days and definitely today. Now, his convictions do carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, meaning he will likely face some prison time. We just don't know how long, and of course he'll get credit for time served. Each count carries with it a maximum of 10 years. This was quite some trial that we heard explicit testimony, especially from the star witness, his longtime girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. So once again, you're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This is breaking news because we are waiting to find out from the judge if he will allow Combs to walk out of the jail. Now, let me tell you, right after the verdict, the judge told the lawyers, the defense, and the prosecutor they had to come back at 1 o'clock today, and they had to have arguments as to why Combs should stay in incarceration until his sentencing later this summer, or whether he could be released. And as you can imagine, the defense team said, hey, he has no criminal record. He has been involved in other things before, never charged, but he should be able to post $1 million and walk out, see his family. They wanted to go back to Star Island in Miami, Florida, where he lives. And they wanted him to have the ability to go to Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami. But of course, defense lawyers and the lawyer for Cassie Ventura pushing back hard on that, describing him as dangerous and a flight risk. And so they are hoping that he will stay locked up until he is sentenced on these charges of engaging in prostitution. Now, we're coming up on 4:57. In just a minute or so, we're going to toss to the Fox 5 o'clock newscast here in New York City. Again, I'm reporting to you live from our newsroom here. And we are going to carry every second of what happens. As I said, we have reporters inside the courtroom. We will know within seconds what that decision is. I should say that, as you well know, if you've been watching this stream, this is a case that has generated enormous interest around the country. And there are a lot of people that are sort of gathering around the courthouse. That's prompted the NYPD to bring out the barricades and add extra security down there because even this evening, Sean Diddy Combs could be walking out, at least not exactly a free man, but at least out on bail until his sentencing. And you can imagine there were people cheering when the verdicts were handed down, especially when he was not convicted of the most serious RICO charges that he was facing that could have sent him to prison for a very long time. And also, the government could have seized his assets as well. Now, I said we are getting ready any minute now for that hearing. So let's review here some of the more important events from today. It seems like everyone has been following this trial, but if you haven't, some of the highlights involve that Combs was accused of trafficking sex workers, bringing them around for so-called freak nights, these days-long sessions, and two of his former girlfriends, one who used a pseudonym and the other, Cassie Ventura, who testified in court, that they did so and participated in many of these sessions against their will. So you're looking now at a live picture of the courthouse, and any minute we're going to take you to what the judge decides. Will Diddy get out or won't he? And we'll also take your comments and questions. So keep it right here, because in minutes from now I'm going to check with our producer, and we're going to be tossing to the Fox 5 newscast, which is just about to start. So we'll get you right there, because that'll have our reporters right on the ground, Lisa Evers and Arthur Chiano, give us live reports outside the courtroom. And we also have an attorney present to answer any questions as to what might be happening. But, you know, the jury deliberated for about 14 hours. This is quicker than a lot of legal experts thought would happen. And, of course, yesterday they were able to come to a decision on 4 of the 5 counts. And then they couldn't reach a decision on the most serious charge, the RICO charge, racketeering and conspiracy. So the judge said, listen, you got to keep deliberating. He sent them home for the night. They came back, and really in under an hour, they had a verdict, complete verdict on all 5 counts. And of course, as we said, he was only found guilty of engaging in moving people around for the purposes of prostitution. So the other charges, though, he was more serious, that had more time attached to them, he was found not guilty of. So it'd be interesting to hear what the jurors had to say. It was 8 men, 4 women, ranging ages between 50 and 70. So it'd be interesting if the jurors talk afterwards to see how those deliberations were going and what brought them to this decision. We're going to take our newscast now, I believe, coming up.
Yeah, it's not here yet.
Not here yet.
It's
Alex?
on Live View 5. You want to take a look?
Oh, yeah, let's take a look on Live View 5 and see how we go. Should have our anchors ready there. You know, another picture, this is a picture of sort of the scene, the circus scene outside the courthouse. There's been a lot of Diddy supporters, some against him, that have come down there and pulled off some crazy antics, some having to do with some of the testimony in the trial, and others not so much. But you can see there's quite the crowd out there. It's media, it's lawyers, it's fans of Diddy, it's people who don't like Diddy. There's all kinds of people out there, family members. You know, a lot has been said. As famous as he is and as powerful as he is, we did not see a lot of celebrities attend his trial. We did see Kanye West show up for about a half an hour, and he had to go to the overflow room and he only stayed a short time and then left. It's not clear whether Diddy knew he was even there. But a lot of the celebrities that he had all those white parties with, none of those showed up. And it probably is because of that damning video of him. You can see Diddy beating his girlfriend, Cassie, something he apologized for later on Instagram. And that was played multiple times during this trial. All right, Alex, and how we doing? Should we go to our newscast now?
Yeah, we're about to start pretty soon. So
Okay.
Let's, keep
Very good.
looking at
Very
what's
good.
going on.
Oh, I know. We're a little late because we have a sporting event. That's right. My bad. I forgot about that. That's okay. But let's recap just a little bit. I have an echo in my ear. That's why I'm talking loud. So my producer, we're working out the kinks in live television for you right here, live streaming anywhere. And if you have any questions, you can put them up, because we do have an attorney present that we can get the answers for you to in just a minute. Let's take a look. Let's take a live look at the outside of the courtroom. You can see the NYPD there for 1 second while we fix the audio. And here we are live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And you're looking at a live picture outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're following breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted of the most serious charges against him. These are live pictures from the courthouse, where we are now waiting to learn if he will be released from jail. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters in for Steve. Diddy found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts that he was facing. They are the lesser offenses, so his defense team has asked for his release.
Diddy's bail hearing is scheduled to begin at any moment now. The judge asking both sides to submit letters arguing for and against his release.
Now, if Diddy is released from jail, he would likely be subject to specific conditions while awaiting sentencing, as his legal team has proposed a $1 million bond and travel restrictions as well.
And this morning, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning, and Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Salon to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs, and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration, though he's already been in for 10 months. And now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutors' main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large, he's a danger to any particular people, that he's not going to return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to being in charge. The man surrendered his passport. There's been no allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence, guess what? He was acquitted, not a conviction.
Right, and I think that's the thing that's so hard for us to understand. So one of the bail denials, because there were several attempts to get him bail all the way through this process, the prosecution said, well, we're worried about him intimidating witnesses. But that would even be a point right now because he was cleared of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, right?
Yeah, I think it's a heavy lift, even more so than the RICO charge itself, for the prosecution with a straight face to say, this man is a danger to society, this man is a danger to any particular women, this man is a risk of flight. Absolutely not. And the evidence doesn't bear it out in terms of what he's been convicted of, and nor does the history in terms of his compliance with returning to court or behaving and following the judge's instructions. I think they come up empty-handed, but again, there's something called the Bail Reform Act, which says, in substance, barring exception, he should be held in.
And then in terms of the final decision, that should be the judge, right, that will make that decision based upon these letters that he's gotten that Natasha and Bianca were talking about from the prosecution and the defense.
Yeah, he's going to have to assess everything. He's going to be the arbiter of everything. The defense is saying, let's set $1 million. Combs will easily make that and be out. We can monitor him. We can regulate where he travels to in certain jurisdictions he can go. It can be done, and there's really no reason from a practical standpoint. And to be clear, he, yes, faces up to 10 years in prison, theoretically consecutive. That's never going to happen to 20 years. We're talking potentially months and nominal years if he's ultimately sentenced to that.
For that, on the transportation for prostitution for charges. But then in terms of the conditions and that they would have to satisfy, there were other things that he had offered in the past that were turned down by the government. An ankle monitor bracelet, having 24-hour security watching him. What about that? Do you think there'll be special circumstances or conditions that maybe a regular prison, I shouldn't say regular, but another detainee with a similar conviction would be not asked
I think
to do?
A regular detainee with a similar conviction would not have to have an ankle bracelet with 24/7 monitoring by security. Hand in your passport. The defense counsel already has that. Stay in certain venues, drug tests. Don't leave New York or Florida where you reside. Post bond if you need to, in terms of the $1 million, if that's what's being asked by the defense. Those are reasonable things to ask. Is he going to return to court? Yes. If you have evidence that he makes a threat, you put him back in.
And then you've tried many big cases. What role does his family presence have? It's been very strong, very consistent, especially this last final week. His mother's been there every single day. He said his 85-year-old mother, is one of the defense application, he needs to be the main caretaker for his 85-year-old mother, Mrs. Janice Combs, who's been here every single day, and also be a father to his 3-year-old baby daughter. And then we've seen the other kids, the grown kids in there, and other extended family members. What effect does that have on a judge in this kind of decision?
So family ties are critical to show community ties. Family ties are critical to show you're not going to flee and you're going to return to court. However, let's not overstate. I think the defense has to be careful. Well, if he's a primary caretaker, who's been taking care of him for the past 10 months? If he's a primary caretaker for a young child, obviously someone else has been doing it. Let's not overstate, but let's also be very clear. They showed their support. They came for him. They're available for him. They're going to ensure his return.
They offered one of the bail packages previously that was denied by the judge and by the court was $50 million. Do you think this is we're going to be in the 7 figures to 8 figures?
Assuming that the judge agrees to release him, it's either going to be release him, or subject to certain conditions, or it's going to be much, much more nominal in terms of what that dollar amount is. There's no reason, if it was that high or higher, when you're talking about violent, ugly crimes, they don't exist. They're gone. Granted, I will say this, the prosecution at the time of sentencing can raise that evidence, even though he was acquitted, for the purposes of sentencing. So there is still that element, but bail needs to be reduced or he needs to be released.
All right, and we'll stay tuned and find out. Jeremy Salon, thank you so much for being with us. And again, if you're just joining us right now, the bail hearing for Sean Diddy Combs happening inside this courthouse. He'll find out whether tonight he's going to go back to the Metropolitan Detention Center that has been named by numerous prison watch groups as one of the worst in the United States in terms of conditions, or whether he'll be in a much more comfortable setting for his first night out after this verdict was released. Anyway, that's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. And keep watching Fox 5 for continuing coverage of this breaking Diddy verdict. We're going to have more legal analysis coming up.
on record for the year so far. Let's have a listen in on what it sounded like outside the courthouse when Sean Diddy Combs' mother emerged after the verdict was rendered. We saw her blowing kisses to people and other people cheering them on. Now, not only has she been coming to court, as Lisa had just said, but his family, his sons have been coming. A short time separate from that, we saw out of the back entrance of this federal courthouse, the federal, the jurors. Hey, you know what? Tell me what it is that's going on right now, guys. Who's yelling at me? All right, well, this is breaking news right now. Let's come back on camera for this, and let's bring in Lisa Evers here. We're learning right now, Lisa, that apparently bond has been denied.
Okay, that's
well, I don't know if that's getting it. Let's use this one.
Let's get Jeremy here.
Yeah, Jeremy, can you come back in here when you get a moment? So what we had been positioned for was an argument that because the jury found Sean Diddy Combs guilty only on the lesser of the charges, that there was a presumption that he might be able to go home. The judge even asked him at one point, I imagine you don't want to go back to MDC. He nodded vigorously. Right? Let's use this microphone. I'm not sure if that one works. And Jeremy, if you'll come in here
Jeremy.
too. Should we start with Jeremy's reaction?
Jeremy Salon is with us. He's a criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor. And the bail, the news is that bail has been denied.
Yeah, that the judge.
So there is the law, the statute says in substance that bail would be denied, meaning that he goes in and stays in. There's not an exception. For example, there could be an exception where the prosecution says we consent, and there's other pieces to it as well. There could be a danger to somebody or not, but the bail being kept as it is not necessarily atypical because of the law, though one would believe the fact that he was not convicted of the top charge, and it's been a reduction, and people do walk free and come back and ROR'd.
Well, keeping the bail as it is means there's no bail.
Right. So he's remanded, he's held without bail. So this doesn't change the potential sentence, obviously, because it's still up to 10 years, but for the immediate gratification purposes of getting out, doing what he needs to do and fighting this from the outside in terms of preparing for that sentencing, now it's been stripped.
And let me just add, this morning the prosecution was very adamant about wanting to have this extra time to present their argument to the judge, and seemed obviously they were disappointed with the verdict. It was very visible and very obvious, but they wanted to keep him behind bars, and they said, Your Honor, we need several hours to really get this whole argument together for you, and that's pretty stunning.
But again, I think you have to go back to what the law is and what it allows for, and generally speaking, barring some exception, the Bail Reform Act says you're staying, you're not just getting released. He was convicted of a crime. I think people, rightfully so, are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective when you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated beyond a reasonable doubt. And summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp. That's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people, thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence. But he's still in custody.
Okay, so Jeremy, what about?
Can we just ask Jeremy? Was it a difficult decision for the judge? Legally?
I think the judge is I think the judge is not finding any exception and following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, though they didn't, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was that yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on. Said statutorily, you can't just let him walk. The prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say, he's returned, he just shows that he can follow the court order, he's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this, in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on and make this decision.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Right. And to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we like like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such egregious and horrible acts and a jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free, but there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say, but let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane and
then Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case, not to really go too far off, this really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence, for abuse, for things that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here, it is what it is, but I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here, certainly for him, but there is now a horizon. That sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable, and the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know, but there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judges generally follow those guidelines. There's ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that in a state court, all of his other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges of the indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps was illegal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as a somewhat free man on bail. That's the latest from here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you guys.
I was going to say, Arthur, before you go, maybe one more last question. We do know that by law that detention is mandatory under the counts he was convicted on, but maybe you could explain some other reasons, or the top reason why the judge refused bail.
Well, it was actually, as Jeremy Salon so kindly shared just now, that bail typically isn't decided after the jury's decision, the jury's verdict. The bail is decided before the trial goes into play, right? And then they decide whether or not to hold a defendant in that case. That had already happened in this case. The decision was made to hold Sean Combs behind bars during the length of these court proceedings, and they're not over yet, right? That we have to get through sentencing for this to actually truly be over. So what Jeremy was explaining was it would have required an exception to the decision that he already made, and he said based on multiple factors that it doesn't rise to the level of granting an exception at this time. I don't know if I put that in English.
Arthur, thank you very much. Lisa as well, and Jeremy. We've got more breaking news coverage after this break.
News.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs has been denied bail. Some breaking news here. Is going to be remaining behind bars following a partial verdict in his federal case. Manhattan jury found him guilty on 2 counts of transporting individuals for prostitution, but acquitted him on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, despite the mixed outcome, the judge did rule that Diddy must stay in custody, citing consequences and seriousnesses of the convictions at hand.
Big news today. Let's get right to Lisa Evers, who's live in front of the courthouse. Lisa, what was the decision by the judge to deny bail for Diddy?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, first of all, this, I'm sure, was a tremendous disappointment to his mother and to his children and to his other family, and as well as to the supporters that we've seen out here outside of the courthouse. But in terms of the legality of it, according to Attorney Jeremy Salon, who we've been speaking with this hour, he said that this is fairly standard in terms of a conviction on these prostitution transportation charges, which are the 2 counts that Diddy was found guilty of. Now, what the big argument and the big push to keep him behind bars obviously came from the prosecutors. I'm sure it seemed that they were very upset about the verdict from the jury not getting that RICO case that they had pushed so hard for against the better advice of some in the legal community who didn't think that was appropriate in this particular circumstance. They also lost out on the sex trafficking. That was not guilty. And they said at this morning, the prosecution said, Your Honor, we need several hours to come back and consider bail. Otherwise, they would have just considered the bail, the bail application and the bail situation right there shortly after the verdict was read. That was not the case. They were granted all these extra hours, the extra afternoon. Sean Diddy Combs sitting in a holding cell all the while this afternoon while they're crafting these letters to the judge to explain their positions. And the defense was arguing his mother, who we've seen many times here on Fox 5, going in and out of court every single day to support her son. She's 85 years old. The argument of the defense was that he's her primary caregiver, and certainly he is the closest relative to her, and that he also has a 3-year-old baby daughter, baby love Sean Combs, and that's her name. And so that was their argument, but the prosecution he still remains a danger. They wanted him behind bars until the sentencing, and this was, I'm sure, was devastating to Combs and many of the family who seemed elated. They were elated, in fact, when they heard those not guilty verdicts. But it's one more step, and as we've seen with Combs in other situations, once he's determined, he's going to see it through. The worst is over in one sense, in that he is no longer looking at life behind bars. On the other hand, his attorneys will have to file an appeal to this denial of bail. And remember, they had several bail applications throughout the course of the pre-trial conferences and after his arrest that were completely denied, and those were just eye-popping bail packages. $50 million, 24-hour armed guards, an Upper East Side apartment where there was limited access, no internet access for him, monitoring cameras, monitoring his activities, no guests allowed coming in, and that was denied. So we'll see what happens now, but this has to be a devastating blow for the family. The family's been very united and come together at this. We saw the 2 sprinters that have taken most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon, or a little bit earlier, a little bit after that, after we found out that the hearing would be at 5 o'clock. They all went out together to have lunch, or to have something to eat, if in fact they could do that. I'm sure many of them thinking, okay, you know what, Dad's coming home, my son's coming home, that type of thing, and he will not have to spend another night in the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place nobody wants to go. And so that's what it is. It's just a devastating blow for them. They went from this high this morning of realizing that there's just those 2 counts of the prostitution transportation that they're facing, and that that can be dealt with over time. That's a far cry, Bianca, Natasha, from looking at the possibility of life behind bars, which would have been with the RICO case and many decades on the sex trafficking case, because that also carries a very, very heavy penalty. But that's it for today so far. And then tomorrow the courtroom will be tomorrow the whole courthouse is on administrative leave, is on administrative closure, meaning that they will be. We're getting excuse me one second. We're getting interference from all the helicopters up above. So tomorrow
Lisa,
the courthouse that you see right behind me, where the trial's taking place and where this bail hearing just happened, that will be closed for an administrative closure. There will be no activity there, no scheduled activity there. Friday the courthouse is federal holiday closed. It's always closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So there was obviously a pressure to get this decision in before the holiday weekend, and I'm sure there's a lot of disappointment all the way around that they just couldn't bring him home tonight. Natasha and Bianca?
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that the $50 million bail package, which is pretty extreme. Why was that not enough to convince the court to let him go on bond here, especially with all those other extra things you were talking about?
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Could
you repeat that again?
The $50 million bond and bail package that you mentioned, including the other restrictions, those list of restrictions that you mentioned, you would think that that would be enough for a judge to say, all right, I can agree to this, but it wasn't. So there was a reason behind that, and why was that?
Yes. Well, the reason behind that, and that's a great question. What the reason behind that particular denial was the fact that the feds, when you're in prison or you're in jail, they're monitoring all your calls, and they tell you straight up, we're monitoring all your calls. The lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey, told the judge that he had been using other people's phone privileges, because when you're a detainee, you only have a certain number of phone calls at a certain time, using other people's phone privileges to make calls to intimidate witnesses, and that this would not be allowed. And then, as we've heard throughout the day here today with some of our legal experts, that witness intimidation is a crime or an allegation they take extremely seriously here. But the question is that even a factor now, because he was not convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO. So I'm sure it was very disappointing for the defense. For the prosecution, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low. All right, Lisa, thank you very much.
And keep watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict. We will also be posting any updates on our Fox local app. Make sure you download that. It is free.
Matter of fact, I got something for you. You want to throw water? You want to throw water? Let me show you something. I'll show you something. Watch how fast I get some people over here. Watch how fast I get some people over here. No, I know that. Watch this. Watch this right
Hi, I'm Sharon Crowley here in the Fox 5 newsroom. We have just learned from the judge that Sean Diddy Combs will not be getting out on bail, denied bail. Let me explain to you why. The judge said, among other reasons, that Combs' violent history, and at trial the defense conceded the defendant's violence in his personal relationships, saying it happened with Cassie and James. So we are going to he's going to be sentenced likely in October, unless that date changes, and we'll find out. Let's get right out to Arthur Chien. He's right outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What a day this has been. First the verdict, Arthur, and then all those fans are out there all around you. We've been looking at live pictures from the courthouse and seeing the crowd growing, it seems to be there. And then the judge denied bail for the hip-hop mogul. What do you make of it?
Reaction reporting indication
Arthur,
of that.
can you hear me out there?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, I can. What do you make of the judge's decision?
The judge, from our understanding of the law, follows the law. And this is a little bit to explain, but if everybody can stay with us here. When the trial begins, a bail application is made, right? And in this case, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers made several attempts to try to get him to go through this process without having to be an MDC, which you and I both know as the Federal Detention Center. They wanted him to be able to do it from the comfort of home. They tried everything they could think of to get him out. It was denied. What the judge has done this afternoon, more importantly, not just our opinion, but that of legal experts, is say that still stands. Mr. Combs was not found innocent on all charges. His own legal defense in court said he has a propensity for violence. We have a video that shows him beating, just brutally beating Cassie Ventura in a LA hotel hallway. The judge also pointed out that once he knew that he was being watched by the feds, that there was yet another domestic violence incident. So he said he has concerns that the defense has not proven that Mr. Combs, beyond a shadow of a doubt, does not represent a threat of violence to people around him. That is basically what the judge has decided here today. And it was a little bit surprising for those who were completely absorbed in just the jury verdict itself, because Mr. Combs was found not guilty in 3 of the more severe counts, including one that found guilty on could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. So everybody thought there was a turn here, but the judge stuck to the law, said make your case. They made their case, and the judge said it doesn't meet the level for an exception, so we are holding on to you for now, and then they'll proceed with this case. Sharon?
Great. So, Arthur, we know Linda Schmidt was actually in the courtroom when the judge denied bail, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But I wanted to ask you, what a day this has been. Found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And at that time, it appeared from all the accounts in the courtroom that Combs got quite emotional, got down on his knees praying, spoke to his family, and you can understand why his family, his relatives, his supporters might have thought that bail would be granted. But, of course, the judge pointing out his violent history, one that even his own defense team pointed to during this trial. So we are hoping to hear later, I think, Arthur, this evening. I see all the bed of microphones out there from attorneys on both sides about this, and I also understand that Combs could be sentenced possibly in October. He's going to stay locked up at MLC, and he was first arrested back in September. So we're closing in the end of the summer on a year of incarceration. So it remains to be seen what the sentencing will be. We know each count carries a maximum of 10 years, which could have put their 20 20 years, but they might run concurrently. And then, of course, he will be credited with time served, so it could be much less time than that. But for now, he remains locked up. Arthur, I know I've been talking a lot, but I really want to ask you about the crowds. We've been looking at the crowds, and Alex, our web producer, is going to take a wide shot. We have a shot over there. She's running now, running in the newsroom. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting you live from the Fox 5 newsroom. I wanted to tell you that, let's take a look at, if you could, Alex, show them the crowd. You're there on the ground, Arthur. Describe the scene. We knew there's been some crazy antics going on there today. What can you tell us?
Well, there have been crazy antics going out here since the beginning of this trial. There have been people live streaming on social media this entire time, including the last 10 days when we had a day where it was over 100 degrees. There were still people out here. Now, given the jury note from last night and what the judge instructed, there was a sense that something was going to go down today. Friday is July 4th. Thursday, this court was going to be closed. So there were a lot of people who came out here already and were ready for a moment. They got that moment earlier than many people expected at 10 o'clock this morning when that verdict came down. The torque, the emotional torque that you described in the courtroom when Diddy reacted by getting on his knees, putting his hands in a prayer motion and being super thankful was echoed out here. This is largely pro-Sean Diddy Combs group out here. There are a lot of people out here who believe that the prosecution in this case, if it was overzealous, that his race might have played a role in it. So there are a lot of people out here who believe that already. So when they received information of the jury's verdict, there was a sense of celebration out here. Sean Combs' mother came out here at one point. Everybody was cheering. She was blowing kisses to people in the crowd. And then certainly as we got closer to 4 or 5 o'clock towards the end of people's workday, and as this information had gone around, there were even more people who were coming to this area, and everybody has their phones up and are live streaming. So that's a mood out here. Definitely more subdued now that there's this tidbit of information that's circling through the crowd right now. I think people are just beginning to hear about the fact that bail was denied for Mr. Combs, but that's what it's been like out here. Some tourists, but not a lot.
Got it. Thanks so much, Arthur. Don't go anywhere. We have some new information I'm going to be telling you about in just a second here. We talked about the sentencing possibly being in October, but the defense is pushing back hard on that. They want sentencing as soon as even next week. They are pushing back, so we may get new information about that because, of course, they want this to be over as quickly as possible. Despite the setback today, I have to say, Arthur, this is still quite the victory for Sean Combs and his defense team today. He could have been looking at a much longer prison term. And so even though he has to remain locked up right now, he is facing a much less punishment for the crimes the jury found him guilty of earlier today. So, a circus because, Arthur, as we've discussed a little bit when we were talking before, this case has generated national attention. Just think about it. Sean Diddy Combs, one of the most famous people in the world, and skyrocketed to fame in the 1990s and continued to grow and expand his businesses to all kinds of things, to clothing, constantly changing his names. You probably heard me call him all the names I could think of because each time, each brand has a different name associated with it. So that is part of the reason that some of this public interest is happening in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are in this moment absorbed with the recent breaking development that Sean Combs is not going to be a free man tonight, what the jury essentially did today is ensure that he will spend a good portion of his life as a free man. Going into today, it was not clear if he was ever going to see daylight again. Right? So today, with the jury's decision at 10 a.m., they gave him the opportunity to live his life out from behind bars. What the judge has decided now is because, as the judge put it, domestic violence is domestic violence, and the defense clearly said, he's a domestic violence, he's an abuser, but he's not the racketeering kind of guy that the feds want to portray him to be. The judge said, we still got crimes here, and for that reason, it's not a total victory, but certainly if we take a step back in terms of what he was facing in this case, this is an entirely new day for Sean Diddy Combs.
We do appreciate your coverage out there. We have a split shot of you up right now and the crowd right outside the front doors. Are we hoping to hear shortly from the attorneys on both sides? Are you expecting that? I know there's a bank of microphones set up there. Do you think we'll hear from the defense and the prosecution? I know that they weren't talking during the trial.
Well, we've done everything we can, as you see from the podium, to invite them to come speak. So far as the federal prosecutors are concerned, I'm going to go out on a limb and say absolutely not. This was not a victory for them. I don't think they want to say anything about this. About an hour ago or so, they did release a statement talking about the serious nature of the accusations that were made against Sean Diddy Combs. So they're gonna hold steady on that, although the jury has said they didn't buy it, right? But I do not expect the U.S. attorney to be out here. In terms of Sean Combs' defense, they're going to have to be careful now. Before Sean Combs is going to walk out, they might have said something, but they could still be positioning themselves for an appeal on those 2 counts he was found guilty of. So it's kind of anybody's guess right now. We're going to have to see.
Got it. That's great. The other thing I wanted to point out to you today, Arthur, is, as this weeks-long trial has gone on, what makes it stand out, and we've covered a lot of celebrity trials together, is the explicit nature of the testimony. And 2 women, one named Cassie Ventura, the other one used a pseudonym, describing violent, years-long relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. And obviously, the defense argued that it was consensual, that he was not coercing them into what was happening. Otherwise, he might have faced different charges. But it's really interesting, and I'm eager to hear how Sean Diddy Combs reacted when he heard that his bail was denied, because he was so emotional earlier today, whether he had a strong reaction as to what happened. And obviously his defense is hoping not to wait till October for the sentencing, but for it to happen in the next week, as early as in the next week. And apparently the government is not protesting that. So that may happen. We may have a quicker development in this case. We'll find out as soon as we get some more information from inside the courtroom. But what a week. You point out the July 4th holiday, and having covered so many court cases, usually on a Friday, even if it's not a holiday weekend, the jury is eager to get out. And it seemed like all they needed was one night of good night's sleep to render a verdict within under an hour today. When you were out there this morning, I'm sure it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, a good night of sleep probably had something to do with it, but probably the judge's note to the jury yesterday as they were dismissing probably had a lot to do with it too, because they were essentially saying, we agree on 4 out of the 5 counts, right? But the last one, we're having trouble coming to an agreement because of different, quote, opinions, plural. That's when the judge said, get back in there tomorrow morning, meaning today, and get at it. The term deadlock was used a lot, but yesterday was the first full day of deliberation for a jury that heard nearly 2 months of evidence and from 3 dozen or more witnesses. So really it was a full day and some change, really enough to say that they were deadlocked. They just didn't agree yet. The judge was banking on that, sent them home, and maybe they were thinking about this weekend and said, you know what, I'm compelled to agree now. But I will say too, from our producer in the courtroom, we do have Sean Diddy Combs' reaction to bail being denied, and the description was the word stoic. He did not make an expression. A vastly different response, the emotional response at 10 a.m. this morning when the verdict was read, when he collapsed on the floor and started praying and waved to his family. They cheered as he walked out of the courtroom. There was none of that for this most recent development just now. We're told He was absolutely stoic.
Thank you so much for that update, Arthur. We appreciate your coverage, and we're going to let you get caught up and ready for the 6 o'clock news on Fox 5. And we're going to let our audience just look at some live pictures, and when those attorneys come out, if they do, or family members or anyone else who comments, we'll bring it back to you live. Thanks so much for being with us.
Lisa, can we see back on for a second?
Hey.
If I wait, let me wait. I think they said that I Si hubiera movimiento. O sea, yo me he bajado realmente cuando estaba yendo al metro, cuando se dijo lo de que se iba a quedar en la cárcel, de que se iba a prisión y demás. Y yo estaba de caminante y digo, bueno, yo voy para allá a ver si hay movimiento. Me llevo a Guadalajara, me llevo a la Federación, me gusta la gente. Si Javier me ha dicho, pues sí,
And you're looking at a live stream here. That is a picture of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. A judge has just denied bail for Sean P. Diddy Combs, who was found guilty of trying to, guilty of one count, but not of the most serious counts he was facing. He had hoped to be let out on $1 million bail and go back to Miami, to Star Island, to one of his homes. You're looking at two pictures right now. I want to explain that for you. One picture shows our chopper over the garage where you just saw the SUVs go in there, and they will be taking Sean Diddy Combs back to MDC tonight. He will remain locked up until his sentencing, and that is likely to happen. It was first talked about happening in October, but now it looks like his defense team trying to get that pushed up to as early as next week. The other shot you're looking at is the chaos, not quite chaos, but the crowds, I should say, outside of the courthouse, eager to get a shot of Sean Diddy Combs himself or maybe his family members. That won't be happening, or maybe hearing more from the attorneys. This is live in the Fox 5 newsroom in New York City, and we have been covering this breaking news for you for several hours, and we're going to keep right on doing that. And we are hoping to hear shortly from the attorneys. And as I said, we are got a camera trained on the garage there. If we see it move, Sean P. Diddy Combs move to MDC, we, of course, will take it for you. And then we see some other reporters and media getting ready for their 6 o'clock newscast. And we have a 6 o'clock newscast on Fox 5 as well. So we hope you'll keep it right here and keep streaming with us.
serious charges, and that was sex trafficking.
Let's get right out to Lisa Evers, who's been following the case since it began nearly 8 weeks ago. She's live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lisa, what is the reaction to today's verdict and the bail denial?
Bail denial. What's the reaction to today's verdict and bail denial?
Bianca and Natasha, what a day this has been here. You can hear the helicopters above us circling around, making it a little bit difficult to hear, but let me tell you where we're at right now. The judge, late this afternoon, just a short time ago, denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs. And what the latest is they have asked for a shorter, expedited sentencing date, because what's happening now is the prosecution wanted a sentencing date in October. The defense said that's too far, that's too far from today. It's too far away. That's too much time. And so what they ended up compromising on is next week on Tuesday, the prosecution and the defense will get together. They will try to figure out another date, a more suitable date, closer, that both of them are happier with for the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. But this was a devastating blow for Combs, for his family, and for his supporters, because he beat those two of the toughest charges, the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy charge. He also beat 2 counts on the sex trafficking charge, and ended up with a guilty verdict on the 2 counts of the prostitution transportation charge, which carries a maximum, each one of those counts, of 10 years. Now, the attorneys are telling us it's unlikely he would get 10 plus 10, but anything is possible in this case, as we've seen so far. I mean, they were hoping, the defense was hoping, according to what I'm being told, that they would be able to deal with this bail issue this morning after the jury came back, took off the table those 2 of the most serious charges, and that they would be able to deal with the bail hearing. His family, of course, hoping that Combs would be going home with them tonight, or at least be able to go out to dinner with them and not have to spend another night at MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is one of the most notorious federal detention facilities, jails in the country. Had numerous problems. There have been congressional investigations, all sorts of things. They're very bad conditions, a very old prison, and with a lot of structural problems there as well. So where it stands right now is, after the verdict came out, the final verdict this morning, Sean Diddy Combs was put into a holding pen in the courthouse while they were waiting for this hearing, which began around 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now what that means is he's going to go back tonight to MDC. He'll be spending, the holiday weekend at MDC instead of being with his family and being out. But so basically a split decision and a split victory for the defense team, and the prosecution's saying that he remains a danger, that he needs to be kept behind bars. And I think one of the things that weighed heavily in the judge's decision making about saying no bail was the fact that even after Sean Combs knew that he was under federal investigation, he knew that the feds were watching him, that FBI was watching him, and all of that he still continued to allegedly commit crimes. They referred to an incident with Jane, the woman who used the pseudonym Jane, where she was beaten after he had already been under surveillance and notified that he was under investigation by the feds. So a lot going on here, but right now the big news is no bail, and Sean Diddy Combs is going to be going back to MDC tonight. That's the latest from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha, back to you in the studio.
Some interesting pieces of information you added there, Lisa. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, certainly not the outcome Diddy or his supporters were hoping for.
Joining us now to tell us what could be next is former New York City prosecutor Seth Zuckerman. Seth, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I think, first of all, what's your reaction to this bail denial and the judge saying that he's a violent man?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. The government put forth a very strong letter saying that incarceration was mandatory at this point, that bail must be denied unless he could find 2 exceptions. One is that he's not a danger and a flight risk, and that he's not a danger to the community and he's not a violent person. And the judge clearly found that he's got a propensity for violence, found that the defense even conceded that during closing arguments.
Right.
Because, the defense in this case was, he's an abuser, but he's not leading a racketeering, a criminal enterprise.
It was a key strategy in fighting the RICO.
And now that's backfired a little bit on the bail denial.
Sure.
The court clearly took that into consideration. The defendant's concessions said, even in your closing argument, you admitted that he's a violent person, and now I can consider that for bail, and I'm not going to let him out based on that. The judge clearly found that he's a danger to the community.
Now, does this bail denial give us a hint and maybe what the judge might do when it comes to sentencing?
I'm not so sure that that's the case quite yet. The government submitted a letter today to the court saying that the sentencing guidelines in their estimation are 51 to 63 months. The defense submitted a letter saying the sentencing guidelines in their estimation are 21 to 27 months. So it's somewhere around that, in that range that the judge is going to consider. It's up to 10 years on each count. As Lisa noted, and as everyone's noted, it's unlikely he's going to do anything close to 10 years on each of these counts. And obviously, the defense was hoping he'd be released today, and they would argue for sentencing that time served and that the 10 months that he's already done at the MDC, especially in those horrific conditions, is enough punishment for him in this case.
Well, according to Fox News Channel, the judge is suggesting October 3rd as the sentencing day. The defense is pushing for sentencing to be moved up as soon as possible, and they're arguing that most man cases are concerning making money via pimping or minors, neither of which apply to Diddy's case. What do you think the judge is going to do with that information?
So my understanding of what happened is when the defense asked for an expedited sentencing, and what the judge did is he put it on for next Tuesday, July 8th, for them to find out how quickly can the probation department issue what's called the PSR, the pre-sentence report, because the judge can't go to sentencing without the PSR. So he needs the pre-sentencing report, and he needs to know from probation, how long will it take for you to get me a pre-sentence report? Because that's what the judge relies upon. They do a guidelines calculation, and they make a recommendation to the court. They do a thorough investigation, and then they do that. So they're going back next Tuesday. The judge tentatively set the sentencing date for October 3rd, but he said, I'm open for expediting it if the probation department can get me an expedited pre-sentence report. So they're going back on July 8th, next Tuesday at 2 p.m. for a hearing to find out when they could set the sentencing for.
And lastly, before you go, I know we were talking earlier in the noon when this all came down, the verdict was read aloud. Your thoughts on just how today went?
I mean, today's a win for Combs, right? He was acquitted on the most serious count, the RICO racketeering count, which had a mandatory minimum jail sentence. He was acquitted on the sex trafficking count because the consent was a defense to that case. And he was acquitted of he was convicted only of the most minor charges, which is the prostitution charges, which don't even carry a mandatory minimum sentence. So it's a huge win for Combs. His attorneys are likely going to file what's called a Rule 29 motion at this point, which is for a judgment of acquittal. They'll file that within 14 days of the verdict, so that's within 14 days of today. And they'll ask the judge to overturn the verdict of those two counts. It's an uphill battle based on the evidence that I've seen, but they're obviously going to file that. And they're probably going to also appeal the judge's denial of bail. They'll go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals and appeal the denial of bail almost immediately.
Yeah, the judge even at some point conveying to Diddy that I gave you a shot at life. So in a way, was a win, as you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the bail denial is any indication of what he's going to do at sentencing. He even said that during this afternoon's proceedings, is he's considering the violence factor, because that's what he needs to consider. Yeah. But when he's considering sentencing, he's considering a bigger picture, not just what constitutes a condition for bail.
This is us trying to read the tea leaves as we try to do so.
we all try to do so.
These last 7 weeks.
The only thing we do know, it was a big loss for the Southern District of New York.
So. Huge loss. Their press release that they put out was a press release basically acknowledging their loss. All they did was thank their law enforcement partners, but didn't even name the judge, didn't even really name Combs by name. It's a big loss for the Southern District after they spent millions of dollars on this prosecution.
All right, Seth Zuckerman, thank you so much for being here and for bringing us that legal insight. Appreciate
thanks for having me.
Well, large crowds have been gathering outside the courthouse ever since the verdict was announced this morning.
And Fox 5's Arthur Chien continues our coverage. Arthur, you've been live outside court all day. Describe what you've been seeing since this morning.
Bianca, Natasha, what we've seen this morning is a supersized version of what we've seen over the last 2 months. Every day there has been a presence out here of non-media. These are people who are on social media, who are constantly live streaming. Today, not only was it no exception, but the crowds only got bigger and bigger. And keep in mind that first verdict was announced at around 10:30 this morning, and more people started coming down afterwards. I'm looking down the street right now, and I know we have a camera too. That picture goes for, as far as I can see, of hundreds of people, everybody with their phones up in the air, and that's been the mood out here. They've had a very big presence. It has been a largely pro Sean Diddy Combs crowd. So we want to play for you the moment his mother came out after the verdict was read, the elation in the crowd, and you can see her blowing kisses to people who are outside. Let's have a listen in real quick. Mr. Combs' mother has been here just about every day that we've kept track of. His sons have also been coming. They show up in a Sprinter van and come out, multiple family members at a time, and they leave that way as well. Now, separately out of another entrance, as so long as we're talking about the scene out here, separately, this was at around 11:44 this morning. We saw a Sprinter type van pull out of the back secure garage of this federal courthouse, and we could see through the window it was carrying the jurors to be dispersed from a separate location, everybody trying to keep a low profile. So a lot of people are out here. Worth Street at some points was completely shut down in both directions. This is a very busy thoroughfare that connects east side from west side down here. Right now we see there's a fire truck here. It could be heat related. We don't know. Their posture isn't really that urgent, but it's quite the spectacle out here. Probably continue to be for the rest of tonight. That's the latest from the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Arthur Chian, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for continuing coverage on the Sean Diddy Combs verdict. Keep it right here on Fox 5. You can also download the Fox Local app on your phone to watch our live newscasts and more. We'll have another report coming up at 6:30.
Meanwhile, we're counting down the days till July 4th as many festivities are set to take place across the city, including the big Macy's fireworks show. Coming up next, we're looking at
And welcome back. I'm Sharon Crowley live in the Fox 5 New York City newsroom to bring you the very latest on the Diddy trial, the verdict, and that the judge denied him bail. We have all the latest developments. You're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. The bail hearing has just ended. And as I said, the judge denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs, citing his history of domestic violence, something that was brought up in closing arguments by the defense team. So the judge factored that in when he was deciding whether or not Diddy should go back to MDC tonight, which is exactly what happened. The sentencing coming up. Possibly they're going to have a hearing, a logistical hearing between the defense and the government next week to try to move up the sentencing. Judge had originally suggested having the sentencing on the charges on 2 counts of the 5 counts he was facing in October, but of course the defense team eager to move that up, and they'll have a hearing on that next week, of course. And Combs was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Linda Schmidt is joining us live outside the courtroom now. She was inside when the bail hearing was happening. I'm guessing you were in the overflow room, but you still get a good shot. I was wondering if you saw Combs' reaction, or you can tell us what happened.
Yeah, hi there, Sharon. Well, first of all, I was in the overflow courtroom, but they have the big monitors there, so you can see what's going on in the actual courtroom where Sean Diddy Combs and the prosecution and his defense team, where they are sitting. And I was sitting in the 3rd row in that overflow, so I could see that monitor clearly. I tell you, when the judge came in, everybody was in court, the judge came in, and within moments, the judge said, bail is denied. And it appeared by the body language and by the look on the attorneys' faces, as well as Sean Diddy Combs, they were surprised by that. They thought that they really had a good argument that he should be able to be released pending sentencing, and they thought because he was convicted of the lesser charged, and they're saying that sentencing guidelines require that he receive a lower sentence, a shorter sentence, and that it also would require that he be released on bail. The judge did not agree with that, and he was very clear about that. But the interesting thing here, Sharon, when we were sitting in the courtroom listening to this, what the judge ended up doing, the judge ended up quoting the defense from their closing arguments, as well as different things that they had said during the trial, and they used the defense's own words against them as his reason and as proof as to why Sean Combs should not receive bail. So I'm going to go over some of those with you here right now. First of all, he said that he totally disagreed with the defense that the crime that he was convicted of does not warrant detention. He goes on to say, look, during the trial, the defense conceded Sean Combs' violence, that it did in fact happen. Quote, it happened. We own the domestic violence. That's what the defense said when it was talking to the jury. The defense also referred to the Cassie Ventura video, that infamous video where he is brutally beating her in the hallway of that hotel room. And the defense's words during the trial, imagine it's horrible. This is what the defense is saying to the jury. It's horrible for Miss Ventura and her parents. Quote, domestic violence is the issue here with this case. The video is very much domestic violence. The judge saying those very words that Sean Combs' defense attorneys told that jury is proof that, quote, he is unable to show the court that he is not a danger to others if he is released on bail. So
Linda,
his defense attorney, one of his primary defense attorney, Agnifilo, he stood up and he put on the best case that he could, the best argument he could to receive bail, saying, look, he surrendered his passport, he would only be traveling to certain jurisdictions in New York and Florida, New Jersey and California, and we will stipulate other conditions if the court would implement any other type of conditions. The prosecution then got up and said, I want to give you a couple of quotes from the prosecution because they were very passionate about this. The prosecution got up and looked at the judge and said, Judge, the only thing about this man that is exceptional is, quote, his wealth, violence, and brazenness. He has shown no remorse, and there is no basis to release him on bail. And the judge agreed. So he is going to remain in prison behind bars until he is sentenced. Now, right now, as you were talking at the top there, Sharon, the sentencing, the judge originally scheduled that for October 3rd. However, his defense attorneys, they want to expedite that sentencing and they want to have it sooner. And they are going to have a hearing that's going to be held next Tuesday, July 8th.
Linda, thank you so much for that update. Let me just tell you, I have some new information to bring you. We are just getting some information about what Combs said to his family after bail was denied. And according to the Fox News channel, he turned to address his family. He said, quote, we will make it through this. Love you all. I feel good. See you when I get out. See you when I get out. And he had his hands together as if he was praying. So we'll see, Linda, you know, all the remarks that you were making had me wondering, this judge was pretty tough on bail, really listening carefully to those closing arguments and what using, as you mentioned, the defense's own words against him. I wonder if this will have any impact on sentencing itself. As you know, Combs facing 2 10-year maximum sentences that could be served concurrently. So we'll see if this has any, we can read the tea leaves and see what this could mean for how many years behind bars Combs will be facing on these charges.
Well, you know, the judge did talk about that too, and he said, quote, the two sides here have a great divide on what it is they think his sentencing should be. First of all, let me go to my notes here. The defense says that the sentencing guidelines for what he has been convicted of is 21 to 27 months in prison. So that would be about 2 years, and he has already been behind bars for 10 months, so that would mean that he would end up going to prison for just over 1 year. That's what the defense says. The government says the sentencing guidelines require a sentence of between 51 and 63 months, which is just over 4 years to just over 5 years. So you can see there a great divide. But his defense, when they were positioning their argument, they also said to the judge, as far as any type of bail and as far as sentencing goes, that he has been, quote, a model prisoner since he's been in prison, that his record has been spotless, he has been, quote, a remarkable prisoner, that he has lived up to his obligations, and that, quote, I think we should trust him. He is not going to flee. The judge did not buy that argument.
Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate your coverage and your reporting on this. And everyone else who's been watching our live coverage from our YouTube channel and our Fox Local app, keep it right here, because if we get any updates, we'll cut right to it. If we hear from the attorneys, family members, or anyone else on this very significant day for Sean P. Diddy Combs as he heads back to MDC tonight, and we await his sentencing. Thanks so much for staying with us. Keep it here.
but acquitted him on the most serious charge of sex trafficking. He will remain in jail until his sentencing in October.
And this is a live look at Lower Manhattan, where we are waiting for Sean Combs' family to leave the courthouse. They're expected out any moment now. Fox News' Lisa Evers has been following this case from the very beginning. She joins us live in Lower Manhattan with more on today's developments. Lisa?
Well, Natasha, Bianca, from the morning, the elation of the morning, finding out that he would not have to deal with that racketeering charge that could have put him away for life, to the disappointment this evening for Sean Combs' family and for his supporters when the judge denied him bail. Now, this was something that happened. You mentioned this sentencing date. The October sentencing date is one that the prosecution has been pushing for, that they set, and then they also told him that the defense wanted a much earlier date. So what they settled on, the compromise, was that there will be a conference next week, a planning conference with the prosecution and with the defense, sitting down and trying to figure out a schedule a little bit earlier. The issue, the sticking point there with this sentencing date is that they usually do a pre-sentence investigation and evaluation. That takes a certain amount of time. The defense said, hey, we'll waive that, but it's not clear if that will be allowed or not. not. So we won't have the final sentencing date until until sometime later on next week at the earliest, most likely. But what this means today, this decision, Sean Diddy Combs goes back to the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, a federal detention facility, federal jail that nobody really wants to be into. But I want to bring in, because there's another aspect of this case that we haven't really discussed thoroughly, is that whole prosecution side and how they're dealing with things. I want to bring in my colleague Linda Schmidt, who was in the courthouse during this bail hearing. And Linda, the prosecution was very adamant this morning about not getting bail for Sean Diddy Combs and fighting that any bail request. What did you see today?
The same thing continued this afternoon when she got up to speak after one of his defense attorneys, Agnifilo, got up and laid out his reasons for why he should be given bail and he should be allowed to go home. She then got the opportunity to respond to that, and she was full-throated about it. She was very passionate about it, and she was very stern. And I'm going to give you a quote here. She said, "The only thing about this man," obviously referring to Diddy Combs, that is exceptional is, quote, his wealth, violence, and brazenness. She said he has shown no remorse and there is no basis for him to be released on bail. Period. End stop. That's it. She sat down.
And wow, and she's had chapter and verse ready to go for absolutely everything. And a lot of the defense attorneys I've talked to that have been have had cases against her have said she's been very fair, but it really seemed like she put an extra amount of effort into this particular case.
Well, it did seem that way. I mean, you've been here covering this since day one, and I said this to Lisa earlier. You have just done a spectacular job covering this. Really,
thank you
as
very
a journalist,
much.
I mean, I really
team.
appreciate it. I appreciate the great
Thank
journalism.
You.
So you've done a fabulous job. But yeah, I can imagine with just from what I saw in court today, and you can tell that the prosecution is upset. I mean, they set, as you know, when you're sitting in the courtroom, they have the front row. All of the prosecutors are in the front table. The second table, Diddy's attorneys, and then the third table, some of Diddy's attorneys and Diddy himself.
Right.
But in the front row, when his attorney Agnifilo was talking and giving reasons for why he thought he should be released on bail, every single one from the prosecution, they were looking down, no facial expression, nothing. And then after he was done, that's when she got up. She said her piece, and she was very clear that there was no chance that he deserved bail, and the judge agreed.
And that's what she was fighting for, and that's what she was pushing for.
Right.
And also, this is Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor and a very highly respected person, a very hardworking. Clearly, her team put a lot of time and effort into it. But I think for a lot of the jurors, it was just hard to put in criminal context things when, after the alleged crime happened, the victims were back in contact with Combs, or they agreed at the time the alleged crimes happened and then changed their tune after that. But she kept drilling down on this incident that happened in September of 2024 after he knew he was he knew he was under federal investigation and yet still went ahead and beat Jane. So they were basically saying that was, that showed that he had no regard for the law, or that was even afraid or even concerned about, hey, they're watching me, I better
That's right.
play
Or
by
that
the
he
rules.
could be trusted in any way.
Exactly.
But Agnifilo, his
and then
attorney,
we should send it. We'll send it back to them after
okay,
this.
just real quickly. He was saying, as part of his argument, he's a model prisoner. He's been spotless. He's a remarkable prisoner. He's lived up to his obligations. And, quote, I think we should trust him. He is not going to flee. Well, the judge obviously did not agree
Okay, well, they
with that
didn't agree.
argument.
They didn't agree with that. And then let's just show, Christian, can we show a little bit here? Linda, step aside if you don't mind for a second here. Okay, so what you're looking at right here, do you see the black? You see these black vehicles, the big Suburban, and then there's two black Mercedes Sprinters that are are right behind it that have been carrying the family members. You see all the media, and I want to tell you that the media has been here from all over the world, converging on this to try and to just try and report this amazing story. I mean, it's really a mind-blowing story. One of the most famous men in the world, having the more sordid details of his personal life. Here's one of the Diddy's supporters here coming in. One of the people that has been there with the mother. She's getting into the SUV here, and obviously not having the result that they want. And of course, the crowd is here. and they're getting them in. There was NYPD, as you can see. Christian, can we pan over here to this side? You guys see the flashing? You can see the flashing gates there with those roll down metal gates. That's where the judges and certain VIPs and I think certain detainees too go in and out. That's a very secure area. You see the NYPD is here in full force. Now, since the beginning of this trial, there have been people, this individual over here yelling and screaming. There have been people screaming and yelling pretty much all day, every hour since we've been out here. Different people, not just that's the first time I've seen this gentleman. But you see the NYPD is here. They set up the barricades. They came out here this afternoon, and they basically were getting people, they were getting people organized, putting up the barricades. They're keeping people back so that there's no type of nobody gets hurt by a traffic accident. They're also trying to give the Combs family some sort of dignity as they leave here, and also people are shouting things at them, and also shouting things at them, and then also trying to get a soundbite or trying to get a glimpse of them making a U-turn here. You see the police are trying to keep everything organized here. NYPD is set up. They actually set up this entire media row that we're in right now. You see them starting to leave here. Here's another one of the sprinters. And they've been really trying to keep this organized so that people are not getting knocked around. Because you can see, Christian, you can zoom in there a little bit, okay? So you can see how close it is. Like you see the microphones on the extension wands there that people are using. Those cameras are all there in case any of the lawyers come out. Very unlikely that any of the prosecutors will. But there's also, a chance that maybe one of the defense attorneys may come out and give us a soundbite. That's what all the media, including our Fox 5 crews, are out there for too. And then the sprinters, the police are helping them to make this U-turn so that they can get off this block. And part of the street at the other end, on the Chatham Square side, has been shut down so that there's no traffic coming through now until they get this. Basically, this is like a mini dignitary motorcade here. Here's the Sprinter number 2 here, and those of you in the hip hop community, the Sprinter is the preferred way of transporting music, artists when they're going to the different events and public events and concerts and things of that nature. And police are trying to facilitate this here. The crowd pretty quiet right now. And they're making their way out, and they are leaving without Sean Combs because the judge today, and he was denied bail. So what that means is that he will leave the holding cell that he was in all day today. He will be taken back to the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is right on the Brooklyn waterfront. A very notorious place, very uncomfortable place, even in the best of circumstances. And the lawyers from both sides, prosecution and defense, they have a date for next week to sit down and try and hammer out a sentencing date that is sooner than the October date that was proposed by the prosecution. Okay, they're opening up the street here, and they're allowing the traffic now to come in westbound from Chatham Square, and you see cars coming out of here. I'm not sure who that is, but we guess law enforcement, because they have a full window tint, which is illegal in New York State unless you have a special permission or have visual problems that you need to have a full window tint. So that's the latest from here. And let me send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live from federal court. Linda Schmidt was with us earlier. I thank my colleague Linda Schmidt for being with us, and we're sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you. You and both Linda, excellent reporting on all of this, giving us a lot of color on what's happening there. For continuing coverage on the Sean Diddy Combs verdict, keep it right here on Fox 5. You can download the Fox local app on your phone to watch our live newscast and more wherever you are. We are expecting a press conference at any moment, and we're going to bring it to you live. We'll be right back.
Sir, can you tell us how about Sean's field? What do you want to say in court?
I can tell you that I talked to Sean. For those of you who know, I've known him for almost 20 years. And he's thankful, he's relieved, and he thanks the jurors. I think the jurors did what jurors do, which is they saw through an overcharged, overzealous, kind of a crazy prosecution, and they did the right thing. And that's why, when people talk about tyranny and fascism and everything else, as long as you've got a jury system that works, that's what separates us from the rest of the world. And Sean is thankful. As a helicopter parent, I couldn't be prouder, and I'll let them talk. I don't want to steal their thunder.
Were you surprised, though, that he was denied bail? That doesn't really, the bail, I think, is besides the point. He was acquitted of the trafficking. He was acquitted of the RICO. Those were always, I thought, as an observer, a ridiculous use of taxpayer resources. This case was never what it was made out to be. This case was ridiculous in so many different ways, and I'm just thankful that the jury saw through it.
But he's still facing prison time. There.
Sean is, the interesting thing about prison is it's a timeout, and he's had a lot of time to reflect, and he's in a good place mentally, and I'm proud of him. And by the way, for those of you who may miss it, the defense didn't put on a single witness. The defense tried their case within the prosecution case. And at the end of the day, it's a colossal failure by the prosecution.
I know him. In-house? In-house?
Yeah. All night. Hands together. I did my cursory like.
It's not a party till we're all here. All right. Thank you all for being patient. Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garagos.
All right, I first want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself and everybody here, this incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking. And RICO is a jury of our peers, and I thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There is not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What did your client want to say when he raised his hand?
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most importantly, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the side. It put the distraction to the side and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
You sure?
Yeah.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you. What did you think about the bail decision?
Jason.
Guys, can any of you share what you proposed?
Awesome. Get up there.
Jason as well.
Well, I want to start just by thanking my family and the families of each of the lawyers here for giving us the space and the time to serve Sean and to fight for Sean. I want to thank the court for giving us a fair fight. And you see what happens when you have a good defense team come together in front of a court that gives the defense team a fair fight. And finally, I just want to thank Sean for giving me the honor and the privilege of serving him. Thank you.
I feel like there's not a lot more that I can say because of these wonderful people have really said all there is to say, but I do want to thank Sean for the privilege of this opportunity to help him clear his name after all, with the Southern District coming after him, guns blazing. It really is a testament to the fact that when you get a fair trial and a jury of your peers listens to the evidence, they will do the right thing. And I just want to say again how proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just verdict.
Are you going to repeal the Manning conviction? Guys, can anyone share what Mr. Combs wanted to say in court when he raised his hand during the bail hearing? Does anyone know?
No.
Mr. Nicholas, can you talk about the bail decision and the judge using defense's own words during trial about violence?
I'm not going to talk about the bail decision because it's still a pending unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys have been so diligent and dedicated. I pass you guys in the rain. I walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you. But I don't think we're going to take any questions.
Can you take us through the ups and downs of the day, though? Because Mr. Combs got acquittals on the major charges. Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this: we are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on, and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. Thank you all for coming.
Oh yeah, he taped this. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple other videos.
Where am I? Where am I?
Hello? Yes? No, not that we know of. I mean, I doubt they'd speak out here anyway. They yeah, everybody's taking their stuff off. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was actually just on the phone with the desk, so. Oh yeah. Oh no, I got you. Hang on. You? It's you?
Thank you for all your help.
Anytime.